doing it better. Straight W's, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basics, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me. To be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I ain't too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. This not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I ain't too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes fighting, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
Always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Brother. hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line up. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
What you finna do? No defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello everybody and welcome here to ESL 1 Thailand powered by Intel, and I'd like to welcome here to our Mercedes-Benz pre-show where me and my panel will break down today's action for you and 18 days worth of action ahead of us as well. I'd like to welcome you guys here. My name is Fluke and I will be your host for the entirety of ESL 1 Thailand, where we have 12 teams from Southeast Asia and China battling it out in two groups here in a round robin format, where top four from each of those groups will be progressing into our playoff series, where we'll be able to crown our champion for ESL 1 Thailand, and they will be able to take home the lion's share of $135,000 American dollars, which is always better for everyone here. But I'd like to welcome my wonderful panel here in sunny Australia. I have Danog as well as Kyo, and boys, it's very exciting to be here, and welcome to ESL Thailand.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Wonderful intro as always, Q. It's always exciting to have ex-pro players on the panel here. It always gives us a little bit of insight, especially because Matt, unfortunately, is a little bit of a smooth brain. So we do have to sometimes get these galaxy brains in, especially to break down a lot of these drafts. But boys, we've got an exciting day of Dota 2 ahead of us. We've got an exciting day of Asian Dota ahead of us as well. It's always good to see these Southeast Asian teams as well as Chinese teams being able to play on the bigger stage, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you've got a few of these teams that maybe have had a bit of a lesser opportunity to actually come forward and make a lot of stuff happen. So, you know, Aster Aries, for example, they're a team that, you know, they've started to make their way into a few more of these larger tournaments, but it just hasn't quite been there for them. Not everything has clicked, and maybe this is the tournament for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully this is the tournament for some of these teams, but let's have a quick look at our qualified teams here. As I said at the top of the show, we do have 12 teams playing for you guys here. We have a nice spread of Southeast Asian teams and a nice spread of Chinese teams as well, where they will be able to compete against each other. Obviously not being able to play on the same server is a little bit of a downfall, but we will be able to get through that for you guys. We've got some interesting teams coming here as well. We've got a lot of the Southeast Asian top dogs. We've got a few of these Chinese top dogs as well coming into this tournament. They'll be able to play up against each other because we don't usually get to see these Southeast Asian, these Chinese teams play against each other I'm super excited for my boys Neon Esports to be able to come through here. They were luckily enough to qualify through our closed qualifier not too long ago, and I should be able to put up quite a good show. You know, we've got some good teams in here. We've got TNC Predator, we've got T1, we've got Sacred Arrow Gaming. They are all extremely good teams, and I'm super excited to see how these teams match up against each other. Because as I said, 2 groups means that all these teams get to play against each other at least once, so we will be able to figure out where all these guys stand in the pecking order going in towards our playoff series.
It's a lot of Dota, and that's never a bad thing, right? Like, round-robin format, 18 days of Dota. That's a lot of Dota, and I'm here for it. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I mean, you know a lot of these players really well through just playing in pubs, playing in scrims, and I mean, I'm really going to be leaning on you a lot of the time, QO, for your insights into how they approach these games.
Yep, you can believe me on that. I'll try my best with that part, and yeah, I'll try to give you a lot of more insight.
Easy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I did say that we do have 2 groups, so let's have a look to see where these teams are headed towards for the rest of this 18 days of Dota 2 action for you guys. So we've got a pretty stacked group here coming in for Group A. We've got Fnatic and TNC Predator. I'd be interested to see how that matchup does go. We've got teams like Boom Esports. We've got Aster Aries coming there. Motivate as well, one of our other teams coming in from Thailand. It's always good to see these teams playing up against this group. But rolling into that, this does mean that this group is a little bit more stacked, having Fnatic and TNC in it, 2 teams that have been on the international stage, you know, time and time again. I'd be interested to see how they do transition that in the online series. But rolling into Group B here, we'll have a look and see where the rest of these teams are. My boys Neon, they've got a little bit of a lesser group here. I feel like GeekFam's probably sitting towards the top of this Group B here. You've got teams like T1, have a little bit of a roster change going into this tournament, so we'll see where they do sit. And some of these other Chinese teams as well. We've got Aries as well as SAG in there. So as you guys do notice, we do have 2 Chinese teams pairing up against 4 other Southeast Asian teams as well. So we've got a nice little even spread across all those groups. But boys, where are we starting here for these groups? Who do you think is going to have the harder group, and who do you think is going to have the easier group? We'll start with you, Matt.
I think A has to be the slightly harder group. You know, you mentioned Fnatic as well as TNC, but you've also got Boom Esports there, who have really made much of a larger showing on the international stage, you know, going through the DPC circuit of yesteryear. And obviously it's not quite there at this point in time, but they've still had some really good showings winning tournaments within the region. So I'm excited for them. And really Group B is where you've got all of the potential, the ones that are ready to take that next step.
And what about you, QA? Do you feel the same about Matt?
Well, I agree with Matt. I think Group A, like I feel like the Boom idea is like very underrated, like compared to what people think. Like if they have like a good strategy ready, like this time, I think they're gonna perform like a tier 1 team. And not just Boom ID. I think Trust is like another Thailand like a potential team.
Yep.
And I think, yeah, I do believe like all those players like gonna perform well this tournament. So gotta see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how it goes, but we do have our schedule up here for you guys today. As you can see a little bit lower down here, we do have up first, we have TNC going up against Adroit. That's going to be a bit of a barn burner. I'm excited to see if that does go full 3 maps, and then later on today we have Fnatic going up against Motivate. So feeling like Fnatic might have a little bit of an easier start here to the tournament, but TNC going up against Adroit, that's going to be a little bit of a spicy one. I feel like that's probably going to be our series today that's going to be the closest out of both of these. Obviously, Fnatic, they've made a few changes here and there. They've got a few players standing in. They've recently brought in Raven as well, so that might be a little bit of a touch for them. But Motivate, they're going up against Fnatic at the start, so it might be a little bit harder for them, right?
It's a trial by fire, right? You've got someone that really wants to prove themselves at the start of the tournament. And can you imagine, like, if they were to win the series, but I think they would be happy to even take 1 game off of them. Yeah.
Fnatic.
It's a juggernaut, right? To come up against game 1, right?
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like it could be like either like it can go really bad too, just because of the 2 core player got replaced, and I think like it takes like time to actually like
gel.
Yeah, check together like how it goes with their play style. So I don't think they had enough times to actually figure that out. So not quite sure about that one.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that series does go. But for you guys at home, you can join in with the conversation on our social media platforms. Make sure you do use the hashtag ESL1. You can tweet at us here on the desk. You can use Facebook as well. Tell my panelists why they're wrong. You can tell me why I'm doing such a great job. You can get in the conversation with a lot of these games and make sure that you guys are a part of it as well. Make sure you use that hashtag ESL1 here. But we do have our first game here of TNC versus Detroit after a very, very short break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. The action's right after this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
G'day everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand. It was a very short break here, but we are only moments away from our first game of ESL 1 Thailand. We have TNC Predator going up against Adroit Esports. We're looking to see if TNC can start getting back on their winning ways or whether or not Adroit will be able to start off ESL 1 Thailand with a little bit of an upset. Welcome here back to my panel. Before we do get into this first game, we're interested to see how you guys do start off with TNC versus Adroit. I want to start with TNC. Matt, I'm going to start with you here. Who are we looking towards to try and shine here in this first series?
I mean, that's the thing about TNC. They're just so even across the board. You've got March, who's always going to be that level-headed play, and I feel like they've got a really structured way that they go about things. You know, it's going to be the style where KP plays this real space creator, this area denier, this one that tanks up a lot of the ganks and baits a little bit, and then it's just about giving the core and the mid laner a lot more time to really come into the game and make it their own.
Yeah, well, QO, you have a little bit more experience with the TNC guys, but I want you to start, breaking apart Adroit here. They did recently just have a roster change, changing out their position 1 player on Adroit here for MCY. So how do you think they're going to go into this this first series going up against TNC?
I think like in a style-wise, like it suits well. Like Natsumi and MCY, they're both like more confident in like hard carries more than like semi carries. But I don't know. Natsumi was in Adroit for a long time, like 6 months or longer than that, and MCY just came in. So there could be like some part missing where they like the rules of the teams, like how they have to move the map or how they have to take down the maps. And I think I'm only afraid like where they might not perform what they used to perform because of the roster changes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of not performing how they used to perform, TNC have really not been on their winning ways like they used to be. They used to be so dominant in the Southeast Asian region. Obviously, going on to all these online tournaments does change it up a little bit. You know, KP is playing from Sydney, Australia, so fortunately for him, he does have quite a lot of ping issues when it comes to these games, but it really does feel like, you know, this TNC roster has been together for such a long time that it feels like that they should be able to overcome this adversity in quite a lot of these C games. But Matt, do you think that it changes the way that they draft a little bit when it comes to these online tournaments, or do you think it's more like they just want to try and stick to their tried and true and just get the other 4 players getting going, and then KP can just, you know, kind of stick to his own kind of style and just be that tanky frontliner?
I think that's perfectly fine. You know, you've got someone that can just stay the course, just do what you've done, what's given you a lot of success up to this point. Yes, recently they haven't had quite as much of that. I think their most recent series that they played together as a team was against a Chinese team called Cellular Game, and they lost 2-0. So it's not the best outcome for them, but I think Adroit's a good team to really bite their teeth into, I suppose, because like we've been saying, they've been undergoing a bit of roster changes. Not necessarily instability, but, you know, MCY, he's only been playing for them for a week, so it's a big change.
Do you think that comes into the way they're going to draft QO? Do you think MCY, they're just going to try and give him these stock standard, you know, hard carries, you know, your Terrorblades, your Anti-Mage, your Spectres, and just try and play around him? Or do you think they're going to just try and force him into that role and try and meld him into the greater team strategy?
I think they will be sticking onto that, especially like a current meta, like have a lot of like, I mean, carries like so strong in the lane itself, and then maybe in later of the game. So I think they'll try to trust like MCY that he will bring the games back if it's in bad positions.
And I think across your time as a pro player, you would have had people stand in, or you would have stood in for people. When that tends to happen, do you feel like it's more of that case that you're talking about right now, where the rest of the team kind of has to make you feel as comfortable as possible if you're standing in?
Well, it really depends on like which team you're like standing in for. Some team makes you like feel really confident, like they just like do whatever you're doing, and then like I'm gonna be like try to do as much as possible for you. Or some other team, they're try to stick to the team plan and let's try to play around that. So I'll say it's case by case.
Do you think it's harder coming in as a position 1, standing into a team? Obviously, you've played quite a lot of position 1 yourself and stood in for some high tier teams. You stood in for OG in some certain tournaments and stuff like that. Do you think it's harder coming in as a position 1 to stand in, whereas something like, maybe like a position 4 or even an offlaner might be a little bit different to stand in for?
I think it's especially same. Like position 1, position 4, you're still standing. Come on, like it's still the same feeling that you're just trying your best to show these guys that I'm like still not dead. I'm gonna be like winning this tournament if they're standing in. Like that's what you have to do.
I think with Adroit, you touched on the point, right, where MCY and Natsumi, they have similar sorts of play styles. So you should be able to stick to a same kind of team structure as they were playing with before. They're not going to expect him to do anything out of his comfort zone in a huge way.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Danok here. I think they'll just stick onto that plan.
All right, well, let's have a quick talk about the meta. Obviously, there hasn't been too many tournaments where we've had quite a lot of these high-tier teams playing against each other, so the meta hasn't really been tried and tested just yet. But we've been seeing quite a lot of these hard carries, back and forth. We've seen Spectres, Terrorblades, Anti-Mage, even first picks for all of these teams. Do you think that a lot of these Southeast Asian teams, because, we see that time and time again, they tend to have their own meta. Do you think they're going to start, holding in towards this QO? Do you think they're going to start going towards those Terrorblades, those Anti-Mage first picks, or is it going to be more, the tried and true Southeast Asia where they try and get their supports a little bit earlier on in the drafts?
That's something that we just have to figure it out. I actually, they might have practiced some hidden strategy. It's not been too long, since the patch applied. So I think we have to check it out. I think Secret the other day tried to use Visage carry, tried to play fast tempo gaming, but I don't know, because of the tower changes, I think it's a lot more harder to push and the game gets dragged a bit longer than usually.
I mean, speaking of weird carries, Visage carry, we've seen Chen carries. You were talking with us before about wanting to see Juggernaut in a position 4 role. Anything can work. It's the same as it always has been.
Yeah. And then March, I knew him since MVP days, and he loves trying something new that other people didn't try, and hopefully I can see that in this series.
Well, I guess coming into this group stage, it's a round robin, right? So they've got plenty of games ahead of them. So trying something a little bit different against a team like Adroit, who did just go for these roster changes, might be the best way for them to come to this series. If you're in the base camp here for TNC, Matt, are you trying to just smash out this series 2-0, trying to assert your dominance in your group, trying to get towards the top as quickly as you can, or are you just going to try and sit back and just kind of feel out the rest of the group and see where these teams like Adroit and stuff like that are sitting in towards your group?
I feel like you really need to make a statement from the get-go, right? There's that intimidation factor that does come into the equation. When you've got an established team like TNC, you want some of these lesser lights, your Aster Aries and so on and so forth, to really be quaking in their boots when they see that, oh, damn, I've got to come up against you next. And so you've got that little bit of an extra edge when it comes into the game. Maybe it's only half a second of a difference where you kind of second guess yourself before you make a decision, but at this level, that's the difference.
I feel like that kind of comes into quite a lot of the pub play, right? QA, you're a man of Southeast Asian pubs, so it feels like a lot of these high-tier carry players and mid players, they play a lot of their games like they play pubs. Do you think that coming to this online tournament, obviously there's going to be a little bit of lag issues for a lot of these players. People will be playing on certain different pings. Not everyone's going to be on the same like it is on LAN. Do you think that comes into the ideas, the way some of these mid players and carry players are going to play? They're just going to be like, all right, it's just a pub. We're just going to play this like an actual pub.
You still have to have different mindset. You can't play pubs. You have to treat this game a bit more seriously, but does not mean you have to play safe. I really want to see teams playing really aggressively. Maybe because that's my style.
Yeah, of course. You made that style famous.
Run them down.
Caveman Dota is the way.
So I want to see that styles, because even though there's a hard carries in the both team, the hard carries also have to join the fights this meta, and they have to run down together at some point. So I'll probably see a lot of aggressions in both teams.
Yeah,
the carries joining a lot of team fights. Even if anti-mage, they come in with Battle Fury and then try to blink in middle of the towers and then mana with people and die.
That sounds like a QO play.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, we've seen it, time and time again, obviously from QO as a play as well. Aggression does work out, especially in a lot of these other tournaments. It's kind of like, I feel like I kind of agree with you, Matt, with like, you want to kind of assert dominance in these kind of situations, right? Because, if you start becoming scary at the start, then, these teams might be second guessing themselves when they come into it because, a lot of these teams haven't really had these long drawn out tournaments like we've got here for ESL 1 Thailand. We've got 18 days of Dota ahead of us. We've got a lot of Dota ahead of us, and a lot of these teams, they haven't really had these long drawn out tournaments as of late. And, sometimes you can be going on a hot streak in a tournament, right? Like you can just have that good day where you just get those 2-3 series going. But if you start out the start of ESL 1 Thailand and you're beating everyone, just like running at everyone, it's going to put the fear in the hearts of quite a lot of these other teams, right?
It is, and you also don't want to be starting off on the back foot either. You never want to be playing for your tournament life, and in this particular format as well, I know you mentioned that top 4 from each group, they move on and move forward, but top 2 go to the upper bracket in each group, and you really want to secure that double chance when it really comes down to it.
All right, so it looks like, boys, we're quite deep in the draft here. So we were talking a little bit earlier on in the green room about this Venomancer Doom hero. Both of you said that those heroes will be banned no matter what, and I'm sorry to say, but TNC has both of them.
I mean, I didn't say Venom would be banned no matter what. I feel like Batrider is going to be banned, and I was right with that. But Doom, I'm a little surprised that it's gotten its way through to TNC, especially with the second pick as well. I felt like if they were to pick it up, they would have had to go for it first.
It was pretty expected. Venom, Doom, these days, like, it's just first pick material. Like, Magnus is banned. Like, all the carries can't be really picked in the first 2 picks. And
they're real lane dominators, really.
yeah, and then, like, especially with the Venomancer, KP loves it. Like, Armor can play it. Even, like, position 5, March been spamming a lot of that hero. And just go jungle. I'm expecting him to go jungle, like, level 5. Maybe after, like, let the carry, like, sort out his laning phase.
Yeah, but on the side of Adroit, though, I mean, Chen and Darkseer, they're not the worst heroes to lane into those things. I mean, I suppose when you've got the Doom, you can just go ahead and devour one of Chen's creeps eventually, which is going to be a bit annoying. But you do need to get in quite close to be able to do that. And once Doom has the spell that he wants, you don't really want to be losing that. I mean, I think it's just insane the amount of lockdown that hero has once you reach a certain point, and it feels like there's a very set way that you want to build it. Like phase, drums, blink, Ags. It seems like every single game is the way that you want to go.
And especially with Doom, like, he can actually go against the Darkseer lane, and he can, like, maybe rush into Midas, like, to just, like, fast farm all that stuff. If the probably Adroit doesn't get, like, hard carries, I highly likely can see Doom can go carry, and just Doom, the most important guy.
Yeah, I don't mind this Earth Spirit actually coming out from Adroit here. It's makes a lane that's a little bit more passive with a Darkseer have some kill potential. You've obviously got that Ion Shell, and then Darkseer, once he's got a few of those levels and he's got higher damage in the Ion Shell, you can just rotate towards the mid lane and make sure that your mid's going to have an easier time.
Yeah, it might not be too strong in lane. Like, Darkseer Earth Spirit is not, like, counted as, like, that strong laner, but in a team fight, and especially for ganking mid, like, I think that's a big part, like, with, like, where they can use their, like, heroes correctly.
Yeah, Darkseer is just super passive in lane. I feel like just Earth Spirit gives them something. Like, if the other team misplays significantly, you do have the ability to punish that.
Yeah.
But do you think it's a little bit on the weirder side, seeing Chen as well as Earth Spirit coming together as a support duo? You've seen sometimes when teams do pick this Chen hero, they try and have something that's, like, super hard lockdown. Obviously Earth Spirit, he does have that stun with the rolling boulder, but do you think maybe they might be lacking a little bit of lockdown here going up against TNC with having that Chen and the Earth Spirit as their 2 supports?
Well, it's not necessarily just the stuns that you need to think about, right? It's about the Earth Spirit geomagnetic grip, that the silence is the big thing, in my opinion, that they're really going to be looking to focus down on, the Mirana. If you don't have the leap, you don't have a lot of survival potential, at least until you get that Yule Scepter. With the Venomancer, oftentimes you just want to be able to get off your Gale and your Poison Nova, and then you're happy with how the team fight's gone. But if you can suddenly take that out of the arsenal and you're able to burst someone down with someone like a Slark with an Ion Shell on it, it changes the game a fair amount.
Yeah, I think they didn't have, like, too many good options to pick last, like, for carry, like Venom, Mirana, and Doom. I think all those heroes were, like, could be strong, like, against, like, some sort of carries, and I think they got forced to pick, like, Slark over here, and then with that, they can get, like, 1 free pick. Void.
What were the options really? Slark, PL, not much else really.
Yeah, PL, like, it can go both way if they took PL against Venomancer, because like PL doesn't really want to play against Veno too in the same
Yeah.
time.
I think that also comes back to what you were saying a little bit earlier, Kyo, how March does like playing that Venomancer. There seems like they've got quite a few players that can play that Venomancer across all the roles. So being able to have this flex pick at the start with the Venomancer does kind of pigeonhole a lot of these carries, but at the same time, they could just switch it to a position 5 if there was a good carry matchup like the Slark is, and then still have a really good lane for that, that pos 4 and pos 3 for that KP likes to run.
Yeah, I think that's what makes like TNC a bit stable team. Like that every players are experienced enough to work around with like a lot of different draft, and they're confident. Confident is everything, in my opinion. So
yeah, I mean, if you have a look at their picks and bans even over the past month or two, there's really no hero that stands out above the rest as like a TNC hero. There's not like a staple where you're like, all right, this hero's made it through. It's always going to be picked because so-and-so plays it all the time. Everyone's just so even across the board. The thing that's got me really confident with TNC is that Tim's has got his Mirana, which I feel like he's most likely going to be the one playing that because they've got something like an 85% win rate when he's able to pick it up.
Yeah, it also does allow them to have that Doom as a flex as well, right? KP as well as Armel can also play, they can play the Doom mid, they can play the Veno mid even if they wanted to, they can play the Veno as a 3, they can play the Doom as a 3. I think that really does go to show that, as you were saying a little bit earlier, QO, about how strong TNC is because all their players can play so many different heroes. You're not going to be pigeonholed every single time because we'll see across this tournament, there is some teams that have to get pigeonholed into certain play styles and certain heroes, and that's where it can really start to shoot you in the foot here for a lot of these drafts. But as of right now, I think it's quite strong. This Slark hero, I feel like this hero has been looking pretty bad for quite a long time. Obviously, with the changes of Silver Edge makes it look quite good sometimes, but you're going up against a Doom. Like, every single game that you play up against Doom, you got to remember one hero is going to be basically taken out of every team fight.
I mean, I'm just going to defer this to QO because Slark is like your exact style of hero. So how are you feeling with how he's placed in the meta right now?
I feel like Adroids are forced to like snowball like in this game, like without like TNC will be obviously like avoiding like a lot of team fights, like if the Veno ulti and Doom's like Doom is down, and they're gonna try to split the map as much as possible. Meanwhile, like if Adroid doesn't force like enough or take the map enough, I feel like Slark's gonna have not too good games, like because of the Doom and Chrono factor.
Yeah, I do like the last ban coming out from Adroit with the Zeus going away. It means that they've picked up a very similar style of pick with that flex that they had available to them. They can suddenly have March, right, he's going to be playing this. He's not playing the Venomancer. It's much more likely going to be KP. But if you've got the Doom that can just jump in on the front lines, if you've got a Venomancer that's going to be out there just getting off a couple of spells, you did have that capability to have a Zeus that can make Adroit's life very, very difficult. So good presence of mind by them, and it looks like they've just got their mid-hero left.
I'm expecting this Slark might not go Midas. Maybe he will rush Shadowblade and try to continually dominate just because of the surge and the Chen heal factor. Without like going into advantage, I feel like it's gonna be a bit hard for Adroit, but Lycan.
Something a little bit different.
Yeah.
So they're trying to really put TNC on the clock a little bit, take away some of their map control, use their superior movement that you might have with a Chen. And I completely agree with you with the Slark. I think you need to be getting your farm from kills as opposed to just farming the neutrals.
Yeah.
So it looks like we've got a little bit of a team fight going up against fast-paced here. TNC Predator, they're going to go for the Chronosphere and the AA combo, which is always really strong. And obviously Adroit with that Lycan pick is really good. But boys, where are we standing here? Final thoughts before we go. TNC or
Gotta say
Adroit?
TNC.
TNC.
All right, so both my panel are sitting here on TNC for a very first game. I'm going to go with TNC as well. But after this very short break, we do have our casters, My Little Pony, as well as Poglet Dota, being able to show you guys all the action. See you soon.
Feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away.
All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down and left.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of the first day of ESL 1 Thailand. Of course, we are into the group stages, and what a way to get us started. Of course, it is MLP, Dota, and Poglet. TNC Predator versus the side of Adroit Esports. Mate, how you feeling?
I am feeling great, and I'm so excited for this game. It's definitely a battle of styles. We're seeing Adroit. They realize probably coming into the late game, they're not as well prepared. They have this substitute carry. They want a death ball. They've picked the Chen, they've picked the Lycan. But TNC and Predator, they saw it coming. They've picked this nice team fight lineup. I'm excited to see them brawl. 20 to 25 minutes, this will be a fun game.
Mate, this is what I love about these two teams. They don't back down. It's all about establishing dominance as soon as possible, and I like the fact that Adroit has gone into the comfort pick of the Chen. We do see them running that quite a lot, and I can't wait. We're about to get into the game. Of course, I'm a bit torn as well. We do have an Australian on one side of the map, and on the other side, my favorite hero, the Earth Spirit, is upon us.
Oh, you're going to go for the Earth Spirit. I was going to say perfectly with the Chen pick and CML, we might be able to see it during this startup phase. He's actually got the nice like baboon looking skin, so it's quite nice fitting with the ape Dota that we're about to see with that all-in push strat. But you are right, we do have our boy KP for TNC Predator. And let's be real, there's always going to be a bit of bias when it comes to KP and the boys.
Oh, look, just a little bit. Not too much. And I should mention, by the way, while we do have a quick pause, of course, the panel did refer to me as My Little Pony. That is completely incorrect, ladies and gentlemen. It does not stand for My Little Pony, so please don't spam me in Twitch chat and Reddit afterwards.
You've made it worse.
Yeah,
I think you've realized you've just made it way worse. If you just avoid it, they might not have realized. They might just think, oh, it's a little inside joke. But now you're going to get MLP equals My Little Pony the entire 18 days we're here at ESL 1 Thailand.
Mate, I've been casting for, what, 2-3 years? And every single time, there's always one guy in the chat like, does that stand for My Little Pony? It's like, I can't answer this question any further. I'm done. I'll just accept the fact that I probably am going to just be called that for the rest of my life.
Yeah. The big secret is it the same person just throwing you under the bus over and over again?
Perhaps.
Just getting under your nerves, making sure that you're casting agitated. I think it's something to look forward to. We'll have to review the Twitch VOD later.
I'm never agitated, mate. I'm always a happy bloke, especially when we're watching some Dota, and we should be getting back into it very, very soon. Of course, we do have the go-ahead. So TNC versus Adroit. Both the teams can be a little bit inconsistent if we're completely honest. The panel was kind of favoring the TNC draft a little bit more. But I've got to ask you, who do you favor, just in terms of draft?
In draft alone, all things being equal, I will always take the easy to execute draft over the hard to execute one. So for this TNC Predator, they've got a really easy draft. Survive 25 minutes, and the game is very easy. So I have to give it to TNC Predator for that. That's all things being equal. The Lycan could overrun this game very quickly. There is going to be an absolute circus of creeps at the 10 to 15 minute mark with this Chen, with this Lycan Necro book coming through.
That there is. It's going to be a rough one here for TNC. We'll see if they can deal with it. Of course, the banner runes are about to spawn in just about 20 seconds. We will see the side of TNC already setting up for the bottom banner rune, I believe. So they might even just go for the top one and leave the bottom for Adroit. But looks like Gabby might have a go at this. Ben Soy already just sticking around.
Yeah, you might as well for Gabby here. You can't really take enough damage. You can always leap out with the Faceless Void Q. You can always use that time walk to reset. But it is risky. If you get the Earth Spirit on top of your head, like you said, your favorite hero, then it becomes really awkward if Boomy starts doing 200-300 damage to your carry.
Yeah, I'd agree. And if Ice Frog's listening, please keep buffing Earth Spirit. He's just not good enough quite yet. You know, there's a bit of room to grow, I think. Still.
You know what it is? I think you blame Jerax for that.
I do.
He absolutely butchered the hero by making it look so good, and no one else can play at that level.
That is very, very true, and there's that, and I'm quite terrible at the game. So, you know, it's either Jerax or me. Still, we're looking at that mid lane. Mel and Mac going to be up against each other. So Mac getting that farm and XP priority into the mid lane, and it shouldn't really be too hard of a matchup for Mac, I assume, up against the Doom. It seems like a pretty even kind of trading lane, and you can't really see anyone dying here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely an AFK farming lane. The problem is, Devour gives you free gold.
True.
So all things are going to be the same for Armel. It's going to be the same for Mac. But he's just going to get that bonus 50 gold, come up to 100, makes it all the way up to 200 per Devour. That is ridiculous for a mid lane that you can't die in.
It is quite ridiculous. Of course, looking down at bot lane, you'll see Gabby there. He's up against Ben Soy and Boomy. Boomy already taking quite a bit of damage, and we also see March on the AA. This is one of those, I'd say it's a passive lane, right? Like, you've got the Darkseid ES, but you can't really kill the Void as long as he has Time Walk. And we know with the Darkseid, he's quite passive in the laning phase, right? He just wants to spam his W and just let the creep wave push in every single time.
Yeah, definitely. If there is going to be a kill, it's obviously going to be on this March AA. If there's a mistake to be made here, it's the AA getting caught by Boomy, getting rolled in, getting kicked back, because AA is quite a squishy hero. He has a terrible stun and an absolutely woeful slow in the lane.
It's very, very true. Of course, we'll see Armel just going for a bit of a pull now. I believe he actually devoured a creep from the small camp, if I am correct.
He did indeed. The Chain Lightning coming through as well. A nice little push, so it's going to slow down Mac's push if he decides to go all in on this early tower aggression, which is quite normal for Lycan players.
Okay. Well, Mac will give it a bit to Armel. So Armel just got to control this lane as best as possible. Looking back down to the bot lane, Gabby is farming just fine right now. I mean, you look at the last hit board, he's sitting at 13-1. Not really struggling whatsoever, and that's kind of the downfall of the Dark Series. It can't really pressure you too much, especially if you are the Void. And of course, top lane, Poglet, the one we haven't looked at yet. You'll see Tim's there on his signature Mirana up against CML and MCY. And for now, there should be another hero around. It should be KP, but he's just been hiding in the back. And there we are. KP does pop up. And it should be a rather difficult lane, I assume, for the Slark going up against the Venomancer Mirana.
Yeah, I think it is going to be another one of those farming lanes where it just favors one side. But we're going to have to talk about mid lane because these two boys, they want blood. Mac and Armel, they're trying to kill each other under their own towers. They don't care.
That's what I mean. This is why I love these two teams. It doesn't matter what time of the game, what stage of the game it is. They're just going in, and it doesn't matter if they're alone. Expect Boomy though to rotate soon, surely on the ES if they are going to try and make those plays. Like you'd think he'd just leave Ben Soy here down this bot lane by himself and just let him have that solo XP because it is such an XP heavy kind of hero. Of course, CML top lane copying a lot of damage there from KP and Tim's, but he'll be alright. He'll just go back towards his tower and just passively heal up for now.
Yeah, this is quite an awkward lane as well for this Chen, because you have that extra regen coming through with the Divine Favor, but it's absolutely negated by Venomancer. Poison Sting with that extra degen is so strong against Chen, so annoying to deal with for a hero that usually has 10 to 15 health regen in the lane.
Definitely is. Gabby just... Again, I keep bringing this up. He's received a bit more pressure, I suppose, but he's still just farming fine. And it's going to concern you a little bit in this meta especially, right? Like, the Void just seems so powerful right now. And I realize the Droid, they're probably just following their kind of plan where they'll wait till the 15-20 minute mark and then just start running at you. But surely you want to control this Void a little bit more than they are.
Yeah, it is quite hard to. Obviously, it gets easier and easier with the levels in the Ion Shell.
Right.
But level 1, level 2 Ion Shell, they're not that strong. 24 damage a second is pretty pathetic. You can outlast hit that very comfortably. And level 3 is when it starts to get a bit harder. So look to see Bensoy start to control this lane level 4, level 5. But until then, Gabby's just going to have his way with it.
Fair enough. Of course, looking back to Armel and Mac, Mac going straight into the Necro book, which is pretty standard for the Lycans. I mean, he's dropped out of favor in terms of the meta as of late, but his build-up never really changes. He always just ends up going for Necro books, and that is going to allow the game plan of a droid just to be able to push down towers ASAP as to approach that 5-minute mark. Bounty runes come up, and it looks like it's just going to be a very simple 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, definitely. And just to bring back with that Necro book, the changes to Necrobook, they've made it better, in my eyes, for Lycan. Bit worse on towers, bit worse on creeps, but it does that 10-15% more damage to heroes. And Lycan is one of those run at heroes, not run at towers, and then you take with the overwhelming odds of your creeps.
Zarmel, right now in that mid lane, just having the time of his life. He's top of the last hits board, and with that Devour, his farm is just going to escalate, and it's one of the reasons why we just keep seeing the Doom popping up over and over again, and I'm quite surprised it wasn't banned in the first place.
Yeah, they got the Veno, they got the Doom. They seem to have gotten every hero they wanted. Their draft was quite quick. Obviously, we get to watch from a second. Oh, bot lane.
Yeah, March is in trouble. He's been blocked off by Boomy, and looks like he will go down. Bensoy there to secure the kill, but Gabby, he's going to try and go for a bit of a trade. Nice time walk forward. Bensoy still trying to fight back, but does go down. And now Boomy, he also tried to join in on the fight, but he's also going to go down. Gabby gets himself a double kill. And that's just something you don't want to give to the Void this early on.
Yeah, a Void with pretty much free farm, like we've said so many times before. And the worst part of that is, he gets solo XP. He's level 6 now at 6 minutes. They're going to come back into the lane. He's going to have Chrono up. He already has the Treads and the Wraithbent. He could probably just solo kill with the AA, potentially giving a bit of help with the Cold Feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, he'll just be left alone down at that bot lane. Looks like Bensoy might make the rotation in. We haven't really seen any rotations out from the Earth Spirit across the map yet, but there it is, Boomy. He shows up at the top lane, trying to use that that Dark Seer Iron Shell to get in close to KB and get some damage out, but doesn't really get too much off.
Yeah, this is such a hard game for an Earth Spirit. All three of these lanes are impossibly hard to kill the cores. You jump on top of a Veno, you might kill him, but you're definitely dying for it. Like, you go under that tower, Tims throws that arrow, KP gets 2 or 3 Poison Sting plus wards down, you're dying for it. Yeah, you go in the mid lane, it's a Doom with 35 H regen right now. He's pretty much unkillable, especially because he has the Ice Armor to back it off. And then obviously, like we can see, Gabby is incredibly farmed right now.
Yeah. Doom, such a balanced hero of all things, right? Just with that crazy amount of regen, you just can't kill him. And like you said, the bonus armor is going to make it even harder. Still Armel controlling the last hits board himself. He's still at the top, just in front of Gabby right now by about one last hit. Boomy is making a bit of a rotation into the mid lane, but you'd assume he's just there to soak some XP right now. Like, he's probably not going to be able to find any kind of kill, especially considering nobody's there at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Like we just saw, Team Adroit, they've escaped to the jungle. They're going to just farm up here until they get the Necro Book. Probably level 1, level 2 would probably when I see it start to go. But it's so hard for them to push right now. They're losing all 3 lanes just slightly. Not enough to be overly concerned that the game's over, but just enough to think, I can't really commit to that 8-9 minute pushing.
Yeah. Tim's also going to show up in that mid lane. Boomy still sticking around. Boomy is going to be committed down the bot lane. It will be on top of the Darkseer, but Boomy is going to TP in, and a nice kick away with the roll into Armel. He's still going to make the chase though with the Scorched Earth, and it looks like it's a guaranteed kill here. Bensoy just unable to get out of there, and Boomy, I mean, he tried his best, but it was really to no avail.
Yeah, honestly, I love that from Boomy though. That was a heads-up play to realize he could kick him away, potentially keep him alive.
Back?
Oh, top lane?
He's going to go for the wolf form, just rushing top. KP obviously realizes he's the target, and that's one thing you can do up against the Lycan, just TP.
Yeah, and now the raid boss is going to come in. Mac has another 5 or 6 seconds left of this charge, so he's going to get away. But he has to bail. That's the first use of Shapeshift. And he gets absolutely nothing but a KP TP. Who, by the way, TP to the tier 2, so he's still farming up here. He didn't leave.
No, he did not leave. He'll go back to the jungle and just enjoy himself. And Adroit just going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out some kind of other game plan. But TNC Predator have found themselves 2k net worth ahead at the 9.5 minute mark. We are slowly approaching that point where Adroit, they do need to start making some pressure occur across the map. Speaking of pressure, MCY will probably want to get involved with his team early on the Slark, I assume. Not really one of those position ones where you just sit there and farm all game. And, well, he'll have to watch out for Armel. Doesn't really have the Doom at the moment. Just thread it.
But yeah, this is the sign that QO still knows his stuff despite having not been in the team for a while. He talked about that Rush Shadow Blade. I've looked at MCY's items, and it is Treads, Wraithbend, Wand, Shadow Blade queued up. He's still got it. The man's still very good.
He definitely is bot lane. There is going to be a Chrono expended. It is just onto CML, and Bensoy has been stunned up. I believe that was Tims with the arrow connecting on the roll, and Boomy does also go down. So CML, I mean, I thought that was going to be the only kill occurring down that bot lane, but an arrow from Tims just connecting perfectly.
Yeah, and now this is getting scary. You can see, obviously, Gabby's building towards that natural Battle Fury pickup. He's not going for the Midas. He understands that he needs to clear these creeps coming in. And if they haven't set up this push, by the time this Battle Fury comes in, you're going to see a blink on Doom. Doom actually on the top lane is going to go for the Slark.
Yeah, Armel got to be slightly cautious, but MCY, he's the one that goes into the Shadow Dance, and he's still burning to the Ice Blast. He just can't survive it. The Scorched Earth Ice Blast was just more than enough to kill him. They don't even need the Doom right now.
Yeah, and you can see already, Adroit realized they need to push something. So they're going to go for the tier 1 bot. But already, you can see what's happening. Gabby's come top, Doom's already up here. This is just going to be a trade, and there's no Fortify coming for Radiant, so they have to commit to this.
Yeah. It's just the standard dance that happens past that 10-minute mark. Just go after the tier 1 towers, secure those, and get a bit more map control for yourselves, as I believe we did catch a bit of a smoke there. Armel and March, they still have the Doom.
I'm not sure what they're going to find, though, because there's only the Earth Spirit. Boomy's in the mid lane, and that's all they're going to find.
For now, they're not even going to find that. Boomy, he'll make his way out. Just having a bit of a surf on his staff. Of course, KP just sticking around that mid lane, ensuring it does continue to stay pushed out. Eventually, Gabby will just take the top tier 1 tower by himself. But bot lane, Tims could be in a spot of danger. He is being surrounded right now by quite a few heroes from the side of Adroit.
Do they have detection, though? Because he has the Moonlight Shadow up. I don't see any detection on their 3 heroes. So a 3-leap Mirana with Moonlight. I don't know if that's the gank you want to take this far in the game. Or
they're rolling in onto the Mirana. Tims, he'll be just fine. He didn't even need the leap. He accepted the roll from Boomy and just kind of sat at his tier 2 tower.
Fair enough from Boomy. He does commit the TP. Obviously, we did see the AA come in March. Wanted to save his boy, but you've committed a pos 5 TP. Everyone else is AFK fast. This is so good right now for TNC.
Certainly is. KP going to spot out Boomy again. Great Veno ward placement there from KP on the Veno. Still, they obviously want to try and make a play through this mid-tier 1 tower if they can. It's still very, very early on, and it looks like they are going to back off just for a bit.
Yeah, Boomy got caught once again by the ward down.
Oh no, poor old Boomy.
Oh, he's just getting hit by Poison Sting all the way up the lane. They do have to commit for this though. They've brought Gen Creeps, they've brought obviously all the units for Max.
Moonlight is going to be popped. They're making their way in slowly, TNC, but they've lost the tier 1 tower. Just no real defense apart from KB being around. I didn't really think they'd want to let that tower go this early on, but I suppose up against the Lycan, you don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, I mean, 13 minutes in, man, I'd count that as a win that it hasn't fallen already.
Right.
It is a Lycan. He usually gets it around the 7-minute mark.
That is very, very true. Tims looks to make the rotation down onto MCY at the bot lane, but he seems to know something is awry here.
That's a heads-up scan. They just scanned the Doom, who's farming the small camp. Not the hero they were looking for, but they obviously spot out Tims on the rotation as well.
Be a big smoke coming in. Adroit, they pop the wall form again. They know KP's in the mid lane, so they'll go straight after that kill, but he does use the Poison Nova. Now Boomy missing the roll, but gets the boulder smash, and KP is going to go down. TNC unable to really punish here for now. They do bring Gabby in with the Chrono, but he hasn't popped it yet. But he'll run in now onto Boomy. Mel just trying to go after the Earth Spirit, and there's your Chrono. It does connect on 2 with the wall being dropped, but they do lose Boomy. Can they at least punish TNC? There's a Doom coming up from Armel onto the Slark, but he's just still chasing forward. He doesn't care for the Doom. Gabby, do you turn back around?
His Slark's got to be careful. If he gets jumped on once more, Armel does have the blink if he doesn't get these creeps top of his head. But yeah, a nice little trade. Kind of favouring Adroit, all things considered, with all these spells being used.
Certainly so. MCY looking to go back in with the Surge, and that's a kind of a ridiculous combination you could run there with the Darkseer. Slark is just Surge the Slark, and suddenly he's just running at 700 move speed. No problems here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind them seeing eventually go for the Lycan Ags as well. That Ags Bite gives Slark that shapeshift ability. I don't know if it'll get there because they really want to be able to finish the game before that, but it might be something nice in the late game to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Why?
And while the game's quiet, I just wanted to mention something. KP, we're talking about his ping, his lag issues, the fact he had to tank up in the draft. He's going Crimson Guard first item against all these units. I reckon that's a heads-up play from him. That's why it took so long for MCY to kill him in that charge.
It's the way to play it, right? Like, you're this squishy Veno, you just want to stay alive as long as possible and just spam out wards as much as possible during a team fight. The longer you can survive, the better. And it's like you said, the Crimson Guard obviously has a lot of value this game up against the side of Adroit. MC Wise, what's he going for here? Is he just rushing the Shadow Blade on the Slark, or perhaps even an MKB? He does just have the Blitz Knuckles there on that Slark.
I think his Courier does have a Shadow Blade on it. It does. So his Courier's coming in, the Shadow Blade is coming. I don't know if you're going to be able to pick anyone though, because you see Tim's is the only one really showing anywhere close to MC1. But like it, but Mac's going to come in.
Yeah, they're going to try and roll, but KP does juke that out. Now Poison Nova and Gale being expended, and he knows they can't cancel the TP. Well, they could have. MCY very, very close, but not quite there. Still Mac, he's going to make the chase.
Mac needs to be careful here. Doom's behind him and he doesn't realize this yet. He's going to pick up March, but it's whether or not he can get out before he gets on top.
Armel going to try. Chase him down with the Scorched Earth. He doesn't have Doom for another 5 seconds, but he also has the net to hold him down. Still, here comes MCY. Getting the pounce off, and will also be dropped. Armel is very low, but he does get the Doom off in time. They got Mac, but Boomy protecting. Chrono almost there, but not quite yet. Boomy got to be very, very cautious about this with Ben Soy, but they are just dancing around the side of TNC, going back in with the Magnetize being refreshed. Now in comes CML. Tim still just leaping away, and now a TP in from March. They're just baiting perhaps. Where is this Void? Not there quite yet. Tims, he does go down, and now March maybe regretting the TP in, but no, here comes Gabby with the 3-man Chrono and the Ice Blast to fly in with the poison damage from KB, but they are healing up. They don't care. Or maybe Boomy does. He does end up going down, but now CML also to go, and these bashes coming out from Gabby. He gets MCY, but they could not finish off the final Darkseid in the team fight, but it is still a 1-for-3 trade. You can't be unhappy about that one.
Yeah, it does make it a bit better that obviously March and Armel died previously, but that overextension made that trade 3-for-1, Tim's dying. That is a huge pickup for TNC after a really lost fight. The Doom was committed, the Chrono obviously had to bail out, Moonlight was committed as well. I think TNC got lucky there to get that trade.
It's a nice trade nonetheless. They'll just get back to the drawing board, just keep farming up. They understand if they go past a certain time up against this draft, they should have the advantage. We are approaching that time as it goes on. We're at the 18-minute mark, a 6K net worth lead now for TNC. Of course, they are sitting 11-5 at the moment, and well, Gabby, he's just well and truly ahead in terms of net worth, sitting at 11.5K on this Faceless Void, and already has the Manta up with the Battle Fury. They're adroit. They're going to try for the Roshan play. Can they do it quick enough?
I did see the scan go off, so TNC Predator, they know it's coming. KP's going to start being the nuisance that is Venomancer and throw wards down. But I don't know if you want to fight this. Mac's going to come out and charge someone very quickly. March doesn't want to be seen here.
They don't have the Chrono either on Gabby. It's a very hard team fight. They'll start with the Ice Blast. MCY will juke that out, but there's the Poison Nova. Roshan's so darn low at the moment. They're going to rush back in. Mac, this is going to be a real fight over this Roshan. That Aegis is going to be susceptible. Gabby, he does jump in and he does swipe the Aegis away from the side of Adroit, and now it's all kinds of chaos. But it's Adroit that are the ones losing lives here. TNC, they are destroying this dire side. They are just unable to fight back at the moment. Ben Soy just trying to surge himself out of there. Tim's trying for the arrow, doesn't quite land it. And Boomy should be just safe, but well, you just gave an Aegis away and you just lost 3 heroes. It is not looking too pretty for the side of Adroit Esports.
You know it's a bad fight when the only benefit I can say for Adroit, they got the last hit on Roshan.
No.
They got that bit of gold, but they threw it all out the window when they died in the fight after. Just a heads-up play there coming from KP. He sets up the fight so well by splitting them with the Poison Nova. There's nothing you can do because half your team is taking that damage over time. The other half isn't sure whether they want to commit.
Adroit, they've got to be a bit more disciplined here with these Roshan plays, and TNC, of course, now just understand. Again, they can relax. They've got an Aegis. They might want to make some use of it, and we'll see the Roshan play now. Of course, the Vac, rather the wall was dropped, and it was really Gabby just time walking at the perfect moment to go after that Roshan and the Aegis, and you don't get the last hit of the Roshan, but who cares? You got the main thing you wanted. Of course, after that, it was just so easy to just chase him down.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's actually the window that Adroit needed. If they don't get that Roche, which obviously happened in the end, Now they can't push tier 2s because Gabby can just suicide into the next fight. And it's so hard to kill a Void twice, especially when he has that mantle like you said. He's getting up towards level 20 already as well. He's going to have that attack speed or that time warp cooldown, both of which will do wonders in this game.
It's going to be a real problem for Adroit. But what would you do right now, Poglet? Like, if you're in this game right now, you're leading Adroit, what's the game plan now? Because it's not looking too great for him, and they're going to need a way back in. In fact, hold that thought, because we do have a smoke from TNC.
I was about to say, their gameplay is hope TNC overextend and throw, to be honest.
Might be that one time.
The only pickup they can get is KP, who's farming lanes, but everyone else, like you said, smoked up. Gabby's ready with the Chrono as well. This is a 3-man Chrono waiting to happen.
They're all grouped up. Armel, he jumps in with the Doom, and now the Chrono does come out, connecting on two with the Ice Blast follow-up, and they just cannot sustain themselves. They've lost the Lycan and the Darkseer. Now Armel just chasing down CML. CML will not survive, and perhaps not even Boomy. He tried to kick away the Void, and he does just get slammed by Armel on the way out.
Armel clowned him there. He even had time to hold, hit him with the Infernal Blade as he goes for the rollout. TNC are just feeling themselves, man. There's nothing else to say. This has been close to a perfect game for TNC Predator.
I'd say so. No mistakes really being made here by TNC, and with a 13k net worth lead, they are well and truly on their way to pulling off the first game victory. And I mean, that's just unfortunate. You even look at the courier that just went down, MCY, ends up getting the courier, or rather getting his courier killed off with the ultimate orb, and just hurts.
I'm not even sure Scardy was the item to save him, but he needed those stats. That 200 extra health, the 10 extra damage coming in with the Agi, and the attack speed, obviously. He's going to have to live without it, though, because I don't see TNC stopping. They're going to take this tier 2. They're going to reset the fight. Obviously, they've got another minute on the Roshan, I believe, 90 seconds. So it's a really awkward window for Adroit right now.
It certainly is. Arrow out from Tim's, not going to land, but it's just a nice scouting arrow as Adroit. They have smoked up right behind Boomy.
And Armel doesn't
but Armel, he just jumps in straight onto the Earth Spirit. Ice Blast is going to land. They still want to try though. MCY, look at that Surge Slark, just rushing forward into 4 heroes. He does not care. With that Shadow Dance available, he feels confident, but there's the Poison Nova out from KB. Does that dissuade them? Not quite, but here comes Gabby jumping into the backline, straight out to CML, and now he also gets Boomy down. These poor supports just cannot sustain themselves, even Ben Soy getting caught up in the team fight. A triple kill out for Gabby, and there's the GG call.
Yeah,
they just called it.
I think they saw the axe on Faceless Void there. They realized we can't even push strat them because they're going to get all of their creeps destroyed at once. And it's just too hard of a game. 23 minutes in, Adroit fall down, and TNC Predator played the perfect game in my eyes.
They certainly did, of course. That is game 1 of the whole tournament of the group stage. Finishing up very, very quickly. A very dominant victory for TNC Predator. And we are going to head off to a break, Poglet. We're going to be back very, very soon for our second game and our second draft. We're heading back to the panel. But for now, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you again very, very soon.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
G'day everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand. It was a 20-minute stomp fest there for TNC and they were able to take out the first game up against Adroit. It looks like Teamfight is a lot better than just running your face into towers, but unfortunately for Adroit, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and see if they can bring this back to a 1-1. I'm Fluke, joined again by my wonderful analyst. Sorry, you guys got tongue-tied. I just looked into Matt's eyes and I got tongue-tied a little bit there. So Danog as well as Kyo, guys, welcome back. We're sitting out in the green room watching that game and I mean, it looked good, and then that Roche fight happened, and then it didn't look so good anymore.
I think there was only one fight where it really did look good for Adroit. It was around that mid-tier 1 tower that we were talking about, right? They didn't fight for whatever reason on TNC, and we felt like they really could defend at that point because they had about a 2,000 net worth advantage on both their two main cores. And well, they were able to turn it around anyway, but it could have potentially backfired on them. So maybe something for other teams to take advantage of.
Yeah, like I was actually surprised how they didn't manage to fight over there, but I'm assuming because of the team call, like let's just give it up, like the mid tower, it's okay, we don't want to make like mistakes and we're just gonna win by snowballing, and they just farm and you win the game.
I mean, 23-minute Ags on Void is always going to be a really good game, and I think as soon as Adroit saw that, they just called it.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was a little bit of an arm wrestle for a little bit there. Then it got to a point where, you know, us in the green room, we were lucky enough to be able to see the net worth, and we understood that Armel as well as Gabby was so much further ahead than the Adroit cores. But it really did feel like that they didn't quite understand the massive amount of lead that they had, and then they took that one good fight at Roche, and that was basically their on switch, right? TNC just continued to run over Adroit for the next couple of fights, and that was basically game over. And I think now Adroit potentially could have just let this Venomancer and this Doom combination go through just to test the waters a little bit up against TNC, maybe to see whether or not they were going to be the ones who are going to prioritize those heroes. But I mean, this Doom hero just seems absolutely bonkers.
I think these fights were really like the turnaround factor. Like Adroit like didn't have like too good laning phase, but they managed to sort of snowball. Then Gabby 3-man chrono into AA Blast.
They'd extended way too far as when Shapeshift had already expired, so there really was no reason for them to be there. There was no objective that they could take, and they didn't quite have the damage to do so. And then, you know, the resulting factor is at the start of that team fight, there was a 7k net worth in TNC's favor, and they just used that to really take over the game.
And like you see time and time again here in the package, it's just Gabby's just hitting these perfect chronos, being able to hit in 1 or 2 cores, making sure that he was always locking down the right heroes, either getting the Lycan, either getting the Slark stuck inside of it. And it just meant that these super mobile cores just couldn't really get anything done. They had a Darkseer, they had a Slark, they had a Lycan. All heroes that love running around in a team fight, but you can't run around a team fight if you're stuck inside time. So unfortunately for Adroit, they weren't able to really play their heroes in this, but I think it's the starting game here for Adroit was pretty good, but they just need to kind of have a little bit more of a lead and not allow Armel and Gabby just to farm so much.
I feel like they just lost it in the draft. You know, you can't let Veno Doom through as the 1-2, especially when Doom is one of your most picked heroes and most banned as well. And I think they first picked the Venomancer and they didn't pick the Doom themselves. So it's like, I don't know, it just seems like a bit of an issue for me.
Yeah. Usually when teams like just let it go because they probably do their practices or they do like the theory like drafting, and maybe they had like solution to Doom, and then they knew they were gonna take Doom, like from Adroit's point of view, because there's no way like you just let it go through. And then they picked Chen and Doxia, which is like reasonable for handling Doom, but unfortunately, like they fall into the draft where it requires like a lot of snowball, and TNC didn't fall for it and couldn't force like good like team fights just because of the bad like how the laning phase went. And I think that was a big factor.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think you need to not only play what you're comfortable with, but also take away a lot of the comfort from other teams, because you don't want anyone playing on autopilot, because then it just becomes so much easier for them. You can lay back. You're not going to have quite as much stress in your team comms, and especially against someone like KP, who we mentioned is playing from Australia. That is a factor that you can abuse, but not if you're going to give him one of his most favorite heroes in that Veno.
Yeah, exactly. It really does feel like that Adroit might need to go back to the drawing board. But boys and girls, before we do get into Game 2 here of TNC and Adroit, we've got something a little special from our nice friends over at DHL. They do have their DHL drop quiz, where you guys can Twitch chat, can start to flex your Giga brains and see if you guys have all the Dota knowledge. I'll leave you guys with a nice little explanation video, and we'll see you on the other side.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
Looks like all you Giga Chads in Twitch chat can make sure you guys can flex a little bit of your knowledge here for the DHL drop quiz. Make sure you use !DHL drop as well in the Twitch chat to see if you guys get the right answer. But we have our first question of the day for you guys here. Make sure, remember to use !DHL drop, and we'll hand it over to Shiva to see what our first question is.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz, where you can win loads of prizes. Here's the following one. Which team won ESL 1 New York in 2015? Is this A, Team Secret? Is this B, Vega Squadron? Is this C, Invictus Gaming? Is this D, CDEC Gaming? Make sure to answer the questions by typing !DHL drop in the chat, followed by the corresponding answer. And of course, to make sure, or to see how you're doing, make sure to check out the link below, the DHL Motion blog. You can just log in with your Twitch and find out how you're doing.
Bit of an interesting one there for you guys in Twitch chat. Maybe the esports historians might be able to get that one done. New York 2015, the winner for ESL 1. That's a little bit of a hard one, and obviously some of you guys might be able to figure that out. You've got a couple of minutes to get that done, so make sure you use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter for your answer. And we'll come back a little bit later to give you guys the correct answer. But boys, here on the desk, I've got something for you guys to think over. ESL 1, New York 2015 finals. Who are you guys thinking?
Yeah, we're kind of like the phone of friends for Twitch chat, right?
Yeah,
where
pretty much.
We can give a little bit of assistance. People still have a couple of minutes to get their answers in, but that was really around your heyday, right, QO? Like around that time, 2014, 15, 16. If MVP was at the tournament, I think they would have won back then, but I feel like it was Vega that took that one out.
I remember like in 2015, we were like very fluky. So
all skill.
But I remember Vega Squadron was like pretty strong. They were
with no one and 9 Pasha.
Yeah,
and
they
Solo.
look really promising.
Yeah.
But like Team Secret, they always performed well since they created. So I think it's either Vega.
We need
or
an answer.
Team
We need a
Secret.
definitive
one.
we need something, QO. We need something. You have to choose one. You have to choose one.
I really want to get that pack though. Yeah, but I'll go for Vega. Yep.
All right, so it looks like both my analysts are sitting here on Vega Squadron for our champions for ESL 1 New York 2015. I'm probably going to have to roll with Team Secret, but boys and girls, we do have Game 2 of TNC versus Adroit up after this very short break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. See you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day, you wanna stay out. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high. Chasing the night, chasing the night. Chasing the night, chasing the night.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Welcome everyone back here to ESL 1 Thailand. I hope everyone in Twitch chat did your exclamation mark DHL drops and get your answers in nice and quick, because we do have our answer coming up for you guys very, very shortly. But before we do get into that, I do have my special little box here for my friends over at DHL. Lovely little box that we've got here, and I can show you guys what you could potentially be winning here with the DHL drop in chat.
Now, if I told you you could have $100 or what's in the box, what would you take?
I've just seen what's in the box, so what's in the box?
All right.
All right. So this is some of the cool stuff that you guys can potentially win here through our exclamation mark DHL drops. So this looks like some sick, nice little ESL 1 tracky dacks. Obviously, everyone in Australia is kind of using those right now, being in the winter, so it's a little bit cold. So Matt, unfortunately, you can start to hold those. Unfortunately, you can't model them. That's what I was being kind of sad about. And we've got these lovely ESL 1 socks here. You guys obviously can't see it, but all of my lovely panel members do have some very cool fruity socks on today. So we are connoisseurs of the good socks, and these definitely have my seal of approval. So Matt, you can hold that for us. But obviously, all you guys in Twitch chat have been getting your answers in with exclamation mark DHL drop. So for all you guys at home, let's go see what the answer will be and whether or not you guys are all correct. So it looks like Vega Squadron are the ones that come out on top here, boys.
I mean, when it's right, it's right, you know. QO and I, we're starting this day off and the tournament off with a victory in our predictions. And unfortunately, it's a big, fat goose egg for you, Luke.
I mean, I'm kind of used to that, right? But QA, you know, you were talking about Vega Squadron. Were you 100% on the Vega Squadron side just because Matt was doing it, or did you feel that in your loins?
I don't know. At some point, Vega Squadron was strong, and that's when it was 2015 and 2016. Like, I don't see too much often about like what they're doing, but yeah, like maybe there must be a reason why Vega Squadron is in the list, and I just chose it.
I mean, it was basically the team VP before VP became the juggernaut of VP, right? So
yeah, pretty much. That was where like basically a lot of their core players had come from. But enough about the past. Now we do have something to get into our future, which is Game 2 between TNC and Adroit. Boys, we had a bit of a slugfest for that first one. It was a slugfest basically going one way, where TNC just beat into Adroit for a little bit. Coming into Game 2 here, is there much that Adroit need to change? Maybe something along the lines with their Slark being changed a little bit, not letting Venomancer Doom go through. Like what's if you're in the base game here for Adroit, what are you trying to push forward for Matt?
It all has to come back to the draft, right? I just feel like they need to fix things up a little bit, pick something that TNC aren't comfortable with. I think TNC are always going to ban that Bat Rider. It's the only hero that is far and away just something they do not want to play against. So, I don't know, maybe picking the Doom for themselves, picking Veno for themselves. I mean, there's so many strong heroes this patch. You can't really put your finger on any one thing.
Or just take it off, you know? Like first game, like they planned it, they knew Doom and Veno is gonna come out, didn't perform too well against it. Might as well second game just take it off, just ban those heroes and then play like some like their style hero. I think like Adroit is like currently very aggressive snowbally sort of team, and I really want to see that style. But like if you're versing against Doom, who's like really high net worth, gonna stay in the front line with Scorchers, like how can they come in? They won't be able to access in, and Venom as well. So it might as well, I think it's just easier to remove it.
Or if you do let Doom through, they had to gank it much sooner than they did, right? Like it was 5 minutes and there were no kills on the map, and you have an Earth Spirit that you can potentially roll in. Doom still has relatively low armor, so you could get a kill down.
I think over there, Mac made a little bit of mistakes, or Armor laned a bit like too well. Like he whacked like more like than what he expected, and then there was often like Lycan was lower than Doom.
Yeah.
But I was more expecting, even though Doom devours one of the Ulf, like one Ulf and like Lycan to be just hitting the Doom together. Yeah, but maybe that didn't happen too much, so Earth Spirit didn't get an angle to come.
Well, it looks like Adroit have heeded the warnings of my analysts here, and they got rid of the Doom, but the Venomancer still is the one that he's poking around. Clockwork as well as Bat getting taken out from TNC, and Magnus on the other side for Adroit. I feel like we're probably never going to see Magnus for the entirety of ESL 1 Thailand. That's going to be my bold prediction for day one, boys and girls. That is going to be, I'd imagine there will be no Magnus that we'll be seeing because that hero is far too busted right now.
Maybe not today, but I think the whole tournament's a bit of a stretch, and they just go straight back to the Venomancer. Why not? KP plays it so well, and again, they have that flexibility to be able to pop it on March, or whoever else wants to play it essentially, and it's going to be perfectly fine for them.
I feel like they might have practiced anti-mage to second pick. Like other teams were doing it. Anti-mage is good, like deal way method to the Venomancer. So we could potentially see that coming here.
Yeah, I feel like Phoenix being picked up by Adroit is another one of those heroes that's really just straight busted right now. As Sunray is such a strong ability. Little buffs coming to Supernova means that it's not quite as killable when it's only level 1. And yeah, why not? You have, well, it was an 85% win rate on the Tim's Mirana previous to that. Well, now it's going to be sitting at like 88 or something along those lines.
Oh, I know. The win rate keeps skyrocketing here, but, being able to pick that up again as well allows them to put themselves in a position where they can utilize that aggressive position for like Tim's likes to do. Those flashy kind of heroes that really sets up the map for them. But the Terrorblade is the second pick here for Adroit. So putting themselves in a situation where they're picking this hard carry early on, they're going to set themselves up in a certain style of draft. And you can kind of, if you're TNC, you understand how this team's going to play basically from the get, right?
If you draft or carry later on, especially against Veno and Mirana, there's not gonna be any hard carries left to deal with these guys. So might as well just pick it early and try to remove some good carries that's good against Terrorblade. I think that's what the Adroits are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them that flexibility to do that, right? So, like you're mentioning, they're probably going to, in these next 3 bans on Adroit's side, get rid of all of these carries, just ones that TB really doesn't want to play into. But now that the carry has been revealed, TNC have the luxury of getting rid of some higher priority supports. The Treant Protector, I think, is their second most banned hero on TNC side. So the fact that they have the luxury of being able to get rid of it now is pretty solid for them.
Yeah, maybe we could see tiny ban, in the 4th ban as well.
Yeah. Are there many carries that if you're playing Terrorblade, you don't want to stack up against QA? Is there any other heroes? Obviously, Morphling is a good one with the shotgun ability, but is there any other ones that stick out to you that you want to get rid of if you're a Terrorblade player?
Well, maybe Slark, PA. I mean, I'm gonna say PA every time. So good luck with that. But I think PA can counter everything. So.
I mean, if you get enough evasion procs, you're going to be able to kill anything, right?
True.
I guess to the point, you just build a BKB, dude.
I mean, they could look
BKB wins games, apparently.
They could look to do some lane swaps as well, right? Because even with a TB, you really don't want to be laning into this Venomancer. Once that Metamorphosis is down, I suppose you can go into the jungle if you really want to, once you're level 3 or so, but it's going to be rough still.
Yeah, but the main reason why we can't really see too much lane swap is because of the tower bonus. And that gives 3 armor plus 1 regen, which is really favored for carry, they just want to stay near the tower as much
Even
as
for
possible.
a TB that already has so much armor?
Plus 1 regen.
True.
Okay.
Plus 1 regen.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, regen's always good because it has recently been buffed quite a lot. A lot of heroes getting that base regen buff as well. Tango's a little bit better now. Salves last a little bit longer as well, so that's getting nerfed. So, having these base amounts of regen is always good to have.
Especially against a Veno who's doing damage over time. So anything that's just going to provide you with that long-term sustainability is going to be really useful. I think it's just a balancing act of, right, do you want that 1 regen or do you want constant negative regen, not negative regen, but constant damage over time coming your way from the Veno? It's tough.
Too, but we have to also consider what will TB gonna get if he goes off lane, because if the lane goes bad, he's gonna die a lot of times just because of how the lanes are formed.
He's gonna die a lot of times, and he doesn't have that luxury to take small camps in the jungle really easily. It's a much longer walk to be able to get to there. You basically need to go near your mid lane to even get a chance.
So we're starting to cruise through the draft a little bit here. There's a 1 ban left here for Adroit as well. I'd imagine they're going to go for yet another carry ban here. Is there anything that's really sticking out? Anti-Mage is still in the pool. Life Stealer, I guess, to a point with that Rage being able to beat the Sunder out?
Nah, I think TB loves playing against Lifestealer.
I think it goes both ways, to be honest. With the new MKB build,
True. Your MKB.
no, not my MKB build, but it's just you can hit so hard that you can ignore that Thunder. So I'm expecting Spectre or Void again.
Spectre against a TB, really?
If you go Radiance, it's still value.
Yeah, but then you can just Reflection and then suddenly you've got Radiance ticking against your own team, right? So I really don't like Spectre against TB in basically any scenario.
When there was a Reflection reducing cooldown, like that time, like TB was really scary. Like when you're versing against PL and Spectre, because you can just reflect every 5 seconds and it remains like 4 seconds, so you can just keep reflecting it.
Is this the game for the Juggernaut Pos 4? Is this the one?
Juggernaut Pos 4?
You're down one game. QO talks about a Juggernaut Pos 4, and then Adroit's like, you know what? That sounds like a really good idea.
I want to see people like furying around, you know, like just charging in enemy heroes at level 20.
I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it's March, right? Like someone that's as innovative as
force
him.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to force him to do it. I mean, we talk about things that might be a little bit unorthodox. I feel like TB Ags isn't picked up enough. I feel like it's a really strong ability when you've got the synergy for it. I think Puck is obviously one of the strongest ones that you have, but with a Phoenix Supernova, that's pretty good as well.
Yeah, like you can just save it, you know, if they can't, and if you don't use it and they have to commit, or like, I mean, they have to commit, but like you just get sent back.
Yeah.
So there's like Puck against PL is also good to not get mana burn.
Yep. Huge radius as well, but LC, it's very much just a standard off-lane pick. I mean, Ben Soy, he plays it fairly well. It denies it away from KP as well. It's one of his stronger heroes. I suppose now that the Ogre Magi has been picked up, I suppose it's not really that clear, right? Because both KP and March play Veno and Ogre very well, so you haven't really revealed anything about your lanes.
Yeah.
Does this lean more towards, you know, a TNC trying to go for one of these hyper carries, you know, like Juggernauts? We've seen those, you know, those types of heroes before having these attack speed amp coming in from the Ogre Magi. You know, obviously once you get that level 20, get that extra attack speed coming in from the Bloodlust. Do you think this is going to lead TNC into something a little bit harder of a carry, or are they still going to, you know, rely on that Spectre, that Void, those heroes that can still utilize that Bloodlust quite well?
Oh, like because of the LC pick, like they made, like I think they knew they were going to pick Spectre or PL here, so they could potentially change the route to a bit semi-carry and put Gabby. Gabby is like known for playing Night Stalker, like Bristleback carry, like all those like small things. So they might just choose like something that's good against LC, like itself in the lane, and then let Armor carry the game.
Okay. Haven't been seeing all too much of these mid heroes that are these carry style heroes. You know, your heroes like your OD and Shadow Fiends and stuff like that. They've really started to fall out a little bit of favor. So maybe, you know, TNC might be trying to play, as you know, as you said, you know, pick Gabby something like a Night Stalker, like a Bristleback, and then pick something else super fast pace for RML in that mid lane, and just try and get another 20-minute victory, and they can, you know, they finish their day in 40 minutes rather than, you know, stretching it out to 3 hours.
How do you feel about Ursa on TNC? Because it's a good way to deal with the egg. It's one of the only melee heroes that actually has a decent time against LC. And once you get that Abyssal Blade, you can do that hop forward and then just get straight in onto the back lines. And it gives you a little bit of sustain as well. Like you're always going to survive for a decent amount of time, especially now that they've got the Kunkka. If they can get the Coco Rum on him, it's going to be hard for him to go down.
I feel like teams would rather more like going for the secure pathway, because like Ulsa and Nakes are like pretty similar heroes. They need the continuous like snowball, but in the same time farms and levels. Like it requires too many conditions to win the game. So maybe they will just... I mean, Ulsa's still like good farming hero, so could be potentially.
I mean, with Battle Fury, right? It's a good way to get rid of TB illusions if you can be right there in the middle of a team fight.
Only problem is when TB gets Scotty and
you can
Halberd.
get kited around.
Yeah, there could be a potential that one.
Well, the PA and the Death Prophet bands coming in from Adroit as well as TNC, leaning more towards Adroit, understanding that they might want that little bit of a fast-paced carry hero that can also scale quite well up against the TB. You know, Kuo, you said that PA is good against TB, so, you know, it looks like Adroit sitting in there as well. We've only got one ban left for both these teams. Adroit need their mid laner and TNC need their carry, right?
You would think so. I think now that they do have the Kunkka as well, you leave yourself open to maybe going something that's a little squishier. I mean, something that jumps to mind for me, which might be a little off, is the Drow Ranger. It just gives you some extra siege. You've got Kunkka as well as the Ogre Magi that can just be there on the front lines. You can deal with the egg fairly well, and you're not going to be vulnerable to going down to this TB if you're caught out of position, and you're not going to get kited as easily as well.
Yeah, I want to see Drow Ranger. I think Drow Ranger recently has been like really strong. Like it was pretty fast farming for some reason, and I think it just suits to the meta pretty well.
Yeah.
The only problem is like in a lane, Rubik and LC, and if Phoenix just TPs in, like Drow can potentially keep like forced to go jungle, and
Yeah.
that might be awkward then.
Okay, something a little different. We like it. I mean, only game 2, and we're already seeing these niche picks come out, which is always great to see. How are Adroit going to combat that? I mean, you can't pick any sort of ranged hero now against Arc Warden. Sieging, you need to really just be getting up there in their face and doing it. So
The only hero that comes to mind for me for getting on top of this Arc Warden is something like a Void Spirit. But then it does kind of lean into what you were saying a little bit before, Matt, about going these squishier mid heroes up against something like a Kunkka. Obviously, he has that Dissimulate to get himself away from the X marks combo, but at the same time, if you ever screw it up, like you're just going to die to a Kunkka every single time.
Yeah. Void Spirit, well, they've gone for it.
I'm the prediction god.
You had to get there somewhere. It's
My 5,000 MMR pubs, and I'm 5K by the way, does give me a little bit of experience. So this Void Spirit was sitting in the back of my mind, but it's just kind of their response to the Arc Warden, right?
It is, and you touched on it perfectly. You have to wonder how it's going to go when you've got this Kunkka to come up against. Are they going to be even making any rotations towards the mid lane? Probably not with the supports that they've got. They kind of want to stick in lane, at least for the very start. Get some of that experience.
Exactly. All right, boys, before we go to a quick break, who we got?
TNC again.
Double TNC?
I'll go for Ardroid.
Oh, okay. QO's going to change it up to Ardroid, and it looks like we will be having Matt trying to go for the 2-0 here. I'm going to go for the 2-0 as well. But on the other side of this short break, guys, we do have game 2. Can Adroit make it a 1-1, or will we be going to a quick 2-0? We'll see you guys after this.
Isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between TNC Predator and Adroit Esports. It is MLP Dota and the lovely Poglet. One thing that's not very Pog in this game, there's an Arc Warden. And I want you to explain to me why TNC would go down this route.
I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong and why Gabby's Arc Warden is going to be hype. This hero is actually a lot of fun to watch these supports get absolutely destroyed by an illusion. It's just one of those things. I like playing Arc Warden. Call me a bad person all you want. That's probably why you don't like it. You are quite nice comparatively.
Thank you.
But Arc Warden is just so much fun to watch as a viewer. When he goes that like 3 or 4 shot build, that Daedalus, the Butterfly, the Skadi kind of build, and he just tries to whack supports with all his might. I'm keen to see Gabby do it. I know you're very sad to see it. Like, you can see it in your face. You look so
I'm disgusted.
disappointed.
I'm not going to try and I know this is the first day. I am disgusted, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize on behalf of the production team here. We do have to go through an Arc Warden game, and Well, the game one was pretty quick, so maybe TNC, they just want to slow things down a little bit. That's what I'm guessing here.
Well, it's weird because usually you pick Arc Warden from behind, you bring in that final last pick, cheese pick, to try to sneak and like get that last game. But TNC dominated Detroit. Like, there's no other way to put it. They absolutely nailed it in game one.
They did.
And all of a sudden they're like, you know what? We're going to cheese pick you game two, just as like a little warning to all the other teams in Group A that, yeah, we'll do whatever we want. We're going to make sure we beat you. And I'm worried, like, for the next games coming up, if you're seeing TNC on your bracket, we mentioned it in the draft before game one. We're going to mention it again.
Right.
You don't want to verse TNC if they're just going to flex pick whatever the hell they want.
No, you don't. It's one of those teams, you know, they're quite a confident team. Yeah, they play rocky here and there, but overall, they're a pretty darn good team and one to be reckoned with in the SEA region. Still, we are going to switch over to the game, of course, and we'll see if Adroit can bring this series back at least 1-1 and force it to a game number 3. The side of TNC looking to try and make a quick series out of their first series of Group A. Well, they're on the right foot, I'd say, especially up against this Terrorblade. He doesn't necessarily enjoy going up against the Arc Warden, I would say, Poglet.
Yeah, TB is one of those heroes that likes to just man up and brawl, uses those illusions to auto-attack a lot. The problem is, you can't get your illusions to attack in the bubble. And for those that don't know, obviously Arc Warden's magnetic field creates a bubble. You can't attack any range or auto-attacks in there. It's a massive counter in the late game. Not really a big issue in the mid game, because you don't really tend to level it till level 7, level 8, sometimes even later if you're really trying to be greedy.
Who decided that was a good ability anyway? Magnetic field, nobody can hit you if you're inside. They've got to get inside to hit you back. It's just, I don't know. Still, TNC, I'm sure they're very confident with this hero, and all jokes aside, I'm sure it'll be very fun to watch. Good luck, have fun's coming out. The first battery is about to spawn up. Droid already set to try and take the top ones, and of course TNC just going to secure both the bottom bounty runes. Just a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason to fight here. Neither team wants to commit their entire health pool for a bad fight. So both sides just give away their action runes, and they're just going to play, can we out-farm them in the lanes? And looking at how this is set up, I mentioned it when we were off-screen. KP Ogre, he's been practicing in pubs. He's known for it. This is going to be a fun offlane to watch.
Oh, I'd say so. It is going to be a hell of a watch here. You brought it up with me. You were very excited when you saw that pickup. And what kind of item build are we expecting here from KP? Like, what are we really expecting to see him pick up first?
Well, unfortunately, because I know he's playing on ping, he's going to build defensively. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if he goes a Bracer, a Soul Ring, even a Wand as well. He does usually go Phase Boots, however. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see him go a Crimson or a Pipe. But I want to see the Midas.
Naturally.
I want to see that multicast Midas. I want to hear that ding, ding, ding in the background, and it's just gold racking up into his bank.
It just makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, Midas's value, and you can quadruple that value. I don't see the problem. We'll see if KP does want to pick that up. Of course, he is up against MCY on the Terrorblade. CML and Tim's going to be joining both their cores. Tim's going to be just focusing down on CML as much as possible. KP. I mean, surprisingly enough, with this Ogre offlane, it's kind of difficult for this TB, right? You never really want to get too close because you have the Fire Blast and the Arrow set up.
Yeah, and speaking of setups, he actually went Bloodlust level 1.
Right.
We didn't really mention that, but that's why Tim's has been railing on. You can see CML sitting at 200 health. That's because Tim has all his auto attack speed from Bloodlust, and it's just spamming on him. He's not even using it for himself.
Yeah.
Tim's is just solo harassing both of these heroes out of this lane.
Of course, up at the top lane, we'll see Boomy and Ben Soy. They'll be up against March and Gabby. Gabby on that Arc Warden in the mid lane. Mel and Mac going to be up against each other. And I've got to say, for Mac's case, I mean, up against the Kunkka of all things in that mid lane, it feels pretty rough, right? That Tidebringer just gonna keep swinging away. As the levels go up, it's only going to get more painful. And you start to ask the question, how is Mac going to find any farm as the levels go up on the Kunkka?
Yeah, he should be able to get a lot of this farm. It should go pretty even just because Mac can use the Resonant Pulse to farm. But he's going to have to trade his health pool for it, which means he's going to have to bring in a lot of salves, a lot of tangos, and he's going to have to rush an early bottle, which I believe he already has. Yeah.
CML. Tim just going to TP out of there. No, he was actually going for the courier, excuse me. CML.
KP, however.
Just going to charge him down.
Oh, he went the wrong way.
No, he did. CML going to be just fine. He'll peek his head out of the tree line and be right. Tim's arrow, not going to land. He'll be fine for now, but you can really see the pressure being applied. It's not a very comfortable lane for the side of a droid, and even top lane. It doesn't get much better. You're up against the Venomancer Arc Warden. It's just hell.
Yeah, the fact that Arc Warden's the less annoying hero in this lane tells you a lot about this lane. Like, I know you hated on it, but I would much prefer to see an Arc Warden in my lane than a Venomancer support.
Sure, Tim's very close to dying. The Bloodlust is going to be there, and he'll just run his way out. They just don't have the damage quite yet. Because you'll see Bensoy and Boomy just trying to contest a bit of a small cam pull here up against March. Armel,
Mac?
he's very low, but Armel doesn't really have anything to lock him down at the moment, so Mac will be able to get the salve off. Might actually lose the tail end of it, no. Tidebringer not quite connecting. Be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, these lanes, they're highly aggressive, but it's very hard for each lane, respectively, to actually kill each other because it's so easy to walk away from these slow damage over time spells, these auto-attacking cores in Terrorblade and Arc Warden. I wouldn't be surprised if this is another 6 or 7 minute first blood.
Be very likely. CML trying to just get the creeps towards zone T1 tower as MCY does pop the meta. Just wants to be able to get some secure farm now as KP's really starting to hurt with the spells being thrown out, and Tim's is just being a nuisance with that arrow spam.
Yeah, I quite like this from Tim's. He's trying to steal as much farm as he can, and every creep he gets with that arrow is just an absolute win over MCY when he has this meta up.
Mac, Armel, he's got an Arcane Rune active.
Or
can he go for this? Mac, he'll use the Dissimulate, or rather the Resonant Pulse, and now does get him with the Remnant, but Torrent is not going to land. Mac does juke it out. Armel is getting very low, but he has a Tidebringer. He will not be able to find an angle, but he will give it a shot, and now the TP's in. Can they kill off Armel? Boomy, it's the Fade Bolt, but can't quite get in range.
Boomy has boots. He might be able to catch him.
Needed one more hit, he feels like. The level 2 Fade Bolt probably just didn't believe he had enough damage in the end.
Yeah, it's a shame. The telekinesis range obviously gets higher the more you level it, so he couldn't quite reach it. But even then, Armel, he uses the X marks the spot. He's back in lane. He's already ready to be a nuisance.
You love to see it.
Do you, though?
No,
you really?
Well, if you're playing against it, you don't, because it's kind of broken, right?
If you're a TNC fan, you definitely love to see this.
Oh, absolutely. Tim's KP just back into the lane, bloodlusting up. MCY has had a bit of free space now. You look at the last hits.
TB?
Board, TB. He's in trouble, MCY. Be alright. He'll stay on very, very low HP, and Bensoy was actually in a lot of trouble up the top lane. Boomy will just take over the lane for now on the Rubik, but of course there's not much he can do up against the Veno and the Arc Warden, so he'll just have to sit back and soak XP for now.
Yeah, he has the problem of he doesn't actually have a TP, so they might realize this. He did TP into the lane.
Boomy.
I think he's dead for this.
Yeah, the Flux is there. You've got the, First Blood will be there for Gabby, and it's just that easy. I mean, Boomy, he tried to just hide in the tree line, but they knew he was around. They weren't going to leave the lane free like that.
Yeah, it's just a heads-up play as well. As a duo, realizing, oh, he TP'd mid, he tried to kill Armel, he won't have it. We can get this free kill as soon as you push out the Legion Commander. And Bensoy now, he's alone, and he's actually going to get harassed out as well.
Bit of trouble, but Armel. Couple last hits board. Bensoy back into that top lane, because he had to walk his way up as he did TP back to the fountain just to be able to survive through the Veno damage.
Well, top mid lane, Armel, he has about 12 health.
He does have about 12 health, but
he gets away though.
He'll be right. So Bensoy with this Legion Commander obviously has some pretty important work to do. CML is going to actually go down to Tim's. Tim's just landing a very, very nice arrow into the leap.
He had to use a double leap for that. It's almost not that bad. If you're Team Adroit, you realize, okay, now Tim's can't play ultra aggressive for a bit. He kind of had to go to base anyway. He was low on the Phoenix. It's not great, but you got to take the little things, right? You got to look for those silver linings in these lanes.
Absolutely. Smack can actually smoke up now with Boomy. They're going to make a run up towards the top lane. Is Bensoy going to be around? And you haven't really hit that level 6 timing yet on Bensoy, but he basically just needs one creep anyway.
Tim's hit another arrow.
Did he really?
Yep. We're talking about the Phoenix dying once. Well, the second death is terrible. Top lane.
Gabby in trouble, but he will use the Tempest Double and try to fight back. Can they actually burst down Gabby? He's still alive, but now the Jewel comes out, and that is a much bigger kill. You lose CML, but you get the Arc Warden, and now even the Tempest Double might go down, and those are generally worth a lot of gold. He's trying to survive, but he cannot. I believe they do claim the gold for that. Well, it's a very important kill coming out from the side of Adroit Esports.
Yeah, and you can look, MCY's already up here. He's ready to push. Like what happened last game at the 10-minute mark, they're just switching the tier 1 for tier 1. Nothing really surprising about this. Both teams need the gold that badly.
Certainly do. Of course, Armel going to be pushing in the bot tier 1 for his team. MCY, like you said, he'll take care of the top tier 1, and he won't bother with the tier 2 tower, of course. He'll go back down to the jungle, but Poglet, I believe you've noticed something about KP's build-up.
I have noticed something. So we were discussing what KP was going to build. And you know what? He has a Soul Ring and a Midas queued up.
It's peak performance right there.
He's also maxing Ignite to farm even more.
That's the way to play it though, right? Why even bother with Fire Blast if you could just ignite a creep wave over and over again and just farm it up for free?
Yeah, I think if you multicast the Ignite DPS with the level 10 talent, the Ignite DPS talent, you actually clear the wave with the multicast.
Right.
So it's a little thing to look out for just with that peace of mind buff, we'll call it. Now that it stacks with the Ignite, if it hits the same hero, it'll stack twice, go for 15 odd seconds, and obviously gets worse and worse the more multicasts you get.
Well, that sounds rather revolting, but we'll see it in action a little later on. Of course, Boomy in the mid lane, just soaking a bit of XP for himself. March, try to avoid Bensoy right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of Midases in this game.
Bensoy gonna make the chase, does get the Jewel off. Of course, he was Gale, but he will not have enough damage to finish off the Jewel. Still, March is a man on the run, and Bensoy, he will not bother. He'll leave him be. Meanwhile, though, bot lane, perfect arrow coming out from Tims, but they aren't gonna bother. They just don't have the follow-up damage after the Fire Blast arrow. They'll just leave the Void Spirit be.
Yeah, it is the one downside to this max Ignite build. Without that max level Fire Blast, you don't have that 480 damage nuke with the multicast. And KP is just all in on farm zone.
That's what you want though, right? Like if you're going to rush a Midas, you may as well just secure your farm and don't worry about the kills for now.
Well, if you're going to rush 2 actually, because Gabby has his as well.
Isn't that the standard way to play Arc Warden?
It definitely is, but all I'm saying is there's 3 Midases on TNC and they already have a net worth lead before that third one comes out.
That's problematic for the side of Adroit Esports. They are looking down at that bot lane. Of course, KP is still freely farming up, but they are slowly grouping around there. You'll see Bensoy just pushing out the top lane, and they'll just take over the Radiant side jungle now. I mean, you get the tier 1 towers, you just take each other's jungles. There's not really much else to do. Slowly start setting up for that tier 1 mid tower if you can.
Yeah, it's so hard to push against Gabby though. As you can see, he's actually started leveling the magnetic field early. And I'm hearing an X go off. Nope, it's just Armel sending him back to safe.
Right.
I always panic. Whenever you see a big spell, hear it in the background, you gotta look, did I miss a kill? Am I meant to see something? Nope, it's just Armel being a greedy goblin.
Don't you worry, mate. We've all missed quite a few kills, I'm sure. Still, mid lane, Gabby. It's just the Tempest Double. He'll be right. Will eventually expire. And well, the side of TNC have grouped up mid. The Moonlight Shadow will be popped, and Boomy is
Boomy on the high ground?
closest target, but he'll go for the TP plane. He does make it out. They just couldn't quite reach him. They've still got the Invis active, so they might try to make a play onto Mac now. In fact, they won't. They'll leave him be.
I do want to see Adroit start to address the fact that TNC Predator are AFK farming. They don't really care until you come to their towers. They aren't showing any map presence at all. And you can see now that they've shown map presence for Adroit, they've started to gather up and they've let Tims farm the bot lane because he's got the double bracer and he's quite safe. But you need to make something happen on this map. I don't think you're going to out-farm an Arc Warden. KP's going to start to do work in the mid-game because he has farm as well. And obviously, that's not to mention, Armel is top net worth by a considerable margin.
He certainly is. He's closely followed by Gabby. Like, it's not like anyone's right behind him either.
Yeah, they're both just out-farming this TB quite comfortably.
There's that Midas.
Did he get the multicast?
I don't believe he's used it
here
yet.
we go.
He does.
That's cash money.
Yeah, first minus of the game, getting doubled up. Of course, in the mid lane, there is a bit of a push occurring here. MCY, just with the rest of his team, trying to get some chip damage out with the Metamorphosis. TNC, of course, going to be there to defend, and they'll just put the bubble down. That'll be enough. The meta is probably due to just expire very, very soon. Of course, you have the rest of TNC. They're just pushing out every other lane, and that's really the hard part, right, about all this is you just can't really focus down one lane right now from TNC because they're constantly going to have this split push going on.
Yeah, definitely, especially with Tim's. I don't think he actually cares if he gets gone on by the Void Spirit. He will live with the fact that he'll die for the boys. He'll make sure he gets all this farm pushed in, and he's starting to harass towards this tier 2. It is negligible damage, obviously. Sure. It's only 400 damage on a tier 2. But it forces Mac to come down here. It forces your most mobile hero right now, the hero that wants to be involved in the fight. He built the urn for a reason, and he's stuck down here whacking creeps.
It's rough. CML. Gonna spot out March there on the Veno, but just leave him be. It's KP still on defense duty, but it's more like farming duty. He's got the Midas up in 15, so more than happy to just be here hitting creeps. And for Adroit, like with this draft that we're watching here from Adroit, is there a certain time frame we're waiting for before they try to get very active across the map, or are they really going to try and play a farming game up against an Arc Warden and a Midas Ogre?
I'm not quite sure, because when you talk about farming game, Dragonlance is not the item that comes to mind.
Sure.
And that's what TB has bought, which is a fighting item for a team that has 1 kill on the board. And it's not to say they're getting wiped or anything. There's 4 kills on the board at 15 minutes in. Like, this is just a very passive game. So I'm surprised he didn't go a Yasha to farm, a Manta to farm, or even an SMY to start fighting. But he's just gone this weird Dragonlance, not really doing much with it, kind of just AFK farming the jungle.
I suppose the stats are nice at least.
Yeah, they're decent stats, but whenever I see that pick up, I always think of fighting with the illusions, and he just doesn't seem to be doing that.
They'll get the 15-minute bounty runes. That should be another 2 for 2. TNC do manage to secure both the bottom bounty runes, and they have grouped up a droid. Potentially go for a smoke soon. While MCY just split pushing out the top lane, but there we'll see one key item, and really especially the key item there on the Arc Warden. He does pick up the Maelstrom.
Yeah, he does pick up the Maelstrom. I think it's go time for Drake. They've got the blink.
Might be.
It has to be go time, right? Like, this is... They're getting out farmed pretty cleanly. They have to start getting dual damage, because a 10 dual damage Legion Commander right now is quite sad to look at. Especially for something that's... He's obviously going to fall behind late game. The Arc Warden is going to start to chunk him down with his illusion. So he really needs to set the tone now. He really needs to start to get on the board early before it becomes too late.
But how do you do it? Like, you look at that Rubik, he's just sitting there whacking Veno creeps, like Veno wards, and there's just wards everywhere from March. He's just placing Veno wards absolutely everywhere, and it's just like you can't actually sneak up on the side of TNC because they've got this constant vision. Mac.
On the other side, though, that's an arrow as well.
Gonna land with the boat flying in, and that is a lot of damage on. Perfectly coordinated out from Armel and Tims. The rest of the droid, they TP'd in to try and help out, but there's just nothing they can do. He's already gone.
Yeah, that's just crisp Dota from TNC Predator. They time their stuns close to perfection. A tiny bit of overlap, but it doesn't matter when you do this much damage. Bensoy dodged that blink engagement.
Very nice. They are still slowly sieging away at this tier 1 tower, and of course with Adroit Esports, you don't necessarily want to allow this to just go down.
Yeah. On the plus side, at least right now, Boomy has wards. He has the Aether Lens, he has the wards down. He can slowly push out the lane as well. But you've committed 5 people. Like, your entire team's here. Terrorblade's just in the jungle next door. It's not a great place to be for a droid right now.
TNC just continues to control the Radiant side junglers. Droid, they're going to try again for this mid-tier 1, but you've got the Bloodlust from KP, and that's going to make it a lot harder.
You know, quietly, they still haven't fixed Tower Bloodlust yet.
Oh.
So it actually still doubles up.
Oh, fantastic.
I don't know why.
The tier 1 about to drop, and it will. No real defense out from TNC. They did pop the Moonlight Shadow, but not willing to really make the initiation in quite yet. like they're just more than happy to continue securing some farm.
Yeah, I think they might start to defend tier 2s, but until then, there's no rush. They've got, like I said, they've got the double Midas on Arc Warden. They've got the effective double Midas on KP as well. And even then, Armel's still keeping farm. He's still ahead of the Terrorblade, despite the fact that, like I said, they're using these Midases to clear out the jungle, and Armel has to play lanes for it.
He does.
And even Tim's, I'm just watching Tim steal farm in front of his core.
That's classic Tim's for you, though. He's just a bit of a joker. He loves messing around with the teammates and the enemies, for that matter.
Well, he's a bit chubby, too. He's actually about to overtake the Legion Commander, and he's getting close towards the Void Spirit as well. Max fallen quite far behind.
Why not? Position 4s can be, you know, farmers too. Doesn't have to just be the cores out there. Mel, juke out the remnant from Mac.
Oh, he's jumped. Now, I think this might be a bit awkward for Bensoy. He's going to have to blink.
X'd up with the Torrent and the Bone flying in, and there's the Fire Blast from KP. Mac will try to go for the Astral Step through them, but yeah, the Yules is out with the arrow follow-up from Tims. And you can't give Tims the opportunity like that. He will take it every single time.
That's just sick from Tims, finding an extra pickup. It was bad to lose the Legion. It's terrible to lose Mac on the Void Spirit.
It's a rough one. Of course, that'll give TNC their 6th kill of the game, and the net worth just increases to 7k. They get the tier 1 tower, 2 core kills, and I mean, if you are a Droid Esports, obviously you're kind of relying on MCY later on to just carry you through the game, but you don't necessarily want to have your own cores not being farmed up themselves.
Yeah, the issue's going to be MCY, like I said, he's now has the SMY. I think this is where he's ready to fight, but he is so far ahead of the rest of his team, who is like absolutely stalling behind right now. He might have to be a one-man show, and you're a one-man show against so much lockdown. We saw how quickly Mac died in the mid lane. I think Terrorblade could feel the same way if he comes into these fights.
Certainly could. Really just doesn't take him long to get through the raw HP of a Droid. They're trying to make their way into their own jungle, but you just see these Veno wards constantly keeping them at bay, and now Tims lands an arrow, but the press the attack is going to allow CML to just get himself out of there. You do have Mac around the corner, but it's kind of limited as to what he can do right now. In fact, you look at Mac's net worth, and he's kind of behind. I know he's got a Midas and he's an Ogre, but it's just rough to see his net worth behind the position 3 now.
Yeah, the chubby KP, who I believe has a pipe coming in. He does indeed, so that's a pipe KP as well.
Oh,
these fights are going to get so sad for a Droid so quickly. And we're looking at Mac again. He's going to have to commit his Assimilate here. He's using all of his spells to dodge Armel. Like, you can't fight now. He's used so much of his mana, so much of his kit. And he's only going to have one Astral Step on all of these fights they're taking.
You are kind of relying on Mac to dish out some damage himself, right? Like, it's not just the TB you're relying on here. You do need that magic burst to be there in every single team fight. Especially if you do make the rotations out with the LC. You need to be able to just burst somebody down, and Armel.
Oh, Mac again.
Nice for the Torrent. Tidebringer did connect, and now Tims, he sees the opportunity, but doesn't have the vision to get the Yules off. He'll try for the arrow, and that was actually pretty close. In fact, it does connect. It's just not on the target they wanted. And TNC looks like they're just going to be happy to back off and secure some more jungle farm. In fact, never mind. There's a smoke coming out.
Yeah, I believe they're going to start to look for this Terrorblade, but Terrorblade's sitting on the top lane. The only thing stopping that tier 2 from going down, I'm seeing Arc Warden constantly spam his illusion top lane. So Gabby finally sends it bot, so I'd like to see MCY get something done right now, but he's just stuck in the trees. He's so scared of the Armel and Tim's gang.
Just look at Gabby with this Tempest double. Just runs straight into Mac, gets the vision out. Mac, he's been fluxed up, but it will eventually wear off and he'll be just fine. They're sitting there trying to defend that tier 2 tower, but really there's only one person left there. The rest of TNT is already gone away from that tier 2, rotating across the map. And to make matters worse, Armel has a DD rune active.
I don't know if he's going to get anything done with it though. That's the thing. It's so hard for them to actually prep a fight because they keep using the Gabby illusion. They're going to take most of the tier 2 bot though. And a smoke cake is behind the illusion. They've wasted a smoke gank to probably still lose this tower.
Oh no. Yeah, they did. Gabby, he does get the tier 2 tower. A smoke on smoke situation, or rather a Moonlight Shadow on smoke. Some smokes will be broken there by KP.
Yeah. Also not the target you want to jump on. We talked about this pipe. He has 1700 health, 17 armor. That pipe already.
Mac, he's thinking about it. Armel.
Self-casted it accidentally.
Looks like that'll be it. Neither team really wants to initiate. Armel just going to be happy to get out of there, and Droid just not really getting the opening they wanted. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Gabby is just freely farming up.
I don't think Gabby's actual hero has left this triangle for about 9 minutes. Like, he's just sending out his illusion, he's AFK farming the Ancients, and it's working for him, right? He's at 14k net worth, sitting about 1300 above the TB. So MCY, with all his AFK farm, is still falling behind, even with that Skadi coming up soon.
TNC smoked up the northern half of the map.
Ooh, he has a TP. MCY, does he sense something's coming to him?
Seems like he does. He's just hiding in the tree line for now, MCY.
He needs to be careful, because if he sends this illusion out, it's going to let Tims know. Tims is going to go for the arrow, and he finds it.
He misses, but he finds the actual TB, which is the one he really wanted. And MCY, how do you get yourself out of this one? The Torrent and Boat do connect. At least he does have Sunder available if he gets the opportunity, and he does not.
BKB did get used, though. Armel used it just after the death. Didn't want to get hit by the Sunder. Potentially have that Gimp turnaround death. So at least smart from Armel to make sure he doesn't die. But now you're going to have to defend. Oh, Mac.
Yeah, KP comes in with the Fire Blast, and Mac, he was waiting for the LC to jump in for the duel attempt. But KP got the stun off before he could actually make the blink happen.
He jumped into the arrow.
Oh, no. And KP just going to roam around. There's Ben Soy trying to make a run for it, but he has a clumsy net on top. Ben Soy, yeah, he's been slowed up by the Flux. He's going nowhere.
Oh, that's just unlucky from Mac. He jumps straight, square into the arrow, into his head. He was lucky to not die himself, but he has to commit a Legion's body to survive. And if you're Benso right now, I don't think you're happy with that death. You had to go save Mac, but you're going to be a bit salty about it.
Oh, I'd say so. Mac is just going to take his time and try to at least work towards his Ags now, I believe, on the Void Spirit. Times have been rough for him. Still, KP, what's he working towards? He's got a Sanj on the way.
He can multicast Halberd. So if he goes towards that Halberd, he can actually multicast, hit Mac, hit Legion on the Bensoy Legion, and hit MCY all at once. That is the perfect situation, but if he hits 2 of them, that's still a win.
Is there anything he can't multicast?
He can't multicast Force Staff.
Oh.
For obvious reasons. Like, imagine if you push someone 4,000.
Bot lane, Booming. Jewel is going to be out. They have at least caught out Tims on the Mirana. That'll be the second Jewel victory of this game, 26 minutes in. Took a lot of committal for that. They even committed the egg from the Phoenix.
All for a pos 4. I know this is a very farm Tims, but you're definitely okay with that, even if it is a dual damage. A level 1 dual damage.
Right.
That's how underfarmed, underleveled Bensoy is right now.
You take what you can get right now for Bensoy, and we'll just keep chugging along, though there might be a gank attempt. In fact, never mind that. A Roshan is going on from TNC. It seems like a droid. They are aware of this.
That is a stolen arrow coming through, so they do know it's happening, which is something.
Definitely good news for them. So they've got a bit of vision on the HP pool of the Roshan.
The downside is they've actually spotted that Gabby has a BKB. So you're going to have 3 BKBs in this fight. Obviously the 2 on Arc Warden and Armel. I don't know if you have the damage to get through that much magic immunity. Terrorblade's not ready to start 1v5ing these fights.
They're just going to be patient about this, TNC. They'll wait on the high ground. This is the classic standoff between both teams, where they'll just wait across from the Roshan pit. Just see who wants to go first. You play a bit of chicken with the other team, and well, for now, both teams are just going to remain on their high ground. Meanwhile, Gabby, of course, he's just going to force them back with his Tempest double, and it's one of the strengths of the Arc Warden, right? You could just keep split pushing like this with no repercussions.
Yeah, and the worst part is they're losing a lot of farm by having to commit this bot lane. So obviously, Mac doesn't want to have to get stuck under his tower right now, and he's going to have to. And now we're going to see if they smoke up, they use a Moonlight, they use something to try to get a pick when they can see Mac in the bot lane.
TNC just still sticking around that Roshan area, and Adroit have not left the area either. Tim's, of course, just throwing out those scouting arrows, see if he can get anyone, and maybe he could find Mac, but he will back off.
And March, look what he's done to this. Like, what is that? How do you run through that without just hating yourself?
You don't.
Oh, Moonlight comes out. They did get the real MCY here.
Oh, it's a big one. The boat is going to fly in. MCY, can he survive through this? The Fire Blast is going to be there from KB, and MCY is gone. He will buy back immediately, so they want to take this team fight. It's going to be rough, though, because Ben Soy is getting very low, and so is CML. And unfortunately for them, Gabby already has a triple kill on the Arc Warden. MCY, he's trying to fight with the Metamorphosis, but he's surrounded. He'll get the Sunder off, but it's going to mean nothing. The rest of his team are already out of there.
Do you GG out with that? That is a dieback on Terrorblade, the one hero on your team that was having a good game. You're probably going to lose Roshan. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they take the tier 2 at the same time, using Gabby and the Illusion. He did just TP bot. But right now, Adroit, they're 21k down. It's a slow 30-minute game, but it is at 30 minutes, so it's still quite early for this ridiculous network lead.
It is. I mean, it's 21k. It's not a good sign for Adroit Esports. And you see highlight here, of course, the MCY TB did go down. He bought back, making his way back into the team fight. But by the time he got back, everyone else was dead. He tried to run, but he got X'd.
Yeah, he used the meta as well. So when he comes back up, he's going to have a little bit of a window with no meta. Everything went wrong there for Team Adroit, but they had to put all eggs in the basket.
Well, it's you should be enjoying yourself right now. Apparently you love seeing supports die to Arc Warden, and now Remnant does catch on. Mac at least catching KB, but CML's going to die anyway.
Yeah, they're trying to stem the blood flow now, but TNC Predator, they've felt the pace, they've understood, now's the time. We're going to try to win this game. We're not going to farm anymore. We're just going to run headlong into Adroit. They're not ready for it. Dual bot
is going to be out. It is going to be the Aegis. That's one line. Gabby, get caught. No, he doesn't even get caught by the Remnant. The creep wave just takes it off him.
Oh no, Dissimulate? X back?
Yeah, he's been X back into the Torrent, and that means the Void Spirit, Mac, he's gone. Buyback is available, but you don't want to commit it like this.
You're probably going to have to. This is most likely 2 Raxes. Oh my god, the BKB.
Yeah, Boomy just getting destroyed right now by the Temper Stubble of Gabby, and there goes MCY with no buyback available. He does go down. Ben Soy just running back towards his fountain, but TNC are really just trying to put the nail in the coffin here. They'll find at least the bottom racks.
It's another minute without their Terrorblade, without their only farmed hero, MCY, obviously dead on the floor there. They're going to lose more. They still haven't committed the buyback. You talked about Mac having buyback. It's now in their pit. Like, the game's over. They just haven't called it yet.
Well, there it is. I mean, they literally just fountain dive them and call the GG. They have had enough, and Adroit, well, for this series anyway, do end up losing 0-2 to TNC. What a game it was, though. TNC just looking fantastic to start us off for the whole tournament. Not really taking any time at all to finish this whole series off.
Yeah, it felt quite a lot longer than game 1, but in reality, it was only about 4 or 5 minutes longer. They just spent so much time farming. They understood their double Midas gameplay. They understood when it's time to fight around that Roshan, around those BKB timings. And all of a sudden, Adroit just got ran over in, what, 4 minutes? 5 minutes? The whole game ended.
Yeah. It wasn't very long at all. Of course, we do have some highlights we are going to check out just before we head over to the break. Of course, we will see them now.
Yeah, I think most of these highlights are actually just going to be Armel and Tim's picking people off, and as we talk about it, it's Tim's picking off Mac.
It's just a fantastic. All right, we'll go into a break now. Of course, the highlights are just going to run, but it is MLP Dota, and of course, Poglin will be back with the next series pretty darn soon. It's just going to be a bit of a break before we get there. See you then.
even right no more, man.
Tell him, yo,
God.
can't you come over?
On my conscious shit commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Niggas get substituted. Nigga, you're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. Yeah, I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this. Yeah. Ain't going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag. That's every purse on my back. Is that your girl? She got an ass. She make it twerk. And why you mad? I got her first. You say you rap, you got a verse. I say the swag, you probably hurt. Back to the lab, you gotta search. On my conscious shit commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Why are these boys so stupid? Counting me out now, I'm counting my money. I'm probably gon' cop me a new wrist. Y'all gon' think I'm a nuisance. New sound, new me, who this? Yeah, bitch, I made some improvements. Me and the gang been bowling. Your shawty gon' think we're the coolest. Elizay say we got clips. We bout to make it a movie. I make a hit I can't miss. Damn, the charts might sue me. The way I be stacking my chips, probably the bank gon' sue me. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid, cause your mans can't fool me.
On my conscious shit commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
G'day everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand. We are starting to delve into our Game Fuel post-match here for our first series of ESL 1 Thailand. It was Group A that we started off here, and TNC put it to Adroit here for a 2-0 victory very, very early on. I'm joined again once by my wonderful panelists. I've got Q as well as Daniel here. Boys, we were talking in the green room a little bit earlier about how hard it looked like for Adroit to try and come back in that second game, but they just look a little bit disconnected to me.
Very disconnected, and some of the item choices as well by the TB were just a little odd. You know, Mac was doing his best to try and create space for him, but going something like a Dragonlance just doesn't let you accelerate at the speed that he needed to.
And also like the upgrade arm, like the
Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, Spirit Vessel charge. If you get Spirit Vessel and you don't get a charge, you just can't move whole game. So I think he didn't have like enough opportunity to earn that up. So he had to play really passive.
Yeah, I mean, game one, there weren't that many kills. And even in that one, I think it was like 15 minutes with only 6 kills or so. So it wasn't the highest kill game, and maybe it's just not the meta for the Spirit Vessel this time around, at least the way that TNC want to play.
Yeah, I was more expecting him to get Orchid and then just run up to the Veno, because it was Veno position 5, you know? He's just going to be the most front line, so might as well just Orchid in, kill and easy.
Him or the Mirana,
Yeah.
right? Both of them are relatively squishy
Yeah.
if you take away that potential. They don't really want to build something like, you know, a 4-star for a Glimmer Cape early on. I think we saw March as well. He got a Veil of Discord again for the second time on the Pos 5 as his first item, and it worked out really well for him.
Yeah, it seems like March playing these position 5s, he is going for, you know, we saw in that first game he went for that Veil of Discord on the Ancient Apparition as well, and now coming into the Venom Man. So just being able to amp up his team, and I guess it was both these games, he never really got pressured as a Pos 5. You know, most of the time in these team fights, he was always having that good positioning, always sitting in the back. But as we're saying, it just felt like Mac on this Void Spirit just couldn't really get much done. You know, it's a 10th pick overall. This is the hero that you want to solidify your draft, and Mac just really didn't get much done. We noticed that most of the time he felt like he was only a little bit above Tim's Mirana in the net worth as well, and he just never really got much done.
Yeah, the laning stage was a little bit rough for him, and I felt like he needed to be getting his net worth from kills as opposed to farming. You know, you don't have the same speed as a Kunkka with his Tidebringer to be able to just go into the jungle, whack a few camps, you know, stack things up, go back to the lane, clear that out, just push it in and free yourself up a lot more space. And I feel like with your point on March as well, I feel like that's just through the way that TNC love to play. You've got an Ogre and a Kunkka just running at your face. You're not going to be able to get through onto the backlines, onto this Venomancer or the Mirana. So they had a pretty easy time at it for support duo.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Do you think that maybe the Terrorblades build could have changed a little bit up there, QO? You know, he went for the Dragonlance first, and we're talking about that in the green room a little bit earlier. That doesn't really feel like the item that he needed to try and get some of these early fights. And we're touching about it a little bit early on about carries trying to get involved in these early fights.
Well, like, I mean, personally, I was really hoping that TB to go jungle earlier with, like, getting, like, Manta as soon as possible, and then he can decide whether he needs BKB or Scotty, depend on the situation. But because of that Scotty and Senji and Yasha choice, I feel like, I mean, the Dragonlance and the Senji and Yasha choice, like, made the thing a bit delayed.
Yeah.
So, like, TB is a hero. Like, if you can't kill within meta, you're not going to get anything out of it.
And it was just a disconnected style of play as well, right? Because I feel like if he goes the Dragonlance and then joins his team, joins Mac, goes 5-man Dota early on and uses that power of Metamorphosis, it can work because it gets him farm from kills, you get objectives, and you get charges in the Spirit Vessel. Whereas he just went Dragonlance and kept farming, and it was just like, it didn't really work out.
I think they were trying to a little bit. They gave me the feeling that these guys wanted to take an action of taking mid tower, but because of the Arc Warden, like W spell, like it just keeps, you can't hit the tower at all. So I think
that damn bubble, just you can't do anything against it.
So I think he wasted like 3 to 5 minutes by doing that part, and Gabby successfully defended the towers pretty well too. So. Yeah.
All right, boys, so it looks like it is time here for our winners interview. We do have TNC's March here, the captain of position 5, ready for an interview. So, hey, March, congratulations, firstly, for starting off ESL 1 Thailand with a nice little 2-0 up against Adroit. I firstly want to touch on you building Veil of Discord on all these position 5s. Do you think that it's the way that your teammates play around you that allow you to be a little bit more greedy on these pos 5s?
First of all, I don't think Veil of Discord is like really a greedy item on post 5. It's like actually pretty cheap. It's like only 1600 gold, and I usually expect myself to be able to farm around 2k gold or by the 20-minute mark, and I choose between like some Bots or Solar Crest or Veil, and felt that Veil is the most efficient item out of those, so I chose that item.
All right, well, it seems to really work out for you guys, just being able to amplify all the damage that you guys had going on. I'm just going to pass these next questions to my panelists if you guys want to start jumping in for this one.
Sure, I'll just get one in until I let the old teammates go at it. But with that one there, the Arc Warden pick, you know, that came out at the very end, was that specifically in response to the TB? Because we were talking a bit on the panel about, you know, what other position 1 carries really like to fight into that, or was it just something that you felt brought the rest of your strategy together?
There is an argument between the TB and Arc Warden where like Arc Warden is not as good against the TB anymore, but I think it's like still one of the decent heroes. They banned like all the other good carries, so it was kind of only one left, and Gabby kind of liked this hero, so we gave it a shot.
Cool.
And it worked out, yeah.
I mean, that's right, 2-0. And QO.
I mean, the KL, some Naga heroes are like good against the TB too, but they're not really good against the Legion, right? So we were trying to look at the heroes that's good against the Legion and TB at the same time, and then only category that fits in there felt like Arc Warden.
Any questions, QO?
You're really putting QO on a hotspot here, Matt.
It looks like your Venom paid off, March. What the, you know, like trying hard a lot in like Venom, like in the pubs, and then first picking Venom. How do you think about the heroes?
I don't know, like there's ups and downs in the pub games. I don't think I get away with it a lot of times because, yeah, actually like it has to do a lot with a team move, right? Even though I'm position 5, Venom, I still want to control an area and then hit level 4. But in the pub games, they never gave me a space, right? But to the teammates, I tell them, hey, I'm gonna play here. Give me this area. They give it to me, right? So
Was
I
spamming
guess it works.
oh yeah, was spamming a Venom like help? Is it helpful? Like, can you actually apply that like theory in a scrims or tournament as well, like from the pubs?
No, not at all. I just learned that Venom doesn't work in the pub games. Maybe only works in the team game. Yep. I lost a lot of MMR playing Venom.
It's nice having people that actually listen to you, right? Or they kind of have to, right? You're the captain, so if they don't, there's some punishment happening.
Yeah, all right. Well, we've got one last question before we do let you go, March. You've got a pretty strong group going up here in ESL 1 Thailand. Is there any team that you're looking forward to facing up against, or maybe even a team that you might not be looking forward to going up against because they're looking so strong?
No, we're not really afraid of any teams. We lost a lot to Fnatic, so we do want to beat them, even though they have a big roster change. I forgot the other team. Fnatic. There was Boom ID.
Yeah, Boom. You've got Aster as well, I think. Motivate.Trust. And
The other teams are ignorable. Is that what you're saying?
Wow. No. Don't stop in my mouth. Never said that. Yeah. They're all good teams. When I first looked at the group, I thought like our groups are harder than the other group, right? But yeah, it's not like there's any team that we cannot win against. I think we can win against all of them. But we can still lose to all the team, right? So we'll work hard, analyze them, prepare, and give our best shot, and then I think we can do well.
All right, looks like you guys are well prepared for the rest of your opponents here in ESL 1 Thailand. And I'd like to say congratulations again here for your first victory, and hopefully we see you again.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
luck,
March.
Kyo.
Yep.
I was hearing your cast a bit before the game. It was great. Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, March. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
All right, well, that was a little bit of a lovely interview there. You know, a little bit of reuniting for QO and March. It's always nice to see ex-teammates come back together and, you know, have a little heartfelt conversation. I thought that was quite cute.
Nah, I don't want to hear his voice anymore. Never mind. Don't say that.
Well, now we have to get interested for the next interview. If TNC do win another series, the KP interview. I want to see if there's a little bit of love in that as well between QO and KP.
I feel like there's a lot of love going around between these ex-MVP players.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see. But, you know, TNC starting out quite dominant here up against Adroit. Obviously, Adroit didn't look too strong in this first series, but they still do have a lot of stronger teams up in their group they have to go up against. You know, is this a good enough start for TNC to start putting their stamp on that position 1 in their group, boys? Or do you think Adroit was just a little bit off the mark for today?
I think they were off the mark. I think they're going to take a lot of lessons out of this, and hopefully they'll go back, analyze the replays, and figure out really what went wrong for them. I think they need a bit of that confidence booster, perhaps one of the lesser lights in their group to really beef up their confidence.
Yeah, well, it looks like TNC are going to be able to take out our first series here, 2-0 for ESL 1 Thailand. We're going to go to a nice little break, boys and girls, but we do have our second series with Fnatic taking on Motivate.Trust. Make sure you stay with us, and we'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I ain't too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I ain't too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things. Up to my life.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
G'day everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand for 2020. We've finished our first series of the day and now we are starting to cruise through into our second one. I'm Fluke and again, I do have my wonderful panelists for us today. We've got an interesting series for you guys. Fnatic are going up against Motivate.Trust, which I'm interested to get into. But boys, Danog QO is going to be an interesting one. Fnatic with some roster changes recently are starting to see if they can get their legs here in ESL 1 Thailand. They've got a little bit of a lower tier opponent in Motivate.Trust for their first series.
Lower tier, but I feel like their results in recent times have been pretty good. I mean, over their existence, I think they've got something like a 68% overall win rate. And yeah, some of that has to come from probably they're playing in these lower tier tournaments, playing against easier opposition. But you're coming up against Fnatic now. This is the point where you really want to stamp your mark. If you can't win it, at least bring it to 3 games, you know, because Fnatic, they're vulnerable with this change around with both their carry as well as their offlaner.
Yeah, this could be like a good study for Fnatic. Like, use this as an experience. If they win, they're gonna be more confident, like later on in the match. But if they lose, or Motivate.Trust will get a lot of confidence, like throughout the tournament. So I'm just wondering how this match will go. I think it like this match will affect like the future matches for each team.
Exactly, especially like, you know, a lot of these first series, it is kind of a good indicator of where these teams sit. You know, TNC will kind of a little bit of a question mark on those guys. They haven't really had the results that they've had recently and, you know, not looking all too good. And now coming into a 2-0 up against Adroit, putting off a good little start here for ESL 1 Thailand. Now it's on to Fnatic as well. Another team, you know, they've won a few tournaments here and there, some of these online stuff, so they are looking quite good in the C region, but can they continue that through ESL 1 here with these new roster changes? You know, bringing in Raven, subbing out somebody like 23 Savage, not 21 Savage, that's the rapper, 23 Savage, who was one of their star players, right? He was the guy that they played around most of the time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And March touched on it perfectly as well during his winner's interview from the previous series. I want to dub it the group of death because you've got these really strong teams and only 2 go through to that upper bracket. So a team like Fnatic, they can't be dropping series, especially to someone that in their minds, I'm sure they were thinking that they should beat, like Motivate.Trust.
Just for the update, like they have 2 10K players, if I'm not mistaken, with the Jackie and Fearless recently got the 10K. And I really want to see how Fearless will perform because I've been like looking at his game, like we've been playing together as well, so I think this guy has a very stable mid, like not really surprising, but very,
So do you think, from the perspective of the spectator, do you think it's going to be having a look at how the individual players of Motivate.Trust play just on their own in a more advanced tournament setting, and then perhaps on Fnatic's side, it's seeing how the Ice style of position 3, it's not there anymore. You've got Forev who plays it very differently. So maybe it's like more team-based for Fnatic, more individual-based for Motivate.
Yeah, I think I will be able to see that part though. So the reason why Fnatic is strong is like I really give a good value to DJ and Jabs. They actually rotate in like very crucial timings, and especially with DJ, like he's the type of player who like scratches your back when it's itchy. Every time it's itchy, he just does it. Like he knows like how to make core players feel satisfied, and then I want to see how DJ and Forever will work together.
That's something that's also interesting as well, right? You know, you touch on the fact that DJ is like one of those guys that seems to always get his core what they want in the lane, and we'll see if whether or not Forev can really utilize that. You know, Forev is one of these players that plays heroes like the Mars, like the Timbersaw, these heroes that can really start to take over games if they do have good lanes. So I'd imagine, you know, Fnatic's probably sitting here going, all right, let's try and give Forev a really good lane. You know, we've got somebody like Raven who's a very stock standard kind of carry player. He's always going to come out on top with some farm. So if we give Forev maybe a good start, then he can start to, you know, play around and dictate the pace sometimes, you know, when they is playing these heroes like the Mars and stuff. But I'd be interested to see if these 10K players coming out from Motivate.Trust, if they can really start to put it to it, especially with, you know, somebody like Fearless going up against Moon, who is one of those players that plays like your Dragon Knights and your Death Prophets and those kind of not flashier mids, and see if somebody like Fearless, who seems to be this pub god, see if he can come in with those flashier mid heroes and really take control for Motivate.
And these are the bands that I like to see to start things off. You know, Batrider gone, Doom gone. Like they're heroes that can just completely change the perspective of how the laning stage is going to go out. And then, of course, Timbersaw, essentially once he hits a certain point, level 4, level 5, you just have to leave the lane for if you're most carries, you know, otherwise you're just going to have your farm stifled so much, and you just need to relinquish that tower that he's going to be pushing into. Mag as well, he fulfills a very similar role, and I mean, we talked about it before. We've seen it happening in Europe, this style of just picking your position 1 carry at the very beginning so that it's not going to get risk of banned out in that second phase of bans.
Yeah, that's the scariest part about the change to these bans now. 7 bans, 2-3-2 now, means that all this these mid parts of the draft, usually that's where you could get away with, having a cheese pick and then having a ban like a Phantom Lance or an anti-mage. But now, you've got so many bans at your disposal in this mid part that most of the time, we even saw it in that last draft where a lot of the good carries get banned out. And even in the post-match interview, March was telling us that all the good ones were gone. So you kind of have to just try and chop and change your draft a little bit, just try and throw these weird curveballs. We might be seeing more things like these Arc Wardens and these weird position 1s just because of how these drafts do go out. But Snapfire is the second pick here for Motivate. So that instant counter to the Phoenix, we were talking about it before the show even started today about Snapfire being one of those heroes where it's the instant counter that you think of when you go up against this Phoenix, but that can be a kind of a catch-22, right?
I don't know about a catch-22. I want to ask you about this, Q. I mean, how do you feel about this opening from Motivate? Because I really like it.
Well, I was a bit afraid when they first picked Void because I thought they could potentially pick Veno again and then just lane against lane against Void. That's like one of the best hero to counter Void. But as soon as they go into Clockwork, I think both sides has even balance in my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, the Void especially for me is because I feel like it's the type of hero that Fnatic wanted to pick as well, and you've got that great synergy with the Snapfire. Not only does it deal with the egg very well, but if you get a good chrono off, the Mortimer's Kisses can deal out a ton. And yeah, the luxury of having the Veno passed off by Fnatic means that straight away Motivate, it was an instant ban coming out from them straight afterwards, because you can't just rotate to the jungle like some of these other heroes, right?
Yeah. You're getting pressure to go jungle. You don't really want to do that.
Not as a Void. You're not like a Sven where you've got the greater cleave. You can at least do things. Yeah, TB, PL, all these heroes can make something happen there, but Void's just not one of them.
Yep.
Some interesting bans starting to roll through here. We've got the Void Spirit as well as the Legion Commander ban. And I guess the Invoker ban is kind of just trying to make sure that Motivate can't just double down on this Faceless Void, right? I've seen it, time and time again. You play these extreme team fight heroes where you get that wombo combo. You've got the Snapfire, you've got the Chronosphere, you've got the Sunstrike on top of that. And that's where you can start to really take apart some of these higher tier teams by hitting that one good team fight and then snowballing from there. So it looks like Fnatic are really just trying to get this onto a little bit more of a laning type deal and not have to deal with that hectic team fight.
It's actually banning out the LC themselves on Fnatic. I was thinking maybe they might want to pick it for themselves, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. And we've still got one ban left to come from Motivate, and they're going to go with the Puck. So just not wanting to get locked down all too much by the Faceless Void. And then, of course, the Quap coming straight after, meaning that, does this mean that it's going to be a mid Quap because you want to take away the, phase shift just into a Shadow Strike makes the ability completely useless? So may as well remove that one.
It's a bit dangerous to just consider Quap as mid. I think highly likely it can be offlane or mid, I believe.
It can also be played as a 4 as well, right? You can transition that Snapfire into a 5 at the same time.
I feel like it's the style of hero that DJ would actually play as a 4 as opposed to Motivate. I feel like he's very experienced on that sort of hero. And then we talked about the style that Forev likes to go. It's a bit more of this farm-centric position 3. And Beastmaster, he's able to do a fair amount of that.
Yeah, more like a rain oriented, rather than just farming. He wants to pressure in the lane as much as possible to open up the map in the offlane side and gives a carry a good bunch of space. But with the heroes, with the Clockwork, Beastmaster is one of the really good offlaner against Void, so I'm assuming the Beastmaster is going to be post 3 here.
Yep.
And maybe DJ will be playing Clockwork and Jeb's Phoenix. Right.
It seems about right. I'm surprised that Tani slipped through all this way as well, because it's one of those heroes that's actually heavily prioritized by both teams. So they really want to make sure that it seems like Motivate have got the draft victory this time, and now we've got the Spectre. I see you nodding your head. What's that
Finally.
about?
Yeah. I get to see Spectre.
Yeah.
One of the... I consider this hero as as a kind of broken if there is not a proper carry hero to deal with. Because... which hero can actually just farm and join the team fight while farming?
Yeah. Don't you feel like Fnatic is starting to lack a little bit of damage here, boys? Do you think that they don't really have that hero that can really solidify a lot of these kills? Yeah, they've got the team fight. Yeah, they've got the lockdown. But at the same time, it feels like they're in that mid game. They're lacking a little bit of damage.
I think it's okay. I feel like maybe they could round their draft out with something like Alina, something that's very neutral. Like, it's never going to lose a lane, it's never going to dominate, but Fnatic have shown that when they pick it up, it works really well for them.
To Motivate.Trust now. Fnatic coming in with their last ban. They did get rid of a Necrophos, so not wanting to have to deal with another one of those tanky heroes, another one of those heroes that has a lot of burst, potentially get something like a Spectre. So Fnatic really just trying to get rid of that. Surprised what their last pick is going, last ban's going to be actually.
I think it has to be, you know, if it was me, I would get rid of. Okay, fine.
Oh, okay. So just a Spectre counter, right? Just that break and the massive amount of magical damage that Viper can do.
I actually thought Viper is not really a like proper counter to Spectre, just because of the mobility, and then you can't really expect that the Nether Toxin is always gonna be Spectre. You can't expect that in the game, so it can be just a plus factor for Spectre that he doesn't get like ganked too much, just because Viper requires a lot of farms.
I like the Storm Spirit ban as well by Motivate. I feel like Fnatic were needing some form of initiation on top of what they already got. Sure, you've got the Clockwork Hookshot that can just go in, but I feel like Fnatic are going to want to try and save that for when the egg is dropped by the Phoenix, and then when any sort of rotations come through to try and destroy it, DJ's going to hook right in, cogs them away, and make sure that that explosion does happen.
It's a global strat, boys. We got the Haunt, we got the Zeus, and it's going to be a lot of damage from a long way
Hawk
away.
as well, right? Yeah.
Rocket, Hawk.
It's going to be hard for Motivate.Trust to try and get anything done. As you guys were saying, the Rocket as well as the Hawk. This Vision game is going to be won quite handily by Fnatic, and they've always got the Thundergod's Wrath to reveal smokes as well. They've got the Lightning Bolt to get D-wards. It feels like Fnatic are just going to play around this Vision game and just keep this Spectre away from Motivate.Trust until she gets to that point where she's got 2-3 items and can kill anyone on Motivate.
And the Zeus as well, right? Like, he's one of those heroes that lacks any sort of escape mechanism just in his inherent kit. So you want to make sure that he's not in a super vulnerable position. And I mean, we talked about how strong the support duo on Fnatic are. DJ as well as Jabs, really great. And I think the thing that really makes Jabs stand out, in addition to his, great cohesion overall, is just his warding game. He provides so much vision on his own, and now you've got the Zeus and the Beastmaster Hawk. They're going to have nowhere to run.
I felt like the Storm and the Ember Spirit would be like really good pick, but like apparently they banned themselves, so I'm not sure what they.
Well, what are they looking for here? Do they still need a 5? Do they still need a 4? Do they still need a mid? Do they need an offlaner? Feels like Motivative put themselves in this situation where they've got a lot of flex picks, but still no real solid pick that they can go for.
I want to see just Fearless picking TA and then just it gives Zeus a hard time. But obviously other hero can deal TA really well. But if TA is farmed enough and have really early blink BKB and Deso, I think he can get over it.
I think they need just more burst damage essentially, which is what TA can do, both creating space on the map. He's a good tower taker. You've got the Snapfire as well with the new little Shredder, reducing armor, so that can be burst down really quickly. And I don't think they need any more stuns, because Spectre's one of those heroes that you pick when the opposing team has a lot of stuns, because you're still going to deal a lot of damage through your dispersion.
Tide on turn.
Mid-Tide? We've seen Thompson do it with great success, but again, that's
against a Zeus. That doesn't feel good, right?
Not really. I think it's probably just going to be a co-op. You could still bully a Zeus out fairly well, just with your Shadow Strike.
That's an interesting one. All right, boys, before we go to a break, who are we thinking, Fnatic or Motivate.Trust? We got a little bit of time before this one goes through.
It's got to be Fnatic for sure. They're just... I don't think there's going to be anywhere that they're going to run for the Thai boys, unfortunately.
What about you, QO? Motivate or Fnatic? Who are you feeling?
Fnatic.
You going Fnatic?
I think the Tide Hunter is not going to do too much job this game.
He does have a little bit of a hard time to get done here, but it looks like our draft is done and dusted here for our second series of today. Can Fnatic get a nice little start here, or will the boys from Thailand be able to get the upset? We've got My Little Pony as well as the Pog Boy himself to bring you guys the action for Series 2. After this short break, we'll be back with it.
right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are here for our second best of 3 of the night between Fnatic and Motivate.Trust Gaming. It is MLP Dota and Poglet. Pog, I'm getting a bit upset with our host now. It's the second time he's called me My Little Pony today, and
like I said, if you keep bringing it up, it's gonna keep happening. It's
Right.
like the schoolyard bullying when we were like 10 to 12 years old. Fluke never got out of that mental stage. You got to remember that. He actually hasn't grown up. He's still a child when it comes down to it. But we're here for Fnatic. We're here for Motivate.Trust. They are going to go head to head, and I'm keen to see this. I think this is going to be a closer series.
I'd say so. I mean, the drafts look pretty intriguing. Fnatic, they went with the global strat, right? They've got the Zeus, they've got the Spectre, they've got the Clock, they've got everything to set up. Motivate, I mean, is this really a mid-Tidehunter we're looking at?
Oh, no. So as soon as the Tidehunter came out and someone mentioned it, I think it might have been Fluke once more mentioned it mid lane.
Of course it was.
I can't see a Tidehunter versus... Like, Zeus, the problem with Zeus is always his laning stage early is he wants to AFK farm, he wants to just push out the wave. Tidehunter can't harass him, so it's just a free lane. If Zeus actually ever plays against a melee core like that. And also, the big thing with Tide is the Kraken Shell, the physical damage reduction. Zeus doesn't care. He's just going to bolt your head in. I'm glad to see they have put the Quap mid. Like, that's an actual matchup at least. Because if you had done that, given Fearless the Tidehunter, I feel like they would have instantly lost the lane.
I would agree with you on that. But luckily that is not the case. Fearless on the Quap should be in the mid lane up against the Zeus. Of course, not going to be the easiest of games for this dire side, but I do love the draft. It's a lot of team fight going on here. A lot of kill potential from both sides, really. Just a matter of whether they can slow down and control Raven on this Spectre. And that's the big thing, right? Raven's the new addition to the team for Fnatic. In my opinion, and I've been saying this for a long time, he's arguably the best position 1 right now in SEA. And,
well, I mean, it just goes to show, if he wins this tournament, I know this is an early call, but the last time he played, he was with GeekFam, like we mentioned, and he 3-0'd Fnatic. Like, he absolutely cleaned up house, and he looked pretty much perfect. So I'm looking to see Raven continue that form, because like you said, he might just be the best carry in Southeast Asia, and you have to prove it back-to-back-to-back tournaments. He has got Spectre though, and I know I've been checking his Dota buff. He's been practicing in pubs, so I'm looking to see Raven go absolutely hack this game.
Well, my question is, who's not playing Spectre in pubs right now? I mean, everyone's just spamming this darn hero that just doesn't seem to die in the late game.
Yeah, self-respecting people.
Right.
He says, talking up Arkwood last game.
All right. We'll see that mid lane Moon going to be up against Fearless on the Queen of Pain. Down to the bot lane, Jabs and Raven up against the tri lane that's being run of this Trust side. And I do wonder whether they'll keep this this tri lane going. But I guess when you've got an off lane Tide, rather a safe lane Tide this game, you don't really need to have a support to be there to just protect this Tidehunter.
Yeah, definitely true. The other side of it is there's obviously not great amount of stun, not great amount of lockdown coming from Fnatic's top lane. DJ is playing the Phoenix, quite a greedy 4, but you can see what they're already doing. They're pulling waves. They're going to start annoying Masaros under this lane because Tidehunter early game, until he gets a couple levels in Kraken Shell, he actually takes damage. He actually gets quite easily harassed out of lane, and you're seeing it happen already.
Jabs. Very, very low. He'll get the comms off, but that'll be first blood. Boombill was able to get the final auto attack in, and Jabs maybe just going a bit out of position there, and now Raven is going to have to suffer while he is out of the lane.
Yeah, and this is almost a double lane for Raven as well, so it's actually going to push the wrong way. This is really annoying for Fnatic right now, because Raven just wants to AFK farm. We talked about Spectre being a late game hero. He is decent in the lane, but you don't want to have to rely on dispersion. You don't have to rely on spamming that Spectral Dagger to get the range creeps, which I feel like he has to do.
Might be the case. Of course, looking to that top lane for Rev, who's also subbed in for Fnatic right now. He's going to be there up against Masaros, and it's one of those lanes where they're just going to trade farm. You'd make the argument the Tide should have a slight advantage, perhaps up until those levels are up on the Beastmaster. But for now, they'll just be sitting back and just farming up. Of course, back down to that bot lane. DJ gets tossed in by Q. Now the Scatterblast is there from Boombill, but they will not have the follow-up. Well, it's a tri-lane versus tri-lane situation now between these two.
Yeah, and honestly, MG Trust tri-lane is way stronger. They've got 2 guaranteed stuns in the Cookie and the Toss. The Avalanche as well is less guaranteed, but still quite solid. And then you've got Bash. If you get lucky in this lane, Jackie could just get free kills here. Where Raven, his only damage output right now is a Spectral Dagger and just whacking down a hero. He doesn't really want to be a part of this tri lane.
Fearless is getting rather low on that mid lane on the Quap, which is somewhat to be expected when you are playing up against the Zeus.
Yeah, definitely. I do like what he's doing, though. Like, he's keeping a decent amount of farm. He's trading pretty much even with the Zeus. Despite the Zeus going 2 levels in the Arc Lightning, making this lane incredibly hard to deal with.
Bot lane, some pings were coming out. We do see Jabs, he's going for the small camp
Q
right now, but Q does get the toss off into Boombell with the scatter blast. And now Jackie's going to try and get some lucky bashes off. There's the Cookie coming out from Boombell, and Raven is in trouble, but looks like he might actually make his way out. So instead they'll go after DJ, but of course he will just be able to Icarus dive out of there. Raven does salve up and he is okay.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an awkward bot lane. I think Raven just has to come out of it not dying too many times. He's going to get his levels. Obviously, you can see already 9 and 2 on the last hits. It's pretty sad comparative to the 19 and 7 void.
Doesn't seem much sadder than that. Jabs and Q just going to run into each other on the Clockwork and Tiny. They're, of course,
mid lane though? Ooh.
After those power runes, but Moon is in trouble. He still has the Shadow Strike on him. He'll Fairy Fire up. Does eat a Fairy Fire, but it's a lot of damage.
It's 2 ticks. I believe he'll have 4 health.
Oh,
7 health.
7.
Okay. But still, Moon, he used a last second Arc Lightning.
Oh, Boombell goes down bot lane trying to go after DJ, and DJ is just going to make a run for it. Q unable to get any form of a toss off. Was probably not wanting to toss Jackie into the tier 1 tower. Probably better to just avoid that altogether.
Yeah, especially no. What?
Never mind, Q still gets DJ, but not quite
DJ?
yet. He needs one more attack and he will be able to get it off. Q, a great little rotation there just to double check the behind of the tier 1 tower, and it turns out he was right. The Phoenix was around.
Yeah, a nice little heads up play. He's going to go towards the mid lane as well. I think he just got spotted out by a ward though. So I don't see Moon getting caught to this, especially when he walks under tower and takes auto attacks.
Yeah, not happening.
Yeah, well, we won't really talk about it much, but there is a ward really defensive from Fnatic inside their own jungle to see this rotation coming through from Q.
It's going to be important, right? Because you've got the Zeus who's so susceptible.
DJ
Q could break the gap, but DJ is going to be in danger. Avalanche toss will be out, and that'll be the second death for DJ now on the Phoenix. And it's once again to Q on this Tiny, who just continues to be at the right place at the exact right time.
Yeah, just to touch on what you said, Zeus is so far going to be their entire mid-game. Obviously, QO mentioned it, Raven playing Spectre. One of those heroes that can hit R, he's in the fight. But you need everyone else to be actually ready to fight, and I think that's where Zeus comes in. I think that's where they're going to put so much reliance on Moon to have a good early game.
It's going to be very important.
Well, this is what I hate about the mid-game, right? Like, you can see 6 minutes in, there's an action rune coming. Do we play potluck and who wins the lane from getting the action rune?
No, Moon does end up picking up the haste, but bot lane, Jabs is going to get bashed up by Jackie. He'll make a run for it with the battery assault. Now DJ going to Icarus dive in, going after Boombell.
No Cookie?
No Cookie. Boombell is very low with the Fire Spirits, and Raven does manage to take the kill. In fact, you had Moon there with the haste rune anyway, just in case. He wasn't really able to follow up at all onto the Void anyway, so they might try to chip down this tier 1 tower a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And further on the Moon build, have you heard a look at it? It's 302. He has no level in Bolt.
Wow, so that's a new one. Q is going after it. Yeah, Moon is in trouble. Sonic Wave is going to be out from the Quap. Fearless will be able to take a kill for himself now. And it's very unusual to see that. No points in Lightning Bolt.
I have been seeing this more often than not nowadays. I'm not going to win the lane. I can't really harass or out-harass my counter opponent. Obviously, Fearless playing that Queen of Pain is a great harasser with Dagger. So why not just prep for farming? Get that level 7, max out the farm, push out lanes as much as I can. I still am a bit on the fence on it though. I'm still used to the maxing Bolt, destroying the lane, and then farming from it. But I quite like the Arc Lightning build.
Yeah.
It's a throwback to 2015, where Bloodstone first. That was the build.
The good old days. like to call it. Boombill. Yeah, Thunder God's Wrath is going to come in. Boombill cannot sustain through that much damage. Moon will take it on the Zeus, and well, that's always a nice little positive, right, for the side of Fnatic, is if you get close to getting a kill, Moon should be able to just clean it up quite easily with his ulti.
Yeah, definitely. It has been nerfed recently. 30 seconds more on the cooldown. So they have to be a bit more sparing with the use of Thunder God's Wrath. But with a Raven, Spectre, the cooldown's 180 seconds on Hawk. So which one do you really want to be using to commit to these fights?
It's very true. Of course, Jackie still just farming very, very well in the Void. I do kind of wonder what item build this Void goes for this game. 'Cause the item builds do tend to vary quite a bit between different players, but what are you thinking this game around up against the Spectre?
Well, obviously, I do have the benefit. I can see he is building the Midas, but Midas is a good build. He needs to get levels. He needs to start tanking up, and he needs to set the tempo faster than Raven is ready for. So you've got to be fighting less than 3 minutes per fight. You need to make sure that Haunt's not up. You need to be finding good kills with the Chrono. I'd be happy. Ooh.
Avalanche toss on jabs. Spectral Dagger going to be out. And that'll be it. It was just a bit of a warning shot out from Q.
Yeah, nothing really much happening. But yeah, with Jackie just building a Manta plus one item and then eventually going to like that BKB Ag style.
Well, Jackie, he's going to be able to get whatever he wants at this rate. And speaking of farm, you look at those the top two in terms of last hits right now. It is the Tide and the Quap. Yeah. So the side of Motivate.Trust so far are having a very, very good game. Holding that slight net worth lead up against Fnatic for now. Fearless is also going to make a bit of a rotation down to the bot lane. See if we can pick up a kill here. He does have the Sonic Wave back up. Not to mention, of course, Jackie does also have the Chrono.
Yeah, I think DJ's going to die. The only way he gets out here, a lot of people see a Phoenix. He's probably going to use it. Oh, doesn't have the mana.
Dive. Jackie has the Chrono, but they'll use the cookie, and it lands just in time.
Masteros on the top lane as well.
He's in danger. Ravage is committed. Q's going to come in with an avalanche, but is that going to be enough for it? He wants to keep going. He'll commit the Roar on the easier target, and Raven actually going to haunt in. Gets one. Now after Masteros, and it looks like Masteros is just dead. It's the strength of the global strat. They could just be anywhere at any time.
Yeah, it's so hard to combat that as well. Like, you don't want to commit your whole team. Bombell, I believe, TP'd the mid lane to start getting farms, start getting levels there, so he can't come in. And all of a sudden, do you want to commit the Queen of Pain TP? Do you want to commit the Void TP on Jackie? Or do you want to just trade towers? And they're going to go for the trade towers.
Fair. Because poor old DJ trying to get that TP off, and they turned into something nice afterwards. DJ dying for the greater good. Q tried to help out, but ends up working against him forever, not hesitating whatsoever. Didn't think about the raw target, just gets it right onto that Tiny. Well, at least Jackie, on the bright side, is very close to that Midas build-up you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he can AFK farm this game. You can see he's gone 4 levels time lock. He knows he's not really going to die unless he makes an egregious error. So you might as well farm really aggressively, start to push out these lanes. You're going to need to do a lot of work. The Queen of Pain is going to get locked down quite a bit in the mid-game. So I'd like to see Jackie start to take over around the 20-minute mark.
It's going to be important.
And I say that, he's going to TP top. He might look towards a Chrono soon. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses, so they're going to smoke up.
Give it a shot, see what they can do. Moon not going to be around the area to help out his team if they do get caught. And Raven would be a primary target for this smoke.
That's a shame. They were about 5 seconds too late on that rotation. They would have found Raven, and Raven definitely dies right now. He has no boots.
They're still chasing. Towards the high ground, they do ping out Raven.
Here it is.
And they have made the jump with the Chrono, and now the Mortimer's Kisses are going to fly in, but Raven is trying to make a run. It will be no good. Boombell will be able to secure the kill on the Snapfire. Still Jackie taking quite a bit of damage on his way out, but they are still trying to go after jabs on the Clockwork. Making a bit of space, he'll go for the hook shot onto Boombell, but now the cookie's there onto Masteros, and the Thunder God's Wrath will be enough. Still Fearless does get the Sonic Wave out in time. And that'll pretty much be it. Fnatic unable to find anyone else to go after. They'll lose 2-1 in this fight.
They did get a ward, but it's still not a great fight. Heads up play from Jackie though, realizing his Mortimer's Kisses, like the Snapfire, obviously can help win with the kill. They do trade their life for Raven, but I think that's worth it. Every time you take that pick.
Absolutely. I mean, that's your highest priority target right now, and probably will be for the rest of the game. Apart from maybe Moon on the Zeus, who, you know, obviously you get rid of him for DPS reasons still.
Middle tower is under attack.
Things are going okay right now for Motivate.Trust. They hold a 1k net worth lead and a 1 kill advantage. Currently, in terms of net worth, Jackie is just sitting at the top. That's the last person you want at the top if you are the side of Fnatic. Raven does have a bit of catching up to do. In fact, you look at Raven's net worth at the moment. It is at 4.5k, so the Faceless Void is a full 1k ahead.
Yeah, I think this is fine though. Spectre obviously is not a great early game farmer. Picks it up later, becomes a fighting nuisance once you get a few items. So I think this gap of 1200 is completely fine for the Spectre in a losing matchup.
Bill against Spectral Dagger. He's looking for the cookie attempt and does get to the low ground, but Raven, of course, can just run down to the low ground, and Boombill is trying his best to survive. Q's actually going to come in with a great avalanche out into the toss, but now the hook shot. Jabs is there to try and help. Jackie is going to get pushed by the cogs, and now the Roar comes in. Forev, he does hold down Jackie, and he does end up dying. Masaros, he tries for the Ravage, but it is going to be no good, it seems like. In fact, maybe it is Q. He comes back in, gets one, but they will lose the tide. And that is a 3-for-1 trade. 2 cores going down for Motivate.Trust. It's all at the cost of really just the clockwork.
Yeah, heads up play from Raven there. Not many people would have recognized it, but he blind through the dagger and hit Bombell. Instantly haunts to kill the Mortimer's Kisses. If Bombell gets that Mortimer's Kisses for even 3 or 4 globs, that fight's completely different.
Definitely a big deal. Watch out for that if you are the Snapfire.
Is under attack.
So, Forev still looking at his item build anyway. He's still going for that standard kind of Helm of the Dominator into the Necro book, which, I mean, I guess some things just never change regardless of, you know, the balance updates that do occur. Yeah. Is this just the way to play it? Like, you don't really want any mobility or anything for the Raw. You go into the standard. I'm going to have 50 creeps run at you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Well, like I said with Lycan last game, where the new Necro books kind of favor attacking heroes. Forev playing this Beastmaster is the perfect example of that. You have that attack speed from Inner Beast. As soon as you roar someone, those Necro books run on top of you with that extra movement speed. So I think, honestly, Necro book is better for Beastmaster as well. Of course, you have less pushing power. You have a terrible pushing lineup with Spectre and Zeus. But you just want to commit to win these fights, and I think Necro book does that.
Fair. Fearless is about to spot out Forev, or maybe Forev gets in first. He gets the stun and the Roar off, but he's all alone at the moment. The Zeus does have ulti. Fearless will be able to blink out of there. Masaros going to come in to try and help out. They really want the life of Forev.
That's sick. He got the Centaur Stomp on Bombell's Mortimer's Kisses.
Oh, that's fantastic. Forev just walks his way out.
Jabs.
And Boombill not going to be very happy about that.
Jabs wants blood here. I think he's going to look for a hook. I think he might find Bombell as well.
Boombill does get hooked up with the cogs. Boombill, do you have a cookie? He does, but can't get the animation off, and it doesn't matter anyway. They have the Thunder God's Wrath, but Jabs will die in the process, and Boombill, he doesn't look too sad after all. He's all right.
Yeah, the difference is obviously you're trading gold onto the Zeus, and some people will live with that, because Zeus right now, if he gets jumped on, he's only got a Yule Scepter. I believe we're going to see a Boots of Travel coming in on the Courier as well. He needs items. He needs mobility, and he needs to start building towards the Ag so the Spectre Haunt can solo kill people.
Raven goes straight into the Yasha and what looks to be the Manta straight after that. Standard stuff for the Spectre.
Yeah, so much better than the Radiance build, I reckon.
I'd say so, yeah.
Like, I like the Radiance, but I feel like stats is just too good on Spectre. He uses them too well with his illusions. Obviously, once you get that Manta, it's very hard to take down all those Dispersion illusions.
Of course, once you're stuck in the Chrono as well as the Spectre, that's all you want. You just want some stats. Fearless, Boombill, and Q. They're going to smoke up. They've got Masaros in the mid lane as the Tide. He's just trying to bait the side of Fnatic at the moment, but they're nowhere near.
And quite a curious build for Masaros. He's actually gone 4-staff and then heading back towards the pipe. I don't mind this just because of the amount of AoE damage that's going to come out. Haunt obviously will stop the blink.
Well, they're running into him. Masaros gets a Courier.
Alright, that should notify them. I think Jabs is going to live with that, losing his Courier. Unless Jabs wants blood, like...
He pops the smoke of Q. There's the avalanche, or rather just the toss straight into Masaros, and they're going to go for the easy clockwork kill. And they say easy, Jabs is still alive. He does eventually go down. That's really all they could afford to go after. That was the only person showing.
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, you got to pick with the smoke gank, but it's a 2K net worth clockwork. Jabs is just absolutely playing POS 7 Dota right now.
Sometimes it's how it has to be done.
Yeah, it's sad to watch, but sometimes you got to appreciate the support players that are willing to sacrifice like this. And Fnatic are a great team for that. They have so much trust with each other. Outside of Raven, the 4 of them have been playing for quite some time
Radiant's
together.
middle tower is under attack.
Lane, it's just an illusion. Moon, wasting a few spells out from the Trust boys. They are still pretty set on trying to go after that mid-tier 1 tower, I must say. They really haven't left that area. Can they actually get it done? I mean, just with this Arc Lightning spam, it seems like their creeps just can't get anywhere near. But now with Jackie there, he'll just frontline with Masaros.
They got to be careful though, because if they take about half their health pool and all of a sudden a Haunt comes out, Forev gets the Roar, you could actually lose this fight quickly. And I see Jab's hook.
There's the Roar. It's going to be on to Q with the Chrono being thrown out by Jackie, but he's trying to focus down Forev. Now the Ravage comes out from Masaros. Is it going to be enough though? They got Jabs. They'll get Forev on the Beastmaster, and that'll be it. After that tier 1 tower, why not take a few kills and just get out of there?
Yeah, definitely. Raven didn't even commit the Haunt. He didn't want to bar it. He's like, nah, we've lost this one. I'm out.
You guys are on your own.
And he's heading towards that Manta. Like you said, he's only 1,000 gold away. He is quite close. It'll be interesting to see when he gets a tier 2 item, if there are any decent ones. Ugh. There's a Vampire Fangs for him. That's about it.
It's not the best. Does run into Fearless. Sunray's going to be out. Fearless, he blinked into Raven. He's just going to die. DJ does lose his life to Q, but I don't think you mind that. You've got a support for a core trade.
Yeah, even a Farm Phoenix in DJ, you definitely take that trade. Unlucky from Fearless. Like, that is just a normal rotation. It's a normal farming pattern. And all of a sudden, you just see Ravens there.
Echo Saber on Quap. Did I see that right?
Oh, so
he's just splitting it up.
Yeah, it's not a glitch, but a lot of people realize like you can build the Echo Saber for a few more stats if you're building BKB and Orchid. Zeus though,
he's getting jumped. Nice toss out from Q with the cookie to follow up from Boombell and Moon, and he survived. There's going to be a hookshot and Haunt in.
No.
He's got 2 in the cogs. Moon is still making a run for it, and he is going to make it out. Masaros, oh, what a place to be in. He can see the Zeus, he just can't reach.
What? And there's getting more. Oh, Fearless won't die though.
Masaros, he's still on the run. Raven is on the chase. DJ right behind him, and Moon, of all people, will take the kill, and we'll get a mega kill streak. Oh, and that is just disgusting from Fnatic.
Yeah, oh, I'm so glad no one can see me. That hurt to see. The Zeus was dead. He just gets out. It was even a failed TP. Like, he TP'd home to get insta-stunned. Essence Ring comes off. He just walks away. DJ keeps him alive, and that's a disgusting turnaround. And that could set the mid-game in motion, honestly.
Certainly could. It's a big kill attempt to go for, and a lot of bodies lost here for Motivate.Trust, but they'll get back to the farming game. You've still got Jackie, who is at the top of the net worth board, on the Faceless Void, so he's kind of your saving grace right now, that you can rely on him in those later stages of the game. Though, as I say that, Forev does now have a blink up on that Beastmaster, so suddenly it's not going to be quite as easy to avoid that roar from this Beastmaster.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be a huge window as well, because as you've seen, Jackie just built the BKB. So if Jackie can get the BKB off before Roar, he will live every time. Spectre doesn't have enough damage yet, but Moon is 70 gold away from Axe. So if that Roar comes off pre-BKB, he probably will die before he gets to use a single spell.
It's rough. It's going to be a smoke out. MG Trust.
Oh, Jabs is going to eat the smoke again. He's so loyal. Like, he doesn't care. He's just going to die. He's not even going to move.
It's space. There's an Aghanim Scepter actually coming out on Moon now, so the way they see it, Jabs dies, we get a new item up, and we can take the next team fight. You look at MG Trust now, they go after the Roshan player, but are they going to realize on the side of Fnatic?
I don't know if they can actually do anything with this. They got the bird in there, so they do know. They have the buyback on Jabs, so he can TP in, and they're just going to bail out with a buyback. Okay.
Masaros just picks up the pipe. They could try to take this this team fight around the Roche pit. The only problem being they don't really realize the Ags is up yet, because it has not been revealed by Moon.
I think they just dewarded here, so they would have seen it on Moon, I believe. So we might know either way that you can't avoid the fight just because he has Ags. Like, if it's going to come to you, it's going to come to you. You have to live with that. And you're going to see Jabs is going to look for the hook on Bombell. I believe he's the pick to take right now. Obviously, we can see Foreb's on the sideline, so he can't really start this fight.
Jabs gets Chronoed up by Jackie. You know, you might be happy if you're Jabs about this. Chrono's expended, and they're going to rush the Roche after.
Mastros is going to die in the Roche pit.
He is. Roar is going to be there with the Sun Ray, and the Thunder God's Wrath is going to be enough. So, Jackie, how do you fight this now without a Chrono?
Without a Ravage, too.
Without a Ravage.
So, the Roshan was about half health when that fight started. That is, I think, why Mastros walked in there. I was obviously watching Jabs die once more.
Yep.
But heads-up play from Fnatic. Jabs baiting out the Chrono. And they got a free Roche for it, really. The Jabs is worth next to nothing these days.
It's literal space being made here from Jabs. I really don't think he'd care if he died another 50 times.
Yeah. Well, each time he dies, he's losing 83 gold. It's 2 creeps.
83 gold.
I had to check just to see how low it actually was.
What a number.
Oh, man. He's only dead for 32. Obviously, that was a bit longer with that dieback. But from here on out, Jabs is happy dying over and over again. And you can tell he's 1-8.
Yeah.
The rest of his teams died 1-1-1 on the cause, and he's died 8 alone.
Better you than me. Fearless. So he's just trying to work towards the BKB on the Quap now. So just wanting to remove a lot of the magic damage coming out of Moon, I'm sure, and even the control that's coming out. Of course, all these BKBs aren't really going to matter in the grand scheme of things when you have the Beastmaster and the Clockwork Hook. And speaking of, Jabs does go on Boombill. They push him back with the Cogs. He just goes back in with the Cookie. And Sunray is going to burn him out, though Jackie will at least find another trade. But you look at Raven and Masteros, they're just fighting.
Roar?
Masteros turns around. Forev, meanwhile, getting a roar off onto Jackie, but he does time walk it off. Forev still making the chase. Masteros now needs to be careful, but the dagger not going to be enough. Jackie, he will survive just a little bit longer, and it looks like he's making his way out. The rest of Motivate.Trust will also be just fine. It ends up really just being a 1-for-1. Again, both supports just going down.
Yeah, and that is huge for Motivate.Trust. Obviously not committing the Ravage, not having the Chronosphere at all, and not committing the Scream of Pain and Sonic Wave combo. I think you now turn around as Motivate.Trust. You look for a fight, you look for a Chrono, even through the ages. You just go find Moon and kill him.
Fnatic established a almost 3K net worth lead at the 25.5-minute mark. Got to give it to Motivate.Trust. This is a much closer game than most people
Fearless,
would expect.
no, don't take me in there.
Fearless, he blinks in again. He does commit the Sonic Wave, but he actually does survive. They don't get a stun off. But Moon is still there, and he gets the kill. Great Lightning Bolt into the Arc Lightning, and they're looking for more perhaps. Masteros is around. He should know Forev might be there with Moon.
Yeah. Tell you what though, Fearless is living up to his name. He is blinking onto anything and everything to get this farm. It has paid off a lot, but he's obviously died twice, and both of them have been the same outcome. TP into enemy heroes.
But the bloke's Fearless.
Jackie though, Chrono?
Is going to be out onto Moon, but you have the roar there from Forev. He was just waiting for it, but now a Ravage does fly out from Masteros. That'll be the Zeus gone, and that'll be a lot of your damage gone. Raven just hide out, and looks like they actually got another Jabs.
Yeah, that's sick from Jackie. Like we said, Moon has to die first. He has to be the one getting jumped on.
DJ gets caught out trying to TP. Does pop his BKB.
He has Chrono, but Boombell does have the little shredder, so I don't want to see DJ commit the egg.
Cookie tries to juke it out, but that toss is going to be there, and Jackie will be now on a mega kill streak. That's 3 down from Fnatic's end of things, and that net worth lead I talked about a minute ago is suddenly just pretty darn even. It's less than 1K now from Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the XP and net worth graphs. Nothing has gone past 4K in a 30-minute game, or 27-minute rather. That is incredibly close. 4K net worth in 27 minutes is negligible. XP even less so. This is an absolute banger already. This could go to 3 games. I'm hoping Motivate.Trust keep it together.
I hope so too. They've been looking great. Raven still just going to keep trying to keep up with this Faceless Void farm, who is about 3k ahead of the Spectre. He's going into the Abyssal Blade, and you do kind of feel like Raven might need that added bit of control, especially into the Void and the Quap. And you've got so many stuns already, but yeah, just that extra one, just so he can jump on top of someone and ensure he can get some damage out before they Time Walk or blink away. Probably going to be the go here for the Spectre.
Yeah, definitely. On the other side, though, we've got tier 3 items coming through. These are the items that start to make a huge difference, because if you get lucky with the Paladin Sword, with the Quickening Charm, the game can turn around. I can see the Quickening Charm's already on Moon and already put on the Fearless Queen of Pain. So we're going to see some spellcasting go hack in the next few fights.
You love to see it. There is a smoke out now from Fnatic's end of things. They do invade the Dire jungle. Rocket Flare did go past Masaros. Jabs just runs straight into him again with the hookshot to stun, but he just melts. And no, they back off. They actually don't want to initiate. It looks like they might just be satisfied with Jackie committing that BKB charge.
Honestly, I feel like Jabs is doing this on purpose.
Seems that
He's
way.
straight up, he's like, I'm going to make you use your BKB. Be scared of the fact that we can Nimbus kill you.
It's actually quite clever though, right? Because so much of your damage is magical. When you look at Moon, when you look at DJ on the Phoenix, getting that BKB charge that much lower actually will be a pretty nice future investment for the side of Fnatic.
Well, it's already dropped to 7. So once it gets down to 5, if you raw him, all of a sudden he doesn't have a BKB for very long. Raw's a 4-second stun.
Moon smoked up here. They do jump in. They found the Zeus. Now Mortimer's Kisses are going to fly out with the Sonic Wave, and Jackie will jump in to ensure they have the damage. Now, they might try to secure this mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, another great play from Jackie to find that pick with Fearless. This is what Motivate.Trust need to be doing, though. They need to be killing Moon pre-fight. If they have a fight where, obviously we've seen where Chrono gets used on Jabs, and it looks disastrous afterwards. Even with the Ravager, doesn't matter. All you need to do is kill Moon.
Masaros just trying to defend that tier 2, which is extremely low, but Forever sticking around.
Oh, Forever, please tell me you're going to blink and kill it. Please tell me you're going to do it.
He's going to use the board and try and go for the tier 2 tower kill, but he couldn't quite get there. 40 HP remaining, and that should be a nice, easy deny. Or the Tide later on. Still.
I think he might not deny it straight away purely off the fact that once you deny it, you can obviously start taking these outposts. But even then, it's quite a risky play, because I think you can backdoor 40 health quite comfortably on almost anyone but Jabs.
Yeah. Poor old Jabs.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a good game. Disregard the 11 deaths, but outside of that, he's having a pretty good game.
Yeah, solid.
Like, it's clear Fnatic had a game plan when they came in. Like, we're going to buy space for Raven, we're going to hope Moon doesn't get picked off, and we get to late game, we'll probably win. Because I think a Zeus late game with 25 into a low BKB cooldown team will dominate. And obviously Spectre hits an R button. There's no real massive level of skill there. You will win fights just from hitting Horn.
I'll tell you what though, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here for Motivate.Trust. I look over to Raven and he is very, very close now to just buying out that full IF Skadi. It could be a concern here as once he tanks up like this, we know what happens in the late game when you have a Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, I was curious about the Abyssal build, but I do like this Skadi, realizing that a Chrono doesn't matter if you have an Abyssal, you're going to probably die in it. Skadi is a bit more health. It's about 300 more health, 250 more health, so tank up a bit more, really annoy them in the team fights, and then hope Moon, once again, doesn't get picked.
It's going to be important.
That is the aim of the game. Oh, Boombell.
Jumped on.
Oh my god. That was quick.
Forev able to pick up a kill there on the support Snapfire.
Did use Raw for it though. 70-second cooldown.
Masaros. Should realize they are around the area. Maybe just confident that he'll survive. Does hold the craggy coat on top of the rest of the auras he's currently got. Looks like they won't even bother with the Tide. He's just way too big at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of which, we were talking about the top tier tower not getting denied. Raven took it in the end.
Oh.
Raven went and just one-shot it. Oh,
Hook
Jabs?
shot. Jabs is going to go out onto the Void. Jackie is going to be able to time walk away, but now the Nimbus has been placed. Masaros
He has the Rav. I don't think he wants to.
He'll commit. The Ravage is going to be there. He's still
Moon
burning out the
Madden.
Sunrise. Moon does go in and eventually does allow the kill, but now Jackie does get in with the Chrono. He's got 2 in there, but Fearless is going to have the follow-up damage. They burst down Moon and DJ. They want more Fearless.
Man, Moon is playing so aggressive. I think he's taken a leaf out of Fearless's book and just dove in. You can't really do this as a Zeus, especially when your Thunder God's Wrath is up. Nimbus had about 9 seconds, 10 seconds left on cooldown. I don't know why you're jumping in to try to commit to a Tidehunter kill.
They could be forced to buy back on Fnatic soon to boot, because there is a Roshan coming in just a moment, I believe.
Neither team knows yet, though. So, like, while we see this replay, nothing is really happening, except they have noticed the Roshan.
Okay. And that is TNC, rather Fnatic, excuse me, that have noticed. But Jackie, of course, we saw in the previous highlight, looking fantastic with that Chrono. They now both seem to be aware the Roshan is up. So they're going to keep tabs. Courier's flying in for the Roshan pit. No buybacks necessary from Fnatic's end, as they are not even initiating yet. There we go. They'll go on to the Roshan now with Jackie.
They left it too late, though, so Zeus is going to be up. They obviously do commit and back out. Also, have you seen the Bloodborne build from Jackie? He's building towards... He's all but committed with the Oblivion Staff. I quite like this. Like, once that Manta goes off on Raven, or better yet, once you get on top of Moon, it's a nice little lockdown. You force out either a BKB, a Yules, or some type of disengage for a very cheap, relatively decent item with the attack speed and the mana regen.
Definitely the next level way to play it. There is going to be a smoke from Fnatic, and Fearless is going to blink away this time. Masaros, hookshot is going to land perfectly from Jab, just from a mile away, but he does get himself out. Raven does have double damage active. He really wants to fight at the moment. Looks like he might not really have a chance. And instead, he's going to try to start the Roshan.
Yeah, this is scary because you use the Clockwork, obviously. You have everything else bar the Nimbus up as well. But I don't think Raven wants to get solo chronoed into this pit.
Got to try something. That Roshan's going down real quick.
He also went to Health Town at level 20. Not often seen. Jackie
does jump in. Still no chrono up, but he's
bad.
going to hit the Roshan. He is getting very low. There's the Aegis Raven. He does pick it up, and Jackie does go down. But what a Ravage and Sonic Wave out from Fearless and Masaros. Is it enough? Probably not. Raven is still moving forward. With that Aegis, he just does not care about his own life. He'll lose at least one.
He has Haunt on the second life, though, so I would look to see Boombell getting absolutely destroyed here. And yep, see ya, Boombell.
Straight after Boombell, he will go down, and even the Quap has been used, but Fearless will be able to blink out. Still Moon. Hawk from Jabs, landing again from a mile away, but Fearless does have the blink out. Q was there to save with the Avalanche toss. It looks like he does force up himself back to the high ground. Overall, though, like just looking at how that fight went out, you'd still say that Fnatic were on top.
Yeah, Fnatic did win there, even with the Jabs buyout, obviously, once more. Support buyback for a Roche fight win and also a kill on Jackie, which is probably the biggest thing they got there. Not just the Aegis, but Jackie dying with no buyout. He obviously bought out the Orchid, I believe, another Oblivion Star. But now you get the tier 2, you reset map presence, you wait for Haunt to come back up, and then you fight again.
That's the way to do it.
He has 3.5k health.
This is what I was kind of taught, and we haven't even maxed out yet, because he's going into the Abyssal Blade soon, so the Vanguard gets added to that. A bit more HP coming soon for Raven.
It will be curious to see if he goes to Dispersion damage at level 25. The norm these days is the actual Haunt Illusion. Your Haunt Illusion can actually just straight kill supports.
Yeah.
But with how tanky he is, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Dispersion come out. Oh no, Jabs. Is he going to do it? 4-Apes here, but I don't think this is a kill they can take.
No, they won't either. Jackie has his teammates right behind him just in case.
Zeus didn't have mana for both spells either.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, just everything just a bit too hard to kill Jackie.
Raven does get that Vanguard up into the Abyssal now, and with that Abyssal there, Haunt should be here any second, so it might be about that time they do go for that next team fight.
No buyout though, so it's a very risky strat here. Obviously Zeus is holding his buyout. He's not really that close to anything anyway. He's building towards that Bloodstone. But if Raven dies in this fight, it's 100 seconds where you're relying on Zeus to defend the base. Ooh, Timeless Relic.
Be pretty nice.
Oh, please give that to the E-Blade Q, Tiny.
Dire's top tower.
They're probably going to give it to Fearless just because, well, it's a Queen of Pain.
Right.
But I want to see the E-Blade do its work.
Love to see it, but it looks like it probably will go to the Quap.
What, no? Oh, there it is. There. It's on the Queen of Pain.
All right.
So Fearless does take it. Once he gets that Scream Fear at level 25, that debuff duration is so dirty. It's so hard to deal with for Fnatic. And I think that's a huge window for them, whether or not Fearless can get on top of the enemy heroes.
Ross. Everyone's just seemingly comfortable with farming at the moment, it seems. I mean, Motivate.Trust, I mean, they have the slight net worth lead. You kind of brought it up earlier, but no buybacks available right now on the Spectre, or maybe there is now, but Raven is still just trying to get some more gold up for himself before he does make that big play.
Yeah, I mean, this happens a lot around the tier 4 items. This, oh, Illusionist Cape for Raven.
Nice one.
Here we go. Oh, that's such a good spell. Obviously, the people that don't know, it will up his Haunt damage, it will up his Manta damage, it will up his own damage. It's just a huge item for any illusion-based hero.
Neutral items, aren't they fun?
Well, they got the best two. I would argue that Spell Prism is the best item you can get for Zeus. And obviously, Illusionist Cape is most likely the best item you could get for Spectre.
Rare. Avalanche Toss going to be out from Q, and he does immediately go down. Nobody else around the area to really go after here for Motivate.Trust. Just have to accept a pretty good kill and back off. That was a smoke being used up, of course, for that one. Fnatic just staying on the other side of the map. Staying away from Motivate.Trust for now. Not really too interested in committing quite yet. But Jackie and the rest of his side, especially with this Bloodthorn, they look like they just want to keep going.
Yeah, definitely. They do have to push the tempo a bit. Like I said, the level 25s that are going to come out on Zeus and Spectre are both massive. And obviously Jackie has his 25 already. That backtrack or coming through really negates a lot of the damage coming from Zeus. He is our burst you before Time Walk comes off. And if you can survive because of a backtrack and you reset your health pool, all of a sudden this Zeus hero is a bit weak.
Yeah. Bit of a setup here for the bot lane. G-Trust go after that tier 2 tower. We did see Fnatic earlier on, that is, taking that tier 2 top, and they actually do pressure the top tier 3 a bit, forcing Fearless to TP back.
You're still going to lose another 300 odd health on the tower because Illusionist Cape's a nice and fair item. Oh, there's some neutral items that need to go. They need to go, and Illusionist Cape's one of them.
All right. Well, I mean, neutral items in general, some of them are kind of game-breaking. It gets a bit ridiculous at some point, but like you said, the Illusionist Cape on Raven, pretty tough.
I mean, this could be, I'm speaking very early, but this could be a tier 5 neutral item game.
Really?
I've only ever casted one of them before where someone actually used the tier 5 items.
You did call out earlier on that this would at least be a 40-minute game between these two, so I trust you. I mean, it is approaching that point now. We're about 20 minutes away from that tier 5 spot.
Yeah, definitely. I have to give props to MG.Trust. Whether they win or lose this game, already they have shown why they're here at ESL 1 Thailand. They have shown very strong gameplay so far. And Fnatic came in as a top 3 team.
Chrono is going to be out. He caught 2 of them for Ev. Going to be mainly targeted, but look at Jabs. He's holding everyone back with the hookshot cogs. And of course, Raven will haunt in, going after the Faceless Void, but he will not be able to time walk away. He's getting stunned up. He will go down to Moon. And now the cleanup crew is upon us. Fnatic want to keep going. DJ, very, very low in terms of HP, but he does still have the egg. He's more than happy to use it. Raven going after Fearless. DJ waiting for the silence, but he will die before he can get the egg off. And that'll be Q for Raven to just leave the area as Q for Moon. Won't be able to get him.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're seeing though. Raven and Moon just don't die in these fights, but they're not doing enough damage. I say that though. Masaros.
A little bit careful. Spectral Dagger, that should be the end of this team fight as Motivate.Trust seem to have had enough of this one. And it really is a matter of that. The damage output just doesn't seem quite high enough yet from Fnatic to really be able to deal with everyone on the side of Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, as soon as we see... I'd like to see Moon go for a refresher, honestly, before the Octarine. I know that's a bit out of order. Usually you do go the Ags, you go a mobility item, you maybe go 2 mobility items in this game, for instance. Then you go back for the Octarine. I want to see the Refresher. I want to see a double Nimbus with an Abyssal and straight take Jackie off the map. I think they need to as well, with how strong he's been in these fights.
They got him last time, but if you got the Refresher Shard up or the Refresher Orb up, it's going to be a lot easier to burst him down.
Refresher Shard, good point. Roshan may respawn in 3 seconds, so...
Thank you for that.
MLP, internal timer is on point.
I have been playing the game for a very long time, I must say. I mean, it's been what, 15 years?
Yeah, I really hate when people are like, oh, I've been playing it for a couple years, and you're like, I didn't even play Dota 1, I'm too young.
Yeah.
But the people that are like 19 saying, oh yeah, I've been playing it for so long since like this patch.
Fearless gets roared up. Raven gonna haunt straight in, and Fearless, does he go down? Avalanche again from Q, but no, the stun's out from Raven. It's just too much for the Quap. That's a big pickoff. No buyback available on that Queen of Pain, and or that Roshan. It's not up yet, but it looks to be a fast one, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be up almost to the second when Queen of Pain spawns, which isn't too bad because obviously there's a tier 2 in the mid lane, so he can TP to that, and they've still controlled this outpost quite comfortably in the top lane. So there is ways for him to get into this fight. Although, I think Zeus ulting meant Jabs wanted blood. He doesn't have the hookshot up though.
Jab just wants to hook onto anybody. That guy loves throwing it out.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like the gameplay, but at some point you have to get an item. Like, he's holding 3k so he can buy back. And he has a Vlad's queued up for Raven. I don't know if Vlad's is the best item.
Oh, Bell gets hooked on again. Raven with the follow-up Abyssal Blade.
That's a gem. That's huge. That is an absolute fantastic pick. And this one will give him 30 seconds for the Roshan hit to take that out before Boom Bell spawns up.
Well, judging by the last time they took out the Roshan, I mean, it didn't take too long. Now, mind you, they had a double damage on Raven at the time, so perhaps it could be slightly slower, but I think they might be able to do it. Still, Boom Bell will be able to buy back if necessary.
You won't be able to TP to anything but the tier 2, though, so we'll have to commit to quite a far TP. Obviously not the biggest problem. Mortimer's Kisses has a million range.
Yeah.
I think it's like 2,000.
A million is probably close to that. So.
And here comes the Roche. That is the Refresher Shard.
Thank you very much. Raven and Forever will just get started. And MG.Trust may not be aware that this is even happening, but DJ, now with that Thunder God's Wrath, may have made it a little bit more obvious, but the Roshan's already so low. They get it for free.
Yeah. And they left the cheese on the floor for, I believe, DJ? Yeah. Something I don't see often. Zeus went the cast range talent.
Wow.
Zeus has level 25. He's gone that cast range talent, but he doesn't even have an Aether Lens. So, like, he won't be doing from, like, the global range bolts combo, but that cast range talent is so far. You get put off because normal people go damage, but he'll be attacking from 2,000 units out.
Azeroth. Danger. Gets the Ravage off. Still dies. Hookshot. Oh, Jabs. Just a perfect hookshot onto Fearless with the Abyssal Blade out. Oh, he's been a real playmaker this game. And Fnatic, they're looking for more. They have found, of course, it's going to be Boom Bell.
Ah, that poor man.
He can't do anything. He's just going to accept the fact that he's going to die. And Q is sticking around here with the Avalanche toss, and Jackie's going to come in. They do kill off Jabs, but now Forev is going to come in with the Roar. Jackie thinking about the Chrono, won't throw it out. We'll just back out of there.
Yeah, Gem does go back towards MG.Trust.
He blinks right in with the BKB up, trying to go after DJ. But DJ is way too tanky with the Whittler Shaco.
Jackie needs to be careful. They've got the Abyssal up. I think they're going to go on him, yeah.
Raven on top. Jackie has the Chrono, but look at how much Raven's HP pool is. He's not dying. The egg is going down. Jackie does commit the Chrono. He'll get the egg. DJ gone. Now Forev will also go down. And can they get the big one? Raven, he's getting bashed non-stop. He cannot catch a break, but he will finally be able to walk out of there because there is somebody else called Jabs taking all the attention away once again. So Raven will go after Fearless. He gets the Queen of Pain back after Boom Bell, who is going to cookie away. And with the Glimmer Cape should be fine, and they don't even seem to want Masteros, or maybe
that was a
they
flicker.
do.
It was a nice play. He's getting lucky.
Nimbus, Yule's going to be out from Moon. Masaros does go down, and now Jackie jumps back in after Moon. But Moon does juke him out. Now the Conks push back Jackie, trying to get himself out of there. He is not going to be able to, though. Raven, a triple kill out for the Spectre.
Jackie has no buyback. He jumped in with no buyback.
That's a problem.
And obviously we saw Fearless died back in that fight. I think this might be at least one Rax going down, if not two. Obviously it's going to be quite hard to push through both tier 2s at once, so they might not lose their entire base, but it was looking so good for MG.Trust, but that
Divine.
a long fight?
Divine Rapier on Raven.
Okay. I don't hate that. He's got the Aegis.
I guess so. I mean, they've got no buybacks anyway, so they might just want to rush the tier 4 towers, and they got that refresher orb you wanted as well, by the way.
Yeah, they used it on Phoenix still. So Zeus hasn't taken the refresher off him, which is weird, because Double Nimbus is
but
ridiculous.
He's bought a refresher orb.
Oh, yes he did! Give him the refresher shard too. I want to see 3 of them.
He might not even have the chance. They're going after the tier 4s with that Divine Rapier. Raven, just slowly but surely getting through that tier 4, but there's the Mortimer's Kisses going onto that creep wave, but the hookshot jabs once again straight into the fountain this time around, and they just roar him up. That might be it. The tier 4s are down, the Ancient is exposed, and the GG has been called. The side of Fnatic will be able to take game 1 in quite an explosive fashion.
Yeah, honestly, MG.Trust, they may have lost the game, but I'm going to give them huge props. They made that look so competitive for 45 minutes. They made one mistake in that late game fight. That game could have been theirs, honestly. I think Jackie Fearless played such strong cores. And honestly, Void, Quap, are they really bannable first phase heroes? I think you're going to actually see at least one of them get another hero, another comfort pick, and they could really take it to Fnatic in game 2.
Well, with that, Poglet, of course, I'm very excited for game 2, and we are going to head to game 2 after a short break. It is MLP, Dota, and Poglet. We'll see you again very, very soon for game number 2.
Shows a man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stage just for that one's gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round again.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear.
they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed a point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand. It was a very back and forth first game here between Fnatic as well as Motivate, but unfortunately for Motivate, Fnatic were just able to come out on top in those late game decision making. I'm Fluke, and again, I'm joined here by my wonderful panelists, Danog as well as QO. Boys, how did you guys like that second series? Sorry about that. I just kind of confused myself a little bit. Fnatic, lovely. Boys, what are you doing?
Just playing a little bit with Instagram. The new DHL filter on it. There's this cool little thing. It's called Guess the Gibberish. So you gotta hold it down. Now, QO, what do you think that says? For the boys? For the boys?
For the boys.
For the boys, you reckon?
Yeah.
I mean, that seems like your attitude today with all your Korean brethren, and it is for the boys. So make sure you check it out. I'm gonna post it up on my Insta in. Well, let's just do it now. You can keep on talking, and everyone else can go check it out. So it's Danog on Instagram.
All right, guys, make sure you do go check out Danog on Instagram to realize why he's not looking at these series and why he's taking Instagram selfies on my panel. But anyways,
Your
boys,
panel?
It's my panel. I'm the runner. I'm the owner of this. So this is tomorrow. There will be a Fluke's panel written across the front of this, so you guys can realize that it is my panel now. But now, first game, Fnatic versus Motivate. It was looking quite good for Motivate. We're sitting in the green room, and a lot of those fights did start to look quite good for Jackie when he was coming on that Chronosphere, being able to hit Moon, being able to hit DJ on those very core heroes. But unfortunately for them, just a few of those team fights just really didn't go their way, right?
It didn't. It felt like there were just two team fights that didn't go their way. First, that one at Roshan, where they use the everything on the Faceless Void, but they don't actually attack the egg, so there's not the time for the rest of the team to come and really back him up. And then that final fight, it felt just like, 2 buybacks were expended on your position 2 and 3. Everything was going their way, and then Void just backs off, unfortunately, just not feeling like he had the firepower to finish things off. So a little bit unfortunate, but I know, QA, you were very impressed with how they were going about it.
I mean, I agree with you with the last part. I feel like both sides use a lot of buybacks. I was more thinking like Faceless Void to play like a bit more sacrificial, like fight each other and then try to like force some like buybacks. I mean, they already used the buybacks, so they could technically not get end there if they could manage to get like 2 kills or 3 kills in that fight. But because of that disconnection and maybe of the communication, I think that went like really bad at the end. Yep.
And even just with that last fight as well, before the Tide bought back and rejoined into that fight and just threw his body there, he'd used the Ravage for no reason. Like, he just used it to try and get away, but still ended up going down. So imagine if they had that in that team fight. That could have been the big difference maker.
Yeah, especially because, we were talking about in that last fight where the Void kind of backed off on Raven. Obviously, the Spectre did have the Aegis at the same time. He didn't really want to throw away your body. But at that time, his entire team had already committed. They already committed the buyback on the Fearless as well, so he was already in that fight on the Queen of Pain. And at that point, you basically just have to try and commit and see if you can get something out of this game where instead of it just, kind of snowballing to an end, which it did eventually go towards because they still had the Aegis. They were able to get themselves towards a Divine Rapier as well on that Spectre, and that's when it just got really hard for the boys of Motivate.
Yeah, I saw in that last fight after they got the win, I was like, man, Spectre's got 7.4k gold just sitting in the bank. He still had the Aegis for another 2 minutes, and I was like, what can they get? Moonshot, and then he just bought a Rapier, so why not?
But
Yeah.
going into game 2 here, QO, for Motivate, they obviously did look quite strong. A lot of their players are quite mechanically gifted. They did show quite a lot of prowess the way that they were playing together. You know, Q on that Tiny looked extremely strong, being able to get a lot of the toss combos out as well. Going into game 2, do you think they have to change much up when they come into the draft? Do you think it's like kind of the same stuff and they just need to try and make those macro decisions a little bit better towards those team fights at the end?
Yeah, I just want them to play as how they just played in game 1 because it was just a communication like issue. Like they were actually playing really like fearless. Yeah, fearless. Yeah, but I think the communication wise, like I hope this like event is like a good experience for these like tier 2 teams to actually like play against Fnatic and TNC, and like they can learn through this sort of thing because there's not much difference.
Yeah.
But that communication weighs a lot.
When it gets to this level, it really small things can make a big difference. I mean, we obviously can't hear their team comms, but maybe it's too many people just trying to say something in a fight, and it feels like with Fnatic, they probably have one voice that's just saying, do this, and everyone commits to that.
Yeah, so I really want them to like just keep up their thing, like don't get demotivated or anything. Just Motivate.Trust.
Very good, very good.
Well, that is game 1 here for our second series. Fnatic were able to take that out in a very strong situation, but it looks like Motivate, they might have to get a little bit of motivation going into this second series and see if they can tie it up 1-1 or whether or not we're going to have another blowout here for ESL 1 Thailand. We're going to go to a short break, but boys and girls, join us after this for game 2 of Fnatic versus Motivate.Trust.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side.
ESL One Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ESL 1 Thailand. Game 2 of Fnatic going up against Motivate.Trust is just around the corner, but before we get into that, I do have my analyst back here one more time to break it down and see how Motivate can come back in this series before Fnatic take it out with a 2-0 and join their brothers in TNC up at the top of their group. Right now, welcome back, Danog and QO boys. It was a very short break, but now we're starting to move into Game 2.
This is the juicy part. This is where you start to separate the men from the boys. You get the real... I suppose there's the intimidation factor, right? That you've already given up game 1. You want to push it to a game 3. And I know, QO, you were saying, go back to the well, do the exact same thing that you did before, just execute it better. I feel like that's a good mentality to have. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in losing situation, you can't really tell like why you lost, and hopefully there is like some guy who can like look after those guys and then see whether what mistake like they did, and then like from my perspective there wasn't too much,
like an outside voice telling them. So hopefully their coach or whoever else it is going to be watching it.
Yeah, it really did feel like that Motivate.Trust had a good grasp on how they were going to play that game. Obviously, mechanically, they looked really strong with their lanes. Having that Faceless Void going up against the Spectre was always really strong. And it just felt like some of these team fight decisions did really go kind of to the wayside, you know, using Ravage for not really getting much done. That Roche fight where, unfortunately, Jackie, he was hitting Roshan instead of the egg. There is some issues with that egg cosmetic as well, apparently, so I've been hearing with the hitbox being a little bit different, but it was just perfect from DJ getting on top of that Roshan. So just a few of these mid-game team fights not really going their way, but I really do feel like coming to this second game, they've basically just got to go back to what they were doing before, and then just hopefully they can execute these team fights a little bit better and not go up against something like Spectre Zeus late game.
I think some of it has to come down to nerves as well, right? Because this is one of the largest tournaments that they've been a part of as a team. It's the first game that they've played in it as well. I feel like they're going to relax as it goes into it. So it's a bit of bad luck, I suppose, that they're coming up against Fnatic in Series 2 of the entire tournament. But I don't know. I feel like you can also have players maybe going for a bit more greedy, a bit more flashy, stylish plays because they've got this big stage, right? They want to go for the highlights, the big plays. They want people to be talking about them a little bit. I think you've done a few times. I think you've dived a few tier 4 towers.
To be honest, okay, I won't talk about myself, but there will be some people like who wants to do that. But everyone has an equal mentality. They really want to win.
Oh, of course.
Whatever it is, like I hope like everyone just tries their best to like perform try to get the best outcome there.
Yeah, I think a champion team is always going to beat a team of champions most of the time. And I feel like that's really what they need to work on, their chemistry, and hopefully with that game 1 out of their system, they'll be warmed up now and ready to take it to Fnatic in game 2.
Yeah, especially because they looked quite good as well. It's not like that Fnatic just put them to the sword like we saw in TNC versus Adroit, where it just looked like TNC was in a completely different league than what Adroit was. Motivate seemed to have basically Fnatic's number for the first 20 minutes of that game, and then it was just a few of those team fights that just didn't go their way. How do you mentally reset coming into a game like this, knowing that you looked strong and it was just a few of those kind of Dota macro decisions that went against you? QO, you'd have a good experience with this, right? Like just being able to mentally reset into a series that you know that you want to try and send this to game 3.
Motivate.Trust. Yeah.
Oh, very
Yeah,
good, very
motivate.
good. You just got to motivate. You got to
Motivate.
nurture it.
I
I
just
think
get hyped.
exactly. I think a lot of it, and tell me if you agree, has to fall onto both their captain and their coach to be able to be that level head and say, right, guys, we played really well that game. There were just a couple of things that didn't go our way. Let's rinse, reset, and just do it again because we have faith that it's going to all come together.
Yep.
You just have to stay positive.
Yeah,
essentially.
stay positive.
Yeah.
That's-
PMA.
Well, let's see if PMA does work out for Motivate. But, you know, coming into the second game, I don't think there was any glaring issues with either of the drafts that were coming in. Not many of these like super OP heroes that were slipping through. You know, we didn't see anything like the Dooms or Venometzes coming through. I think there was a little bit of a curveball with the Zeus towards the end, just allowing a little bit of a high tempo coming in from Moon. But I think both these teams were playing stocks in, and it is a very interesting and tight series. And that's why I really hope this does go to full 3 games. You know, hopefully Motivate can come back for the second game, start putting it to Fnatic and make them kind of sit up straight and, you know, figure out, oh, okay, this group isn't all just going to be us just facing up against TNC and who comes out on top.
And I feel like one of those things that we haven't touched on just yet is about the order that they made their picks in that time around. Remember, Faceless Void was their first pick, and he was still the dominant hero in the game until there were a couple of big team fights that went Fnatic's way through misplays or just Fnatic outplaying them. So even in that disadvantageous scenario where you're revealing who your core is at the very beginning of the draft, he was still able to make it work. So props to him, and maybe if he's even given a better draft position, it might work out even better.
Yeah, like the Void going off it, I mean the off lane and Tide Hunter going the safe lane, I think that the swap was really good because Tide Hunter is always good against Beastmaster, and then Void can't really die in the off lane, so I think they did that like lane swap in very reasonable way in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Tide had great farm, especially early on. It was just a couple of unfortunate ravages, which he was trying to, I feel, save himself as opposed to save it for the team, which hopefully he can get that out of his game.
Well, it looks like our draft is already on the way, boys. So, looks like Fnatic have started out very same, Phoenix and Clockwork. And the interesting change here is Motivate.Trust have gone for the Faceless Void ban. So, they realizing that Fnatic having the first pick, they don't want to try and give that away. Yeah, they might get the Phoenix, but they might not be as comfortable playing the Phoenix as well. So, it's like kind of that catch-22. It's like, do we give away the Void and then try and take their Phoenix, but we're not as comfortable with the Phoenix, or do we just get rid of it all and just try and play something that we're more comfortable with?
Yeah, Fnatic having the first pick overall again. I'm not sure how the pick order or the priority went, but I think it is really important for them. It is such a staple of their strategy, and even though it was Jabs playing the Clockwork and DJ playing the Phoenix, I don't think that's set in stone, right? They can still swap those around depending on what the other team picks. I feel like that time around it was just about getting that Phoenix up high enough to try and slow down the Faceless Void as much as he could. Even with that, he wasn't able to, but I think it's a viable strategy. And correct me if I'm wrong, QO, but with this style of thing, if you win game 1 in a best-of-3 series, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Fnatic to do exactly what they're doing right now and say, let's pick the exact same thing, you have to figure out how to beat it. They've got that luxury to do that, and we can see that with Motivate, they've had 2 completely different first picks.
Well, we're in like a very first day of the group stage, and obviously team doesn't want to reveal like some of their strategies, and then because once it shows up, they can weigh it, which ones like that deserves more ban, and like what are they gonna be opening with. And then Fnatic, they're confident, you know, like with these 2 heroes, we can just keep pick like this thing and we'll be able to beat them. They're not doing anything about this, so might as well. And with the Clockwork and Phoenix, like I think last game, the reason why the Phoenix was 4 was just because Clockwork couldn't find the kills, but I think DJ will be playing Clockwork if he can actually do a lot of jobs, because that hero can't farm, can't do anything. Like if you're position 4, like you're not gonna get anything. So that requires like a lot of kills.
Right, because what was he up against? He was up against a Tide Hunter, which probably isn't going to die. Queen of Pain can blink out, and Faceless Void can time walk. So really you're
And
not
they
gonna
also
get
had a
anything.
tiny as well to get the toss away if there's ever any indicator for that. So I guess it was kind of, as you guys were saying, that the Clockwork just really couldn't get the kills done. So it just made sense to him just basically just be a hook shot in a body. And at that point, we could see that the way that the Jabs was playing, he was dying quite a lot of times, but he was getting his job done. He's getting those hook shots in, getting stuff done, was able to get it done there for Fnatic. But the way that this game has developed with the Phoenix being first pick, it seems like Fnatic are not worried about the Snapfire counter. Because even in that last game, the Little Shredder, I don't think he ever killed an egg with Little Shredder. Every time it was Jackie with BKB killing it.
I think that might be Fnatic trying to bait them out to trying to go for that sort of play, and then you just quickly pick off the Snapfire, because not the tankiest hero, even though it is strength, you're still not going to have a lot of farm on it. And I felt like, which I really liked from Motivate.Trust, they just put a lot of faith in their team to say, right, we're going to get a good chrono, and as long as you're in really far away range, you're going to be able to get off your Mortimer's Kisses, and that's how we're going to do a lot of our damage. Whereas, yeah, they just didn't quite have the level of sustain you needed to get kills within that chronosphere. And if that didn't happen, they were out of luck.
Yeah, so what they did, what Motivate.Trust did well, last game was not just for the egg killing factor, they had that chrono setup. Was like one of the things. But I always I'm more towards a Phoenix guy, I feel like Phoenix is better than Snapfire because it goes both ways. But Phoenix can choose to dive wherever he wants and then position wherever he wants to egg. And I think if the Snapfire can't reach that area, there's no point.
Especially because we're talking about this at the start of the day when we're talking about this Phoenix Snapfire, where some situations is the egg comes after the Mortimer's Kisses, and at that point as a Snapfire you have to figure out, do I have enough time to actually get there and little shred of the egg, or do I just continue to Mortimer's Kisses, and that's when I'll be more useful to my team. And it's where this this counter, I feel like it's kind of a soft counter, and a lot of people just go, oh, little shredder, it's going to kill the egg, it's going to kill everything, and that's where you kind of get caught in this awkward situation where you're picking this Snapfire for the counter to the Phoenix, but sometimes it just doesn't really get done. That's where I feel like it's a little bit stronger against things like Undying and stuff like that, that I have these standard units to kill.
And they're going back to the comfort, so they're going the Tiny again, the Queen of Pain again. Do you feel like it's going to be Queen of Pain being played by the same person?
Well, I know Fearless loves playing Void Spirit, so I doubt it, but especially if the Ember Spirit is mid, then I think they wouldn't want to put Queen of Pain in the mid lane.
Just slight dodge.
Yeah.
So does that mean now with the Snapfire and the Tiny, as well as the Queen of Pain, that we're going to be seeing an off-lane Queen of Pain? If Void Spirit's going to have that more advantageous matchup in towards the mid lane and just try and put that Queen of Pain on a little bit of an off-role, playing an off-laner, and then try and get something else for your position one that can kind of start a fight?
I'd say probably. I'd agree with that. And they have left the position 1 safe lane carry to last, so it's going to be even more advantage there for Jackie. And I saw in Twitch chat people were affectionately naming it Eternal Envy. Obviously Jackie Mao, and some of the players were great, some of them were,
a little EE, a
50,
little
50.
Yeah, 50 EE.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think he played it very well for the majority of it. Like 90% of his play was great. It was just that 10% that a team that has the quality of Fnatic can just completely undo all of your good work.
And that's how you see some of these team fight drafts go, right? Sometimes you're playing a lot better than they are for the first 20 minutes, and then they hit that good team fight. They get that good, Zeus ulti, and they come in with the Spectre Horn, and it's a lot easier to execute than it is something like hitting a 5-man chrono or making sure that you use your average properly and stuff like that. And that's where these teams like Fnatic can really start to get on top of these lower tier teams with these, team fight kind of drafts.
Yeah. Completely agree. So, for rounding this one out, Kyo, it seems like, with this Ember Spirit, would you ever throw it in the safe lane as opposed to mid?
Well,
for this game?
It could be, just in case, I think they can already expect that Queen of Pain can be 3 as well, and then they might just put it against it. I don't know, I want to see Oracle last pick on a Motivated.Trust,
Really?
And Queen of Pain carry, and Tiny mid, and Void Spirit off lane.
Just to deal with the Darkseer, to have the purge?
Just because Ember plus Darkseer Shell can't be used together.
True.
I'm sure she's gonna Shell and Surge, and Ember Spirit's gonna Shield. But Oracle, Q, boom, and just purges.
Does it have to be the Oracle? Could it be I don't know, Enchantress or something like that?
It could be Enchantress.
Yeah.
That's a hero that I'm surprised that hasn't been seeing all too much play recently. Is this an Enchantress hero? The Purge is also quite good against a lot of these heroes, but it's a combination that a few of the other Tier 1 talent have been talking about. This Clinks and Enchantress combo, where you're able to get 5,000 HP. But is there a reason why that's not actually picked up all the time? It sounds extremely broken to me.
I feel like there are holes in that draft, is that it's very single target focused in terms of what you're actually dishing out to the other team. So if they go a zoo strat, for example, or a push strat, you can't really do anything about it. You have to engage with them, get these pickoffs before they death ball and come together. And a disciplined lineup isn't really going to give you that opportunity.
All right, well, we're coming into the final picks here for Fnatic. I'd imagine, what, mid? Or they're position 1 right now. Obviously, we're talking about the Ember being a bit of a flex, so...
But they don't have the last overall pick, so I don't think it really that makes that much of a difference. They're not going to be playing any mind games at this stage.
Obviously, Fnatic right now really needs like a building hitter, like physical damage like hitter. They won't be able to go any high ground at right now.
Yeah.
Even if they get like 3 triple kill, like quadra kill, doesn't matter.
What about like something like a okay, gyrocopter? I was gonna say something about like or something like that, like a building hitter that can get in the face. You know, it's pretty good against the Snapfire. I feel like just being able to get on top of her quite easily.
Were you about to say Lifestealer?
No, I was gonna say Lycan, but Lifestealer would have worked in the same vein as well.
I feel like it would have been perfectly viable because you've got this Darkseer, right? So you can just toss it onto one of these heroes that wants to be right next to people. Obviously, Gyro isn't quite that, but yeah, they can just very easily put the Ion Shell onto the Clockwork or the Ember Spirit and, you know, get a lot done with that.
The final pick here for Motivate. What are they thinking? They lack a little bit of tower push too as well, right?
A little bit. The Snapfire helps somewhat with the little Shredder minus armor, but it's not going to be the be-all and end-all. I mean, what have they got left? I think I feel like they picked Troll a fair amount as well.
I rather want them to focus like something just for the team fight rather than just building. Just because, I mean, they have Gyro, Nakes,
so
Riki, something like that.
Yeah.
And
seems perfectly viable. You have a little bit of a risk of getting kited around somewhat with the Surge, with the Cogs, with the hook shot, and then Ember Spirit is obviously very mobile as well.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a little bit of difficulty there. I think it's going to be heavily on this Tiny into how well these team fights are going to go. His repositioning with the toss is going to be really important.
Yeah, also we're going to see like nullifiers this game, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. The continuous purge, really effective. But is it going to get that late? Are they going to have that opportunity?
Well, like Lifestealer these days, like doesn't require too much time to get nullifier. I'm assuming like with like 2 additional core items, like 25 minutes, 30 minutes mark, like you should be getting it.
All right, boys, where are we sitting after seeing these drafts? We got Fnatic staying to kind of the same stock standard and Motivate just changing it up a little bit. Who are we feeling? Prediction, boys.
I gotta go Fnatic. I'm not feeling the Gyro so much, but experience trumps.
All right, perfect score prediction, Matt. Going for Fnatic. What about you, QO?
Oh, I really want to go Fnatic, but just because Danog, I'll just go Motivate.Trust.
All right, we're going to go 1-1 here on the panel. This is game 2 here between Fnatic and Motivate. Motivate are looking to push this to 3 games. We've got my friends, Might Like Ponies as well as Poglet, to bring you guys game number 2. See ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Fnatic and Motivate.Trust Gaming. It is MLP Dota and the lovely Poglet. Welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Being called lovely. I'm doing great now.
You're doing fantastic.
I was enjoying the Dota, but now I'm just feeling good about myself too. But back to the games.
Right.
Game 2, Motivate. Can they bring it together? I honestly, the draft may have, the panel may have said Fnatic. I prefer Motivate's draft, to tell you the truth.
The panel's incorrectly said my name 3 times today, so I've had enough of the panel. I don't care what they say.
Don't blame the panel. You got to blame just Fluke. The other two, they've been great to you, but Fluke, I feel like he's the one we got to rail on.
On the brighter side of things, I believe Fluke has actually named himself after his hosting career. Basically, just a bit of a fluke. So,
all right, that is probably the best joke I've ever heard, and I've seen some of the Twitch chats that have been roasting him, but he gets to miss the games. He doesn't get to spectate like we do. We are straight in the action. We get to enjoy every little moment, and we get to scream and shout, just as I'm sure the players are.
Absolutely. And might I just add, by the way, Poglet, that is a fantastic flowery shirt you have on.
Thank you. It's quite dark. You can't quite tell it's flowery, but not like yours. Yours is like real flowery.
No, mine has to really pop out, right? I'm the flowery shirt guy. But you've done a fantastic job. I like it. It's classy. It's stylish. Obviously, you're a bit of a fashionista.
Oh, to tell you the truth, I didn't buy this shirt. It was bought for me because I'm so bad at fashion.
Was it by mum?
No, actually by my grandmother. Thank you.
Oh, even better.
So it's even better.
Even better.
Retirement's doing her wonders so far.
Fantastic.
But I do have more flowery shirts for next week. Just quietly. Don't want to spoil anything for the crowd. I know they want Dota, but they're going to get flowery shirts.
You understand who you're talking to, right? I have a lot of... I mean, that's basically all I wear, ladies and gentlemen. You won't see me in a plain shirt ever. This is all you're going to see. Flowers and a guy named MLP Dota. Take it how you will. Still, we'll be going into the game very, very soon.
Yeah,
Poglet. Before that, let's talk about game 1.
Yes, honestly, what an absolute cracker. We were talking before the game. We said it was going to be closer than TNC, a Detroit game. And I couldn't have asked for much more, to tell you the truth. Motivate are looking so strong. They're looking like a new team, though. You can see some of the comms issues towards the late game. I think that was their issue. Kira has obviously talked about how much communication is key. I want to see them pick it back up. I want to know that they have a coach in the back of their ears telling them, don't worry about game 1. You played near perfect, but you just need to play perfect.
With this new draft, though, does it incite more confidence into you, right? Like, Fnatic, they went back to the gyrocopter, which personally I'm not a big fan of, but Raven does play it quite a lot, and he plays it quite effectively. The side of Motivate.Trust got a brand new draft going for themselves. Did it bring some more confidence into you going into this game number 2?
To tell you the truth, I know Lifesteal's a worse hero than Void, but he's easier to execute in my mind, and I feel like I will harp on this. I do this so much for Australian casts as well. New teams or untested teams, play what works, play simple, play for stuns. Don't go flashy until you are comfortable with each other. And I think Motivate have gone back to that. Like, they've obviously picked their Tiny, they're very comfortable with Queen of Pain, Void Spirit, but then they've gone this Lifesteal. I think that's just more of a solid, well-rounded carry to establish their team into a nice team fight in the mid-game.
Hey, just judging by game 1, I'm sure they're going to put on a performance for us in game number 2. Of course, Fnatic are going to be trying to take this 2-0 if they can, right?
Yeah.
They're not playing around. They're here to just get the 2-0 and leave. I think Motivate is surprising a lot of people. I know the panel's been harping on about it, and I know you've been harping on about it. But here we go. We're into the game number 2. Fnatic versus Motivate.Trust Gaming. And look, personally, I'll tell you what, I would love to see a game 3 between these two.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a big fan of game 3s purely because you get that back and forth and then you get to finish it.
later, nerds.
But are they going to be stopped? Are Fnatic able to do a 2-0 with Raven Gyrocopter, a hero that we don't see much? Like, we talked about it in the draft, we talked about it just then. Raven's one of the only players I know that actually picks this hero.
A lot, for that matter. And he does play it well. From what I remember, he does do a great job on it. Gonna find out soon how he does perform. Of course, the hero's basically just farm, take a team fight if you need to later on, but just farm. Just do gyrocopter things. Jackie's gonna be, I assume, doing the same sort of thing. The Lifesteal obviously needs some items up before he can be anywhere near effective. And this laning phase even, like, he's gonna be up against Forev on the Darkseer. you'd imagine the Lifestealer doesn't care too much for the Darkseer.
I mean, the problem with Lifesteal, you don't want to be spamming Rage just to get rid of that one creep that has Ion Shell, and then it becomes 2 creeps, and then obviously Darkseer starts to run at your head. But you can survive the lane. You obviously have that Feast. You get a bit of health regen. He's better than most, but he won't enjoy this lane. You're going to probably see him quite agitated, stuck under his tower quite often. And we saw last game, he's comfortable playing behind. He's comfortable playing ahead. That was a brawly lane, so maybe this slow down AFK farm might suit them a bit better.
Mert run straight into Fearless. So the Void Spirit versus the Ember matchup. Now this is what I've seen quite a few times, and generally it does seem to go a bit more evenly, but I would personally say Moon should have a slight advantage just based on the fact that, you know, the Resonant Pulse can't really block out the Flame Guard of Moon. What do you think about that, Poglet?
I think it comes down to what we just saw there, right? He tried to remove the Flame Guard instantly, but he took 4 tower attacks for it. If he has to keep doing that, then the lane will be lost, but if he gets those Flame Guard removals at a pretty decent rate, then he can win the lane, because he has a better auto attack, and he has quite a nice spell kit to actually annoy the Ember. It will obviously come down to Fearless outplaying Moon. More than anything.
You see Fearless still in low HP, still top lane for Rev. Going to be there dealing with Boombell, who's just pulling the large stack away. Of course, we do see DJ. He did pull the creep wave back towards his tier 1 and tier 2 tower. And, this is something you do with the Darkseers quite a lot, right? You just want to keep splitting up where the creeps are. You want to make it very uncomfortable for Jackie on this Lifestealer and make Boombell get to work. He's going to go and just start pulling creeps away and back behind his own tier 1 tower.
Yeah, definitely. I do like this, though, and it shows how much Darkseer annoys players.
Yeah.
Like, it's so clear what's happening here, and they can't stop it. Jackie can't do anything. He kind of has to just cop it on the chin. And Darkseer's been doing this for, what, 6 years? And they still haven't come up with a proper alternative to just pulling the lane out, throwing an Ion Shell on it, and just saying, come get it, really.
Of course, bot lane, you see Masaros on the off-lane Queen of Pain up against Raven. It's something you don't see too often. It does pop up here and there, that off-lane Quap. Raven probably going to be slightly annoyed he has to play against this, as the Quap does tend to dominate the lanes. But I guess as the levels go up, the Gyrocopter should be a bit safer, because you never really want to blink into the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless was doing it last game. He wasn't blinking into a Gyro, but he was blinking into what seemed like everyone else. So we'll see if it's a team motivational thing, or if it's just a Fearless gameplay. But I'm very curious to see how Masaros plays this Queen of Pain offlane.
Well, at least Fearless does have another hero where he can just kind of get
Exactly
into a
the same
team fight.
thing.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see as well. Obviously, level 6 is so huge coming from that Queen of Pain. So if it's an early level 6 for Masaros, do we see him rotate and just try to body this Ember Spirit, or try to kill off the Gyrocopter in his own lane?
Find out. Cogs out from DJ, just going to push away Boombell. It's funny, actually. I was about to just bring up the fact that Jabs is actually on the Phoenix this time. They switched up these 2 heroes, which surprised me a little bit considering how effective Jabs was. We joked about him dying a lot, but man, he really did just win out that game for Fnatic last time around. But giving it over to DJ, giving a bit more farm and XP priority now on the clockwork. And I love myself a pos 4 clock, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think Jabs plays the clockwork a bit better than DJ, but right now you need DJ to have that farm. His clockwork is exceptional as well. And I'm okay with that. Like, the switch and roll, understand that sometimes you can't be the star of the show. Sometimes you have to cop it on the chin. Where this time, I think Jabs is going to have a way better game. He probably won't die 15 times. He might limit it down to like 8 or 9, I feel like.
Yep.
Depends entirely on if he just suicide dives for the Curious.
Q does take the power rune down to that bot rune spot. That was the 4-minute rune going the way of the dive. It doesn't really matter. It's just an illusion rune. Boombell making a bit of a rotation to that mid lane as the Snapfire, but I can't really see much getting done with the Snapfire rotation. Just gonna move his way back up.
It's an awkward hero against an Ember because he can just slight dodge the cookie. And yes, of course, you're going to get the scatter shot on. You're going to get a bit of damage, but you're not going to kill him. And you're just going to annoy him, if anything. And you might have lost another lane to do that rotation.
Okay. Sits back. Boombell's got to be slightly wary of that battery assault. Of course, mid lane, we saw the Ember getting very, very low. Jabs will take over this mid lane for now. DJ, he's going to make the chase. Boombill does still have Cookie available, and Q is just around the tree line. In fact, he's going to try for a toss attempt into the neutral camps and just takes the bounty. But now Jabs is going to come in on the Phoenix, and they are going to make a chase onto that Tiny.
I think that was a 4 for 0 rune. Just looking at the side as well, I think MG.Trust just gained about 1,000 free gold.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and it's quite a heads-up play as well. You see the rotation coming from the supports. They understand Lifestealer, like you said, won't die to Darkseer straight away.
Nah.
So they can afford to use both their supports to secure these top runes. And then, how do you have a Gyrocopter running away from the bot?
DJ gets surged up. Another one of those nice little combinations, the Ion Shell and Battery Assault on the Clockwork. It's going to be annoying for Boombill, especially on that Snapfire to deal with. Even if you do have Cookie, it's just so much burst damage. Well, not really burst damage, but just damage over time.
Yeah.
It tends to come pretty darn quick if you're not too careful.
Don't worry, wait for mid-game when it's a Gyrocopter running at you with Rocket Barrage.
That's very, very true.
It's only worse from here.
Q.
But I do think that's their draft style right now. They're pretty much all in on this Gyrocopter. Ember Spirit, obviously, once he gets a few items, I assume he'll go towards a Yule Scepter, that Maelstrom maybe, or maybe a Drums instead. But he won't be going that attack damage build. He will definitely play that team-orientated fight.
Boombill is getting jumped. Battery Assault, not going to be enough yet, but DJ does manage to get it for Forever with the Iron Show, and now Jackie trying to get through the cogs after Forever. Forever still on the run, doesn't have Surge and will go down. Jackie, of course, will be just fine to get back to the lane, and Pogler, that's another thing I was going to point out. Jackie already has his Midas up.
Yeah, that is a 6-minute Midas, or maybe 6.5. We'll give him the downside of that, but even then, that's really quick. The benefit of Lifestealer in a lane where he's not dying, it's very hard to now kill him. He obviously has Rage, he has Infest, and Infest's health pool right now with that extra movement speed that you get on creeps, it's a get out of jail free card. That's what most cores use it for in the early game. They don't really use it for that burst damage like we used to see. So I like to see the Midas. I like to know that he needs to scale and he realizes that.
On the other side of the spectrum, though, like you look at Raven, he was going straight for the Aghanim Scepter Rush, which is still pretty standard, right? Like, we don't see Jaras that often, but that is the general kind of build-up, and, well, MG.Trust, they have smoked up. They're going to run straight into Raven. They're going to jump in. Fearless is there. Raven just melts. I mean, it wasn't even close. Just so much burst damage, but now DJ is going to make his TP rotation in. Hasn't hit level 6 yet. There's just no way to keep up with Fearless.
Yeah, definitely. This is much better from Fearless already. Like, you can tell, I feel like he's more comfortable on this Void Spirit already, knowing when to rotate. He still has only one jump away, and he gets away for it.
Won't bother trying to chase.
Q though.
DJ does get the cogs pushed back. That'll be enough. They'll just pick up the haste rune and leave it at that.
Will they though?
No, they won't. Moon with the DD might actually end up going down. Does get the Sleight of Fist off into the Remnant. Boombill getting very, very low to Raven. The Rocket Barrage not going to be enough. He does TP out successfully. And Fnatic are unable to punish at all. In fact, Fearless is running back in. He literally doesn't care.
Yeah, any other rune but a haste rune, you wouldn't get away with that play. But obviously, still not great for either team. They have to commit a lot of spells. Ember obviously nearly dies for it, but now we're going to see the problems. Jabs trying to TP. I love this interaction, except he's not even TPing.
No, he's not. He's going to run straight into Q, unfortunately, and the Avalanche toss is going to be out. Yeah, you got a bit greedy. You should have just committed the TP, but Q knew he might just stick around.
Yeah, it just shows that Motivate are learning from last game. They realized they were playing, even if it's a different player. This Phoenix was quite greedy. He was looking for farm after where he should have been, and he wasn't really backing early, and Q bets on it and gets another free kill for it.
Things going very well already for Motivate.Trust Gaming. Fnatic, they're going to smoke up. Back into their diet, or rather Radiant jungle, but Jabs is already being jumped. He's gone. Fearless setting up another, and Masros will take the kill on the offlane Quab. And Fnatic with this smoke, they're going to try getting the chains off onto Boombill, but he's just going to make a run for it. It's only level 1 chains, and he's got help. Q is waiting, and we do have an unfortunate pause timing. Rev just going to disconnect, but you look at the way this is all set out right now. Q and Fearless should be ready to jump back in.
Yeah, this is actually terrible for Fnatic right now. Boombelt jumping back towards his team, obviously not getting the cogs off was huge. And it just shows the issues with trying to rotate pre-6 on this clockwork against high mobility heroes. Like Fearless, you're never going to kill. Queen of Pain, if you somehow kill, I'll be amazed. Lifestealer, pretty much impossible if he rages. And you're now relying on killing Boombelt, who can cookie out, or Tiny, who is just throwing you to like neutral creeps, he's throwing you up in the air and killing you. It's so hard to play this DJ clockwork right now.
That's a huge set, by the way. Jackie just really putting in the dollary dues and just getting it done.
And Raven just really doesn't want to drop that cash.
Nah, no, he does not. Moon will make the chase. No, he will back off. I mean, that's the smarter decision. You see 3 heroes there. Masaros was just behind the tree line going after the T1. It was just way too dangerous for him. And that'll be a bot T1 tower gone. And Fnatic, they're not in a position to try and get a trade.
Yeah, Fnatic are looking really, really soft right now. They're kind of getting run over in all lanes just by a tiny bit. Like, you can tell Fnatic aren't in trouble quite yet, but they're heading towards that area. And they're losing runes again. That's a 3-to-1 rune, I believe. Yes. That's just more free money for Motivate.
They are finding a lot of those bounties. Fearless again, just look at him. With Boombelt back into that Radiant side jungle. Checking for the wards on that cliff. They won't get any. They probably won't bother trying for Moon. I don't believe they'll have enough lockdown for the Ember.
Yeah, definitely not. It works both ways. We were saying Lifestealer, Quap, obviously Fearless, Void Spirit Cardo. No one can really die on Fnatic right now, bar the Phoenix. And Phoenix is very clearly the sacrificial lamb where he is farming. It's in the dead lane, bot lane. Where he is playing, he doesn't really care. He's just going to make sure he gets those levels. And he is very close to 6 now.
We go again. The chase onto Boombelt. They have been trying to get this guy for so long, and they will finally get it. Jabs.
See you later, nerds.
The one with to get the kill with the Sunray. But this is just so much space being created by Motivate.Trust. Like, Jackie has been uncontested. He's sitting at almost 6k net worth.
Yeah, he is quite a chubby boy right now. Obviously, that Midas was very early, but since then, he's still kept that AFK farming up, and there's nothing Forev can really do. We are basically just waiting for this mech plus 1 item on Gyrocopter, and then you start to see the Speed Boy launching in with a Rocket Barrage.
Always a bit of fun.
Until then, though, like, it's Motivate's game to lose right now.
Well, smoke up. They're going to try and make another play occur up at this top lane. Toss is already out onto Forev, who's getting shredded by Jackie. DJ trying to help with the cogs, actually does pick up Q as a kill, and that's a pretty bad start for the side of Motivate.Trust, but they do get Forev on the Darkseer, and now Jabs also getting jumped on the Phoenix, will die. That'll be a double coming out from Masaros.
2 for 1, losing your core as well, and you're going to lose the tower for pretty much free. I can't imagine they'll back off from this, even with the Fortify coming through. Yeah, it's a much better game for Motivate so far.
It's looking great. That T1 will be chipped away at. They'll try for the mid T1. Moon is there on the Ember, trying to get rid of that T1 tower in the mid lane and apply some pressure.
Yeah, definitely. This is the problem though. QO highlighted this in the draft. He said they needed to get tower attack. They don't have one.
No, they don't. And Forev, he just gets blown up. The Sonic Wave Boombelt is being chased by DJ, but it's just DJ with an Iron Shell, mind you. It's a lot of damage, but Fearless, no, doesn't blow him up quite yet. DJ still trying to chase. They will not be able to kill off Boombelt, but maybe with the chains, the Infest is going to be out with the Avalanche from Q. And they finally kill off the Snapfire. Jackie will be just fine to walk his way out. And while that's all happening, of course, the Quap just split pushing the top lane.
Yeah, they're not going to get anything done for that fight. And it wasn't even a good fight for them. They traded Snapfire for Clockwork. Obviously, the Clockwork is the POS 4, but they're basically the same net worth. That's just how sad a game Jabs and DJ are having right now, that they're both so poor.
Standard support game, unfortunately, for them. And Moon in the mid lane just trying to catch up. He's trying to get that first core item on this Ember to actually be able to do something here. And of course, with the drums, he can get a little bit more aggressive. Needs to get that up first, and by the time he gets that up, Fearless is going to have the Yules up.
Yeah, definitely. This is what I was saying though, when you had to go 1 core item, whether it's the Yules, it's the Maelstrom, or the drums. He's gone for the drums, which is the most fight-orientated of the 3. The problem's going to be he's not farming, and it shows. He's falling behind 4 players in this game. All 3 of the cores from Motivate, and obviously the Gyrocopter on Raven.
Jackie, be targeted. There's a lot of heroes up from Fnatic.
Radiant's middle tower.
They won't have the lockdown. They just send a homing missile out, and it's onto that tier 1 top tower. That's all they can really claim here. I mean, there's not really anything else on the map that they can actually go for, but their mid tier 1 is being forced in.
Yeah, this is a tier 1 that's probably going to die. They're going to start to rotate, though. I just saw the Phoenix TP. Clockwork is the main man to defend, though. So if he hasn't TP'd, it's pretty much a lost tower.
Moon gonna show himself, trying to get the deny off, but he gets Cookie stunned up with the avalanche toss out. Moon barely gets out with the remnant. But it looks like the Quap is making it a bit of a chase, and Moon does have that Shadow Strike following him, so they kind of have a bit of vision of Moon. But no, they're not going to continue the chase. They'll leave him be just a bit too far away. Still, they got what they came for. They got the tier 1 mid tower. They lose no bodies for the side of Motivate.Trust. I'd say you're pretty happy if you're the Dire.
Yeah, and it looks to me like it might be another 3-to-1 rotate.
Jabs. Goes down very, very early.
I was just about to say a 3-to-1 rotate for bounty runes, but they found Jabs for a 4-to-1 basically.
Why not?
Oh, it's not looking like the Fnatic we saw last game, to tell you the truth. They're looking a bit lackluster, a bit lackadaisical, just quite not into it, really.
Oh, we'll find out soon. I mean, Raven's almost at that Aghanim Scepter now. That might be cue to go, but Jackie, he's got to have a Desolator up. I mean, this guy just really hasn't stopped farming at all. Doing a fantastic job. And, well, Fnatic, they're going to try and get into some aggressive positioning, just take over that Dire side jungle. DJ's actually right next to Boombell at the moment, but mid lane, that is going to be Moon gone. And Boombell is going to get jumped on by DJ with the vacuum out, but now the Sonic Wave. Boombell does eventually die, but at what cost? Forev, he's going to go on the Darks here, and now a hookshot out from DJ is going to be cancelled. The TP will not make it. Q just in a perfect position, and it's another double kill for Massaros.
Yeah, I mean, so far this offlane Queen of Pain is looking more farmed than most mid players. So 16 minutes in, 7.5k net worth. He is absolutely huge. I haven't quite seen what he's building, but it doesn't really matter right now with how farmed Jackie is. His core can just do it all without him, and look at Moon. He can't really play this lane.
Nah. Flame Guard, it's not really going to help. Jackie's just perfectly fine. Make matters worse for Fnatic, there is an Orchid now up on our Queen of Pain from Motivate Gaming, so Massaros going to have a bit more utility and a bit more kill potential on this Quap. It's just going to be a matter of whether Fnatic want to try and defend this bot lane at all, as they really have grouped up quite a few heroes here. They don't look like they're going to respond, Fnatic. They're just sitting back, taking as much farm as they can from their own triangle. They understand they're not really in a position yet to make these aggressive plays, but there's your Ags up on Raven at least. You've got something going.
The problem with Ags I've always found is that alone doesn't really win you fights. Yeah, it's an extra auto attack, what, 1.2, 1.3 seconds area?
Yeah.
But it doesn't really do much when you have no damage. And Gyro doesn't really hit that hard right now. He's probably hitting for about 110, 120 per hit. Until he gets that next item, then it becomes a bit scarier.
Bot lane still being pushed. They'll get it for free. That tier 2 bottom tower, not so valuable, but it's just adding on the gold, and now with smoke out, they don't want to slow down. The momentum is all the way of Motivate.Trust. They're going to run straight towards the north. They know Fnatic's around their own tier 2 tower. DJ.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you win or lose a game right here, though. If they catch off Moon, if they catch off any core, that'll be huge. And
nice smoke break, and Moon just gets himself out of there.
But right now, they're just throttling the map. You can see where Fnatic are farming, right? They've got 2 on the top lane in that really awkward position, and they're going to die for it.
Yeah, DJ. That'll be the awkward reveal out from Massaros onto that Clockwork, and it's a very easy kill to take. Of course, Forev just going to TP straight out. And MG.Trust just back to controlling their own side of the map. Raven just... I mean, he's just doing the best he can right now. He's just got one job to do on this Gyrocopter. Let's hit creeps. But surely they've got to contest this Roshan.
How can they, though, with that Clockwork? Like, Clockwork's their main engagement. I don't even know if they know. With the creeps coming through now, they should realize what's going on, but it's too late. The Roshan's going to fall by the time the rocket hits.
They've got vision. They've got a couple seconds. They are running their way in, but they've got to jump ASAP. There's a Sunray, and it's going to be no good. Jackie, he does have the Aegis. Now the chains are out with the drop from the gyro, and they're going to at least kill off Q. In fact, Jackie is very, very far forward in the lifestealer at the moment. Fearless going to jump in and let the infest occur onto himself. Nice little remnant backwards onto Moon.
Well, Cookie the wrong way. I think they wanted to engage and kill Moon there.
They're going to go anyway. They're fearless. They're going to go straight on the Ember. Moon's still okay now. DJ going to hookshot into the backlines onto Boombill. They do get at least one support. Now Jackie kind of being left behind, but there goes Forever. The avalanche toss from Q was way too high. And that'll be it. They get the Aegis, and they cannot afford to go for any more. They just get themselves away from this dire situation.
Nice pun. I like that one.
Thank you very much. Glad you noticed.
Thought you wouldn't let it slip by me. Not happening. But double buyback for the team with Aegis, and they lose the Aegis as well, all for a Forever Darkseer trade. That is huge for Fnatic right now. Like, they need these fights to stay in the game, and I think those kind of fights is how they win. Just really sloppy engagements, not spells being put on properly anyone. You can't really get on the back line. You can't kill Moon quick enough. You saw a Yules to dodge the Sonic Wave. And I think that set up the fight, using those spells to commit to a Yules Scepted Ember Spirit.
Just the catch-up game continuing, but there's a 10k net worth lead now for Motivate.Trust. That's only been climbing.
Well, it was just 8k, but they got another 4 runes.
How many runes have these guys got?
I feel like it's like 14-2 right now. It's ridiculous.
Fearless? He did use both his Astral Steps, but Fnatic aren't going to be in a position to try and capitalize.
And I just noticed, Ember Spirit doesn't have a Yules.
He does not.
Someone Yulesed him.
Oh, that is true.
Oh, they made a mistake in that team fight. That's a bit of a problem. I'm not even sure who used. I must...
That's the panel's problem, mate. We'll
must have been the Void Spirit, honestly. That's it's a bit of a worry.
Jackie, he's just going to get started on the tier 2 mid tower. I mean, they've got the Desolator up, and now he's got a Halberd. So he's hitting like a truck, and he's feeling confident.
And he might as well, right? He's so strong right now. He obviously doesn't have the Aegis, but he has the Halberd, has some one charges. Even the Bracer helps him out in these kind of situations.
Raven was trying to split push, but a great Yule's out from Fearless with the Aether Remnant, but it actually gets taken by Jabs, who can just Icarus dive out. Boombill and Q, they do have the blink up on the Tiny, so they'll go after Forever. And man, he just melts so quick. He does drop the wall, but it's going to be no good. And so does Jabs. Going down to Fearless on the Void Spirit, and in fact, Masaros, he's going to see an Ember.
Moon, this is not the fight you want to be taking, mate.
Well, Raven is around to try and help out. Hookshot not going to land from DJ. Great blink timing out from Masaros. And now the rest of his team going to be right behind him. Q looking for that blink. Does get an avalanche into the toss back on Fearless, into the Aether Remnant. Oh, they're styling on them now.
That's sick.
That is beautiful. That'll be the tier 2 mid. It's gone.
You know what, MLB? It might be time to start prepping about thinking, when's game 3 going to start? What are Fnatic going to come back to win in the series? Because 12k, 22 minutes in, they've obviously got a 10-kill lead, and the momentum is so heavily favored for Motivate right now. They are rolling in these fights. The only fight they lost was really a mistake on the Void Spirit's Yules.
That is true. I wonder though, like looking at these drafts, if you were going to go into the late game, say 20 minutes from now, who would you favor?
If they make 20 minutes staying at the same level of lead, I feel like Fnatic could pull it back, just because Gyro late game is so scary. But that's the thing, will the lead not just get great?
Oh, Moon. He tried to TP out, he got Yulesed up just at the last split second, but he's going to use his Remnant. He also has the open wounds being placed, and bot lane, at least they do kill off Boombill, but it's not really worth losing your Ember over.
Yeah, a really, really rough trade for them. On the plus side, they didn't have to go, oh my god, what are you doing, Masaros? You madman!
Masaros taking a bit of a note out of the book of Fearless. Hookshot is in from DJ. Jackie on a mega kill. He gets Jabs again on the Phoenix, and Jackie just keeps going. Forever, get a nice vacuum off. With the Surge, Fearless on the chase. Doesn't have the Yules up at the moment. And instead, they're just going to settle for DJ and the Clockwork. Another nice, easy kill for the... No, never mind. Forever is going to die. Q. He just knows where everyone is, this Tiny.
Yeah, we're just talking about whether or not the lead gets greater. Well, it just went 4-1 and they lost Boom Bell. Like the lowest net worth hero by 2k on their team. Like quite a sizable amount. He definitely is playing that POS 5, POS 6 role that I like to laugh about, but MG.Trust, they're playing way better this game. This nice, crisp Dota.
It is crisp. Infest going to be out on Q, which does kind of indicate they might want to go for some more team fight.
Yeah, I mean, they can kill pretty much anyone with this combo. I think he has the Basher as well. Anyone but Gyro, I think, can die to this combo.
Raven, look at the he's queued up the Divine already.
Oh boy, yeah, we're here now.
Aghanim Scepter, BKB, and a Divine Rapier for Raven. I guess that's the way to play this. I mean, you're talking about how behind they are. Divine's one of those ways you can get back into the game, and it has the bonus of giving you that true strike. So suddenly the evasion of the Lifestealer doesn't matter anymore.
It shows desperation, though.
It does.
Like, we can obviously see the net worth, we can obviously see the kills like they can. But it shows that Fnatic feel like they're even further behind than we're realizing. To be able to not have any lifesteal and go straight Rapier is scary. And there's another pick.
It's just too easy. Avalanche toss and the Infest out. And that'll be another kill going out to Q. Poor old Jabs will have to cop it. The rest of Fnatic just taking the free space they have and using it to the best of their advantage. And net worth only keeps climbing the other way. And Motivate.Trust, they're just not slowing down. They're already closing back in. Another bounty rune just being left there for them to take. But Moon is going to be targeted first. The silence does come out. Now the Yules into the Aether Remnant of Fearless. But Sleight of Fist was there. No, it's not going to be enough. They didn't have a Remnant out.
Another Boom Bell trade.
Another Boom Bell trade. Moon dies, Boom Bell dies. It's a great trade for Motivate.Trust.
It also shows what they're doing, though. Boom Bell doesn't care. He's just playing these dead lanes like I talk about so often. And he's just finding farm where he can. His death's probably like 150 gold per death. Just does not care. It's less than one wave if he actually gets caught. And they're finding picks without him anyway, so it's completely fine. He's just going to farm up an item. He might have a mech. He might have a 4-staff, something like that for a fight, and that could win it for them.
He's basically the Jabs of game 1.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Except with more farm, surprisingly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not by much, though.
No, not by much. Raven just... He's at 2.5k gold now. Like, you're getting closer and closer to at least being able to... Oh, Avalanche Q!
He won't die for this, but...
Open wounds. Out from Jackie, but the Surge is just going to last way too long.
I say that, but they're going to come in with Fearless.
They're going to go after Forever instead. So they'll ignore the Gyrocopter. They'll go for the easier kill. And it should be a very, very easy kill now that he's trapped in the tree line.
Another heads-up play from Q and Fearless. And Jackie... Did he even help there? No, he did not. Masaros just soloed him.
Yeah. Masaros taking a very, very easy kill for himself on the Quap. He's actually just working towards an AC now. Like, that's just how far ahead they are. This offlane Quap doesn't feel the need for anything else. He has the Orchid. He has the BKB.
Yeah, I was half expecting to see the Greaves, the Yules, the Ags style build for the offlane. But he's just like, nah, I'm a core. I can play damage. I don't really care. We're so far ahead right now. There is a almost 6k net worth lead between Lifestealer and the carry Raven on this Gyrocopter.
Speaking of Raven, I don't know how much longer he needs to have that Divine. And even when he does have the Divine up, do you think that's enough? Like, obviously the added damage is really nice. In fact, we'll hold that thought because Q is looking for another toss attempt.
The problem we're going to find with his Rapier, he has no lifesteal, right? So even if he's wailing this damage out, as long as Jackie's on top of him, just keep him hitting with the Feast. I think he actually wins that fight because the Abyssal, because the Halberd. He can put it on him pre-BKB. I think Jackie still wins that man mode before the Satanic. Or at least before the Bolted Mask.
Roshan going to be going down here to Motivate.Trust. This is the second Roshan of the game.
The cheesy.
Nice little cheese. There is a smoke out from Fnatic, but unfortunately they are across the map. That'll mean a free Roshan going out to this Dire side. Of course, Fnatic, they haven't actually backed off. Even with this Aegis going to the way of the Dire, they decide they're just going to take over this Dire side triangle. And All right. Well, he has the Demon Edge up on the Gyrocopter, just going straight into the Sacred Relic next. And you pointed out there's a Morbid Mask as well.
His Qs look so sad. He's just queued up a Rapier then a Morbid Mask. Not even the Satanic. He's like, man, I just need some cheap lifesteal. This game's so bad.
It's a tough one. Jackie, he's going to go onto the high ground now.
Jabs has got to be careful. He's got an Abyssal.
Yeah, they jump him. Jabs just can't get an egg off in time.
He has buyout, but you basically use a buyout for a 30-second cooldown Abyssal. Or what is it, 35? I think it's 35. But either way, like you're using it for a cooldown of an item, no big ultimates used, no big spells used, and Jackie's just going to keep wailing on your racks.
He is. They're going to jump in. Moon? Avalanche toss. Q again sending up on Moon, but now the hook shot in from DJ. He lands on 2 with the Cogs pushback. G.Trust on the way out. That'll be it. They don't want to go any further, it seems. Just happy with the tier 3 tower for now.
Yeah, they did repel them, so that is something, like a decent fight all in all. But the problem is, yeah, you repelled them, you forced a buyback, you did die as well. You got nothing out of it. You got 1 BKB charge out of Masaros, that's it.
They're really giving
not
away.
the Abyssal again.
Oh, there is the Abyssal. Moon, no bounty rune for you, sir. Off you go. And it's just the story of this game. I mean, you've brought it up 3. I mean, we need a count on these bounties. They have gotten so much gold from these bounty runes, the side of the tire.
Yeah, I mean, this is exclusively why people hire Pimknuckle, right? For that bounty rune counter.
Yep, he is good. Raven gonna be forced to BKB and just run his way out of there. It's not exactly how he wants to commit these BKB charges, but you've got no choice, especially when you're getting this close to picking up the full Divine. You just can't afford to die as this Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, even if he dies now, I feel like the game's not being saved. It's so hard for them to play from here. And Jackie, like you can see, he's got the MKB all but ready. He will most likely have to wait for ages to pop before he actually switches it out. I don't know if he wants to sell anything to sell. Here's another Rax. Here we go.
It's free. Nobody's defending.
Oh, I was gonna go. It's free. I feel like no one but Australia, New Zealand people will understand that ad campaign that ran for God knows how long.
That'll be his second Rax going down now. Raven just trying to get the Divine to be able to take one last team fight, but they're gonna lose all lanes of Rax if they don't hurry up.
Sell it all, man. Sell the treads, sell the Wraith Bands, get into this fight. You need to, because like you said, this is Megas.
You don't need boots if you're in your base anyway. I mean, there it is. He does pick it up now. The BKB going to be forced out from the Quap.
It's still Megas though.
Yeah, they're going to find the Megas. There it is, and they're just backing off. They don't want the fight.
Oh boy, I feel like this is either going to end in the next 3 minutes, or it's going to take 30 minutes for them to push past Raven.
Either way.
Oh boy, that build looks so sad. He has 3 items.
He's doing the best he can in these circumstances.
He does have a Paladin sword though, so he has that free lifesteal, which when he eventually gets a Satanic will be incredibly hard to deal with.
That is very, very true. That's one thing to look forward to here for Raven.
That's about it. That's about all he has to look forward to. Oh, it's just one of those games where you look at your team, you're like, oh man, everyone's so poor.
As long as they can hold the base, as long as that Ancient's alive, this game is not over, and they're going to smoke up now.
Yeah, we have seen worse, but they are getting...
It's the smoke, jump straight in with the Invest Bomb. Raven's gone, the Divine's on the deck. This game is all but over. There's 2 gone, they've called the GG, they have had enough.
I mean, you lose the Rapier, it's about to be, it's a 45k net worth gap. So that's just icing on the cake, those extra kills they got. But Motivate, they came with new levels of motivation. They trusted each other. I know we're going to get the puns out of the way for their team.
Yeah.
But they played exceptional Dota just then. They outclassed Fnatic quite easily.
Well, we said in game 1 they looked fantastic. Obviously game 2 they came along. They forced to a game number 3 now. We're going to watch some highlights and go back to the panel very, very soon, but I cannot wait for this game number 3 between these two.
Yeah, I'm so glad one of the series went the distance.
Yep, don't go anywhere. We'll see some highlights, and we'll see you very soon.
just the dust, just the same, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the same. Yeah, yeah, just the dust, just the same, just the dust, just the same. Oh, it's you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, thousand miles of luck. Yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. Thousand miles of love, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to ESL 1 Thailand. Sorry, I was going to say ESL Thailand for that one. But it looks like Motivate.Trust are able to bring us into a Game 3 here. They are looking quite strong here, the boys from Thailand, being able to take a game up against Fnatic. Game 3 here, pushing Fnatic to the edge here. I'm Fluke, and I'm joined once again by my wonderful analyst, Danog, as well as QO. Boys, that was an interesting one. That was more of what we were expecting from Game 1 from Motivate.Trust, right?
They just needed the faith, you know, that they could pull it together. And I mean, we were talking about it while the game was going on, but it just didn't feel like they were punishing that Queen of Pain offlane much at all, really. He had free roam to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, they had like a 3 highest net worth core. Like all 3 cores were the highest net worth, and I don't know, like Darkseer, I think it was purely like sort of draft fault, even though like Fnatic's very experienced team. Like,
Yeah, I also did feel like this final pick on the gyrocopter wasn't really what sold it for any of us here on the panel as well. You know, me and Daniel were talking about this in the green room. It just didn't feel like it was going to do much that game. You know, it's a gyrocopter. You really only see that hero when it's combined with a wisp, where it can really start to abuse that flat cannon, start to get that hyper momentum where it gets a lot of stacks off and gets a lot of net worth and comes in with the Ags and maybe a rapier a little bit later on. But it felt like Raven was never really able to get the grasp on that game. And I mean, Jackie is looking like a very, very strong position one in this tournament. And I think a lot of these teams that are looking at this Motivate.Trust roster, they are looking at both these cores coming in from Motivate and just realizing that these guys are here to play, and these guys are really, really good at their heroes.
I think with the Darkseer, I feel like there was nothing that the Surge really enabled. Like, sure, you could put a Clockwork on top of someone, but then what? You know, you've got Battery Assault and a couple of right clicks. He's not really going to be doing all that much. And Ember Spirit, he's already got the mobility. Gyro, he's mobile enough, and the Flat Cannon really does the moving for you. So yeah, I completely agree again. It was just not the game for Gyro in my mind.
Do you think that any other carrier could have really helped Fnatic for this game, QO, or do you think they were kind of pigeonholed into picking this gyrocopter because they needed a little bit of tempo to match the Ember Spirit and the Darkseer?
Well, they wanted to save carry until like last pick. Like if you go to like last pick, there's no good carries remaining. So I don't know. I like recommend. I think it's just better, you know, picking carry within the first 2 phase if possible. If not, then just the next phase at least, but not the last pick. Because I think they picked like Darkseer and Ember Spirit and Gyrocopter in order. But if you think that all 3 heroes are pretty passive, meanwhile, like they had Void Spirit, Queen of Pain, and Nakes, so they had like 2 lane-winning heroes at least.
And they were doing what we felt that Adroit should have been doing in their first series of the day, where Void Spirit was roaming around, he was making these kills happen. As soon as he hit that level 7, had that max resonant pulse, he could really get these kills and start to snowball.
Yeah, the contesting jungle part was like really important, like because it stopped it forced the gyrocopter to rotate towards mid tower, and then they had to share 5 people's EXP. Not just because of the gold, like getting the stack, like you can get so fast level, but he didn't get that advantage because of that.
Yeah,
and I think Fearless rotated pretty well.
Yeah, it really did feel like that Motivate.Trust were on top of this second game here. But can Fnatic come back here and clean this out in a 2-1? Or will the boys from Thailand be able to clean up this upset in ESL 1 Thailand? We're going to have game 3 of Fnatic going up against Motivate.Trust after this short break. We'll see you then.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck. Have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
When sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Hey, welcome back. It's Game 3 here between Fnatic as well as Motivate.Trust in ESL 1 Thailand 2020. We had a wonderful series to start off the day, and now we've got a full best of 3 for you guys to finish it off. And again, I'm hoping that these boys from Thailand can start to bring out this upset, because it would be an absolutely insane story to start off ESL 1 Thailand. I'm Fluke. I'm joined again by my boys on the panel, Danog as well as QO. Jump into this Game 3, boys. There's not really much that Motivate.Trust have to fix, because, you know, they looked great in that first game, looked even stronger in the second game to get that victory. Now, the ball's in Fnatic's court, right? What can they fix to try and get the victory here over Motivate?
I don't think they're going to give them the tiny. I think it's something that Fnatic play really well, and the fact that it's lasted until, I think, 4th pick both games is not necessarily a misdraft coming from Fnatic, but I think now that they've seen how great they are at playing with it, they just want to take that level of comfort out of the Thai boys.
QO, do you think that Fnatic are now going to try and fall back on that crux of Raven Spectre like they had in that first game? You know, try and give him something that is that late game kind of hero, and they try and just win out those macro team fights?
Either that option, or they're gonna be trying to focus on lane dominating. Like the previous game was literally like out of control just because from the lane, and they got way too much Motivate.Trust. So really think they will try to draft more seriously. I'll say the previous one was a bit more testing, and yeah.
Seems good to me.
Yeah, it really does feel like that Fnatic are kind of testing a few. I mean, obviously, you can kind of come with the excuse of, Ravens new to the roster. They're playing with a stand-in as well, and these Thai boys, they've been playing together. They were obviously qualified to the national champs as well, so they seem to be a squad that's been together for quite a while. But you still got to remember that there is quite a few high-valued players in this Fnatic roster, right? You've got Moon, Jabs, DJ as well. All these players have played international lands and stuff like that. They have all this experience. It's not like these guys are new to Dota or anything like that. And that's where I feel like coming into a best of 3 like this, you really need to start putting your foot down and putting it to this team like Motivate.Trust.
And that's the exact point I was about to make. You know what you're going to get with Raven. It's not like he's this new commodity, he's this pub star, you don't know how he's going to fare on the professional stage. He is very much an established entity, and he's shown that he is one of the best carries out there in the world, even not even just the C region. When he was playing back on Geek Fam, he just straight up stomped Fnatic, and that's I think a big part of the reason why they've gone and picked him up.
Yeah, it really does feel like Raven just hasn't gotten to that tried and true form that we've seen from time and time again. Do you think that is kind of a little bit of nerves, QO, coming into playing for Fnatic, that Raven's might just be a little bit outside of his comfort zone, or do you think that it's more kind of the heroes that he's playing that puts him kind of outside of his comfort zone?
Well, I think the hero and the time is like one of the big factor. He recently joined. There is like, unless you're working super well with that team, like it takes time to actually get your synergy up with the team.
Yeah, and going in a completely different direction this time around. So going the Mirana into the Timber Source. So I mean, both of these picks are ones that we've known that they can flex around a little bit. From that position 1 role, we've seen Gabby play the Timber Saw plenty of times. We've seen the Mirana being thrown mid as well as into the support role. And importantly, we do see that Tiny removed in that first phase of bans. So really respecting the efforts that they were able to get on Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, also the fact that Motivate.Trust are starting here with their Void Spirit as well, a hero that looked quite strong for them. I'd imagine that they're obviously able to flex this as well into the offlane. We've seen it before, being able to play these in offlaners. So, this hero like Void Spirit can play as a 4, can play as a offlaner, can play as a mid as well. So it's not like it's just going to be this stock stand. It's going to go into Fearless's hands, and he's going to play that mid and, just get the counters that you wish, Fnatic,
And look at all these carry heroes that are getting banned out by Motivate. They just don't want anything to do with it, and it is a case of they're kind of forcing them to pick it as soon as possible so that they can, go the reverse, see what they can do against that. I'm wondering, yes, you had some really good rotations come through with that Void Spirit. He got a couple of kills onto the Gyrocopter, but I believe he had one of his supports with him the entire time. So they're going to need to pick someone that's going to be able to, if, for example, they throw Gabby into this POS 1 Timber Saw, not much is going to kill this Timber early on. Like Void Spirit, sure, you've got a lot of magic damage and it's going to help, but you still need a really high damage support to assist with that.
Yeah, even if they have like a lot of damage, I feel like Fnatic supports will mark that up, like where the Timber goes, and then if they are aiming for Timber, they're gonna try to follow it up. If they're aiming something else, they're just gonna leave Timber alone. So have to see, this is where like all this experience thing comes out, the pure instinct. So have to see how it goes.
It is a nice Orchid game so far right now for the Void Spirit, right? Because Mirana is one of those heroes that doesn't really want to build something like, a Glimmer Cape or a 4-Staff or something like that that's going to give him a little bit more survivability. Yes, you can get the Yules, but I feel like from where this Mirana is most likely going to be played in the POS 4 role, you're not going to get it early enough. You're going to be able to snowball with that, get some gold from the kills, and really create space for Jackie, who's shown that he's very capable of just running away with a game.
Yeah, it does seem like Motivate.Trust really don't want to get rid of any of these supports. They're like, DJ Jabs, you guys can play whatever you guys want. We don't mind. We're going to get rid of these cores. We're going to make sure that Armel and Gabby are the ones that are playing outside of their sorry, wrong team. Gabby is... not Gabby. Oh, I said it again. Right, I'm having a minor brain fight.
Go. Run with it.
Raven. That's the... Raven and Moon. These are the two players that I was thinking of. But making sure that those two are outside of their comfort zones, right?
I mean, we've still got the DJ Earthshaker in the pool. That's something that you can pull out in those more clutch situations. I'm not sure how good it is in this actual draft, just because of the picks that have been gone through so far. But I don't know, I feel like he's just so versatile that you can make anything happen. We were talking before as well about, the style of heroes that are picked these days. Enigma is another one of those DJ heroes that you really think back and think, oh man, remember all these highlights of what he's really renowned for? He's one of those big ones. And even a Tusk, I think, would be perfectly viable here.
Yeah, I'm sort of favoring. Never mind. I was thinking about like they're gonna do Earthshaker just because of the Timbersaw and Earthshaker like block lane, but starting with Ogre, so they wanna just boost carry. There's no good carries remaining. Might as well just give extra bonus.
You have to go super unorthodox right now, right, to try and burst through. I mean, is this the sort of game where you go into a lot more of that magic focus as opposed to, physical damage? Yes, you need to take towers, but maybe something like a Queen of Pain that's shown them a lot of success already throughout this series, where you can do some magic damage, you can do some pure damage, burst through that Timbersaw, and still have decent enough right clicks so you can take objectives afterwards.
Queen of Pain.
Grimstroke, okay, so they're just wanting to remove some of the mobility from both Timber and Mirana.
Double duel as well.
Double duel. It's nice as well, just once you throw out the Chakram, if you put the silence onto him, he can't do anything about it. So that's
right now they don't have like enough like bursting damage to actually kill the Timbersaw if the Timbersaw gets what he wants.
So does that mean that maybe now Motivate.Trust are going to try and have a much better laner up against the Timbersaw, so they make sure that these early game fights for the Timber aren't as good? Maybe he has a little bit of a harder lane. Doesn't really have the best position for support for him. It might be a Mariah that's going to be throwing arrows around in his lane. And if the Timber doesn't have a good early game, then that's when they might be able to come into these team fights where they just lock him down a little bit longer than he needs to. He doesn't kill anyone, and then at that point they can just deal with him by himself.
But what is left? That's the big question.
Well, Ursa's the only one that I would have thought of, but he's been taken out of the pool, which is unfortunate. Fnatic with that one coming in. Slark? But I don't think Slark's that good against Timber, right? Like, obviously Essence Shift is good against melee heroes, but Timber can still kill you at level 6.
You can go both ways. So, like, if the Slark builds like Silver Edge, like straight up from the beginning, and I feel like by the time that he gets Silver Edge with the Grimstroke E and like with the silence, I feel like there could be a bursting angle. But before that, you can go. I think it's more Timber favored.
Yeah, absolutely, and with a Sven as well, huh? So we've got some buff potential coming through here with the Ogre Magi. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through, and I mean, I think the Slark is still okay, like you're mentioning before. The Silver Edge, it makes it nice, it makes it playable against this Timbersaw. I think maybe he'll want to try and have the Grimstroke rotate through to his lane as much as he can. And, well, he is one of those heroes that really benefits against all these strengths. It's the Undying. So you mentioned wanting to really focus on those lane matchups, make sure you can get a beneficial outcome out of those. And Undying is one of the best supports at doing that.
Against Sven, like, I'm a bit questionable with this decision, just because once Sven has Aghanim and BKBs, like I do believe that he can 3-shot Undying, and Undying is only strong if you can like walk around for a long time.
Yeah.
But if he gets burst down, like he's just a -1 hero.
Bare minimum, you need to get your Tombstone and 1 Soul Rip-Off, and then it's not really worth a hero at that point. Maybe if it gets super late and you get level 20, Tombstone on Death and that sort of thing, it becomes a little bit better. But you're completely right. The Flesh Golem, I think, if they are able to make that work, is going to be huge for them. An extra, I think it's 35 or 25% damage that you can do just with level 1 Flesh Golem from all sources coming in is enormous.
Yep. So Slark is banned. I'm assuming the next ban can be Nakes, the Lifestealer, but against Timbersaw, that's also like a big issue. But against Sven, it's really good.
Yeah.
Lifestealer, Anti-Mage is one of the decisions they can go for. If they go Anti-Mage, like I feel like he can still die against Sven and Mirana. So.
Does it have that good of a lane up against the Timbersaw as well, though? That's a big question when you go for something like this Anti-Mage. Obviously, we're talking about it before with some of these drafts. Like, if you don't pick your carry a little bit earlier on, you're going to get these quite disadvantageous matchups for you. And I think Anti-Mage is one of those heroes that you want to try and have as most advantageous matchup as possible. And I don't know. I don't think that Timbersaw lane is going to be all too good for the Anti-Mage if he comes in.
I mean, think back to your pubs, QO. Have you seen Jackie play anything, like pull something out that's really just completely out of left field? I'll leave you to think if you need a moment.
QO's just like getting all the matchmaking in his head. He's like scrolling through. He's like,
I can't really bring it up. Like I haven't
All right, so
hit him for many
Morphling gets
times.
removed. That's not too bad. I mean, is there anything left that's doing like percentage-based damage? Because I feel like that's going to be really effective against these, strength heroes, obviously.
If it was previous patch, I'll call for Monkey King here, but is the Monkey King after the Echo Saber
Not
got
affecting
nerfed?
Wukong?
Yeah, that's like please don't use Monkey King by Valve. So
pretty much.
You don't think even the additional armor that he gets at the start of the game is enough? You need the...
that's not a big issue. But like I think that Wukong Echo Saber is a really, really big part.
We'll have to see what Motivate do go for, as you guys are saying. Probably looking towards their carry. All the good ones are got. PA! I'm surprised you didn't. I'm surprised you didn't say this, QO.
I mean,
that's burst damage, that's for sure. If you can kill that Timbersaw before he can get stacks up, that's a good way to burst through him.
For some reason, like I'm not expecting people to pick PA because I'm the only one who wants to play it.
That's
So
true.
yeah.
They should just rename PA to Sunyob or something.
In this game, though, QO, do you think this is a good enough PA game? Do you think there's enough enablers here for Motivate.Trust for this PA to get to a critical mass? That Desolator, that BKB build?
I can actually see them doing a tri lane.
Yeah.
Just because PA has a really good the slow of the dagger is insane. Like level 1, 50% slow for 2 seconds, I think it was, and then including Undying and Grimstroke, they just have to do tri lane. I'm just wondering how they will lane it. Are they gonna be doing 2-on-2 or 3-1-1 from Motivate.Trust?
And they wrap it up with a Dragon Knight. So that's 4 really beefy boys on Fnatic's side. It's going to take a lot to burst through them. Obviously, PA is going to help. And I think this might be a game for a Spirit Vessel because you actually need that percentage-based damage now on this Void Spirit. So I think we should look to see them getting quite active.
Yeah, I think they've got quite a few heroes to build that Spirit Vessel as well. Maybe the Void Spirit might still want to go for that extra bit of burst damage straight away. But who are we thinking, boys? Motivate.Trust, Fnatic. Do we have the boys from Thailand or do we have the tried and true Fnatic boys taking this one out?
I'm going to go with my heart. Motivate. They've got this one.
I'm going with Motivate. QA, what about you?
I'm going Fnatic.
You're going against the PA?
Yeah, why are they playing PA? It's a stupid hero.
Who knows? Who knows? So it looks like QO, unfortunately, is betting against his favorite hero here. But who will come out on top? Will it be Fnatic or will it be the boys from Motivate.Trust? We're going to leave it with MLP and Poglet for our final game of today. See you after this.
Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for game number 3 between Fnatic and Motivate.Trust Gaming, excuse me. It is MLP Dota and, of course, Poglet. Poglet, welcome back, sir. We've made it to a game 3.
Yes, we have, and it was only on the first day. I really thought we'd have to wait until Saturday for me. Obviously, I won't be here tomorrow. I thought we were going to have to wait a couple series, but no, Motivate are showing it to Fnatic right now. They are really proving that they deserve to be here. They could even be a top 4 team in this tournament so far. I know it's an early call.
If they keep playing like this, I wouldn't be surprised. And I've got to say, Pog, these new drafts, they get me excited. There's a PA in the game. There's a Sven in the game. It's very different. Even the Timbersaw being thrown in to the mix now. And, well, Fnatic just completely switching things up altogether. And I'd like to ask you your opinion. Who has the better draft? Don't worry about the panel. What do you think?
To tell you the truth, I think Fnatic's draft, once again, I'm going to have to stand by what I say. The easy to execute draft is the one I will go with. I have to go with Fnatic on that one. But you know what? Motivate, they're going to come in with some enthusiasm. They're going to come in with a lot of confidence. And their heroes just have enough luck that they could pull this off quite comfortably. I'm going to go with Motivate just because I want to see an underdog story. And I think it'd be hilarious if Fnatic lost their first series.
Love to see it, but I mean, as QO said, why would you choose PA? It's a stupid hero. And
it's not a good PA game. Like,
no.
There's so much armor on Fnatic. Like, yeah, sure, you get the Deso, you get the armor corruption later on. But Timber's going to have 30 plus armor. Dragon Knight gets passive 30 plus armor. Sven has the Warcry. Tim, even Ogre is tanky. Who is he going to blow up?
That is true. I mean, there's nobody really on the map that he could just delete, apart from maybe that Mirana, but even then, she could probably just leap away in time. So we'll find out. Especially for Fnatic, though, I've got to say. I mean, last game, in game number 2, they weren't taking any bounty runes away from Motivate.Trust. This game around, I don't think you can give that much free gold away to this dire side.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like they gave away like 15k worth of gold.
Yeah.
Which is just insane to think about. I wouldn't even want to know how many bounty runes. Like, I stopped counting at the 10-minute mark. I was like, nah, it's too many. Like, I don't want to see this from Fnatic.
We'll see the top lane, of course. Boombill and Jackie going to be up against Forev and DJ. Now, this is the Timbersaw up against that PA. Of course, Boombill on the Undying should be able to annoy Forev quite a bit, but the PA probably going to have to sit back and just dagger creeps the whole time, especially as the levels go up on this Timber.
Yeah, definitely. The panel did mention that a tri-lane was possible. It's clear now Ogre just TP'd bot, actually, on the jabs. So they don't really want to commit to this tri-lane scenario. Masaros had such a good game last time. They're a bit worried, maybe. But yeah, you're right. PA's just not going to have a fun time in my eyes. Especially once Forev gets level 3 and he has 2 levels in that reactive armor.
Fearless is in the mid lane on that Void Spirit again. Now, he was doing a really great job. Mind you, they were so far ahead at that point that he could just afford to keep Astral stepping forward in game 2 and just keep making plays happen. I wonder if he has a repeat performance in this game. Might be a little bit more challenging in the mid lane up against that DK. Just generally a lot tankier and a lot safer.
I mean, the other issue is obviously with DK, it's almost impossible to kill a Void Spirit. If a Void Spirit has decently quick hands, and I'm not sure what the ping issue is for Fearless this game, you know what? I can actually check. The benefit of being off stream. Oh boy, some of these players are having a lot of ping issues. But where is he? Oh, he's fine. He's actually not lagging at all. So yeah, he's got quick hands. I'm almost certain he's going to be able to dodge the Dragon Tail when he goes into that ultimate form. And even then, if he coughs it on the chin, I don't know if he dies. He just double steps away, dissimulates to get rid of some of the damage. It's a very hard game to kill this Void Spirit right now.
On the other side of things, like once you get later on in the game, will the PA be able to outscale the side of Fnatic with this Sven Timber? You know, the Void Spirit does tend to drop off just a little bit as you approach the late game. Does become a bit more of a utility-based kind of core still. Boombill and DJ going to run straight past each other.
Yeah, this is the only part I find annoying about watching Mirana lanes. That taunt.
Oh, yeah, the sound to it?
Yeah, that's how it all started. That taunt. Just that. You're going to lose a courier, though. Just as long as I'm memeing. But
Jackie's courier does go down to DJ, and That's one of the good things about the Mirana. He doesn't even have leap up yet, but you just kind of get between those couriers and just take them out.
Yeah, this is where it gets hard. So Jackie actually lost his magic sticks, so Forev can still spam the Timber Chain to keep farming like he's doing. This is now a really hard lane with the 2 levels around.
Look at bot lane though. Raven and Jabs up against the LC and the Grimstroke. Raven, it doesn't seem like he's going to struggle in this lane on the spin. Like, it might be a little bit annoying up against Massaros, and you could make the argument they can't really kill the LC. But in terms of CS, he should be just fine.
It should go close to even, in my eyes. Like, Legion's fan, they're going to play the lane very similar, and obviously Grimstroke and Jabs, they're going to brawl. It's just going to happen that way. It comes down to whether or not you can get multiple hero overwhelming odds.
Look at this.
Dang, DJ.
Yeah, DJ again getting another courier, this time Boombells, and they've just been fighting over these creep waves into this large neutral camp. Forev just not allowing them to take it for free.
I love how Forev's just on full health. He's sitting in between them. Both heroes, just doesn't care. No worries in the world.
In some way, the decay helps you with that, doesn't it? Because you just reactive armor HP regen, you lower your HP pool.
Yeah, definitely. And then obviously once decay runs out, it gives you the maximum possible health for that percentage. So yeah, you're right. Like, as long as he doesn't get bursted, it's good for him. Bot lane though. Ooh, Raven taking a few auto attacks.
He is. He'll be just fine, it seems like. Of course, we're looking at Moon and Fearless in the mid lane, and that's been, like you said, just a very, very even lane. They're just CSing pretty much the exact same rate. Forev, top lane, still just going at it with Boombell and Jackie. They just can't contest the Timbersaw at close quarters. Speaking of that Timber, I mean, I don't really necessarily see a direct counter towards that Timbersaw in this game.
It's pretty much only going to be the Soulbind. Obviously, Soulbind, you can't Timber Chain out of it. You get stuck next to your teammate. And more often than not, they just throw the spells at you so they can hit the teammate who's trying to run away from you. But outside of that, yeah, I think Timber's going to have a pretty close to free game. As long as they have Moon or, of course, Raven not standing on top of him, those two heroes need a bit more leeway when it comes to fights. Yeah. It's just a well-rounded tanky draft for Fnatic.
Raven just staying by his tier 1 tower, doesn't want to venture too far off. Of course, Jabs is pulling the small camp, just trying to get that creep equilibrium underneath their own tier 1 tower. But Q is actually going to have a go with the Inkswell onto Jabs. Do they have the damage with the overwhelming odds? It could be enough now. And yeah, Massaros, he is able to get the first blood. Jabs will go down, and Raven, unfortunately, unable to assist.
And Jabs uses Sal for that.
Oh, so that's unfortunate.
110 gold down the tubes, didn't really get any use out of it, still dies anyway. And first blood right before the bounty runes, and Boombell rather, instantly goes and steals a third bounty.
3-1 again. Be a nice feeling here for this Dire side. Just the more gold you can get on this PA, and the faster you can get it, the better. I mean, you talked about how he's not really going to be able to burst anyone down once you get to that mid to late game, but assuming you can get the farm on the PA very, very early on, kind of similar to last game, how he got that 6-minute Midas. If you were that far ahead on the PA, it just won't matter what heroes you're playing.
That is true, definitely, and you can see he's going that Battle Fury, like you said, he needs farm. And Battle Fury is still the quickest acceleration you can have for a core. Midas is great, but when you have that innate attack speed from Phantom Strike, and obviously the dagger itself can cleave, you definitely go for the Battle Fury if you need to carry this massively.
DJ make a bit of a rotation into the mid lane. Of course, he has that arrow, but he needs Moon to set up with the Dragon Tail. Fearless does get the Aether Remnant. Arrow flying in. Fearless, he does have to take it, and DJ will leap in with the follow-up damage. That's a great rotation out from this Mirana. Moon just barely able to find the stun in time.
That was pretty much picture perfect on both the Dragon Tail and then obviously the arrow came through just as he came too from the stun. A nice little play from Moon, and obviously now that they've got the Cardi wave, they're going to push pretty heavily. There's like some weird skirmishes happening on the side here.
He is. Looks like the Grimstroke was trying to go for a bit of an Inkswell play, but won't quite get it off.
Oh, Boombell, top lane.
Be in danger on
He has another chain. He has, yeah, there we go.
Forev will find the kill with the Chakram, and it's the problem with the Undying as well. Like, you tend to have the early game as your strong point. I don't feel like the Undyings really had the greatest early game, though, to really make it so this pick's worth it.
Yeah, definitely not against the Timber. It sounds like good on paper. Oh, I'm going to remove strength from a hero that requires to have a high level of strength and have a high health pool. But the problem is, you're comboing with a hero that couldn't kill. And now Undying's going to look really sad. Boombell has to come bot, tail between his legs, basically, and try to harass Raven now.
Dire's
Mid
top
lane.
tower is under attack.
Couple heroes going there onto Fearless, it seems like, but he'll have some support. Of course, Jackie actually going for a bit of a TP down a bot lane where we do have a duel out on Raven. The Sven going to be all right for now. He's just on the run. Very, very low on HP, and Boombell does give more vision. Masaros chasing. Dagger going to slow down Raven. Do they want to dive the T1? They definitely do. Overwhelming odds will be enough, but now the Fire Blast follow-up from Jabs to allow Moon to at least get some form of a trade. But that's your pos 1 for a pos 5. Yeah. Not a great feeling for Fnatic. In fact,
not a great trade at all. And they're going to keep going.
Yeah, just dive. Moon not respecting the PA. And he might just get punished for it. He does go down. Jabs trying to fight back. DJ will TP in and they'll just leap straight into this team fight. Masaros does go down. And that'll be it. Side of the Dire just going to accept the fact that they got some great trades and just back out of there.
Yeah, that's so heads up. They see the raid boss coming in. Forever, obviously, not at max level, not huge just yet, but you see a Timbersaw, you run. That's just inbuilt in Dota players' brains. Even if he doesn't have stacks, nothing, you just run away.
Just run.
He's TPing in for a reason. He feels that the fight's gone on long enough, the spells are down, and they do get away with a pretty nice trade, all things considered.
They definitely do.
And it looks like Masaros is actually going to prep for another duel top against Raven. I can see Boombell and obviously Fearless on the side.
This. Masaros, he does get the duel off, but do they have the damage output? Fearless, he has a DD active, and they will definitely have the damage for Raven. You just don't care for the duels if you keep peeling off this pos 1, but a nice arrow out onto Fearless. Just no damage, no follow-up. He had the Resonant Pulse shield up.
Yeah, and they also use Dragon Form for this. Oh, Jabs.
He's back in on Jabs. Jabs is going to go down to the Resonant Pulse.
He just built the Urn too, so that's some Urn charges coming in for Fearless. Obviously, Urn's pretty useless until you get that full vessel with how tanky these heroes are, but it's something, like they add up.
Fearless is not done. He wants to keep going. They haven't learned their lesson quite yet. Fearless, he will get stunned up. Arrow going to fly in from DJ, but it's not going to be that long of a stun. Still, they continue to try and just chip away. Fearless dissimulates back for the large cap.
You madman!
He's Fearless, but here come the cavalry. Forev joining in with the rest of his team. Raven gonna God Strength up after Boombell. Boombell will drop. Masaros is a very, very fast LC, and it's like he might be alright, but Forev is still on the chase. I don't believe he caught the glimpse of the LC running to that tree line, and well, they only really lose the Undying.
All I'm hearing in the head is my head like, Fearless with no regard for his teammates' lives because he just straight left Boombell out to dry. He did not care. He's like, yeah, see you, mate, you can die for me. And just bails out. Obviously, it's fine because you got a couple of creeps from the big camp. You stole them off the DK. But still, man, Boombell has a family somewhere.
He does. Raven and DJ just going to stick around together. Of course, Raven already having a difficult start to his game. 2 deaths on the Sven. DJ, the Moonlight Shadow down a bot lane. Oh, look at Jackie, but Arrow, he's going to be revealed. They know he's there. Q on the chase with Boombell. DJ still has a bit more time on that invis. Silence will be juked out, but now Fearless is around, but he does not connect the Aether Remnant. And DJ, surprisingly enough, gets himself out of there.
And that's huge for DJ. The wave actually died mostly to the tower, so it's now a safe tower. Unfortunately, Forev's actually down here by himself, so he needs to be careful he doesn't get jeweled.
They're going. Swell with the Flesh Golem and the Tombstone. It's going to be a lot of damage flying out. Forev, he cannot sustain it. Masaros with a nice jewel just at the last second to get a bit of bonus damage for himself. Fnatic, they're pushing the mid lane. They're trying to get something done. They at least get that.
And they're leaving Fearless here to solo defend. Masaros has just come in. But this is really awkward. He has no mana.
But it'll be enough. Just the presence alone will get Fnatic to just go back to their side of the map, while the rest of the team. Just push out that bot tier 1 tower. Of course, they were slightly behind with the tier 1s. They did kind of need to take that out as their top tier 1 did go down, but it's gone now. They understand. I mean, Fnatic, they know that they're kind of just stuck farm. They've got no chance. They've got really no options here.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned, or at least I was talking about the Sven Axe off stream. He's actually rushing it. He's going Echo Saber Axe.
That's the way you play it.
He realizes, like, sometimes you build a middle item, sometimes you build a Chrysalis, sometimes you build a BKB. He's like, no, I need a stun right now. I need to get in these fights. They're just kiting me around so much. And it's a heads-up play from Raven, but it's going to make these fights really awkward for Motivate.
Moon going to jump in with a Dragon Tail stun on Fearless. There was no real angle for an arrow there, and looks like DJ wasn't even around. Boombill actually just keeping tabs on where Jabs is on the Ogre.
Trust Q? Ooh.
They are just really closing in on that mid-tier 1, just remaining around the area, understanding they might find an opening onto Moon on that DK. But so is Raven and Jabs. Ward's placed, Boombill.
Oh, they're going to find... Oh, that's
Fire Blast, Arrow going to come in with Raven and the God Strength. He tries to burst him down. No, the Soul Rip keeps the LC alive, and now they try to turn Boombill. He might die, or maybe he doesn't. Another Soul Rip will keep him alive. Moon is trying to move forward with Forev, but can they get anyone? Q and Boombill sticking close. Now they're grouped up. They do go down. Both supports being lost for the side of Motivate.Trust, but it looks like Jackie might clean up, or maybe he gets cleaned up. He's trying, but he does go down after taking down Raven. Fearless still on the run. Chain's there, but Forev is going to have the vision, and of course, they are going to have the damage through Moon. And I believe that's the first good team fight that's happened for Fnatic this game.
Yeah, they've had a lot of scrappy ones where they pick up a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-1 trade, but that's the first clear-cut fight victory for Fnatic, and I think that's the first time they've actually played as 5. Usually they'll have Raven or Forev missing, but they decide they commit everyone, and you can see here on the replay, the stun combination to almost kill Master Jose was huge.
It's close. Soul Rip was pretty clutch from the Undying. Boombill not afraid to give his own life away as long as his cores do survive through all the damage.
Yeah, it's just a shame that you could see they committed so much to keep the Legion alive. They actually ran out of damage to kill them. You can see Moon here so low. Fearless obviously out of mana, out of health, and out of teammates eventually goes down.
With that, Fnatic, they've got a 3k net worth lead. You look at Moon on that DK, he has the blink up. You've got these forms of initiation now. Of course, you look to Forev, he's been farming just fine on the Timber. He's ready to fight whenever. And I believe we might be getting very close to that point where Fnatic will start running at the side of this Trust side.
Yeah, we're only about 2 or 3 minutes off that Death Ball Dota that people like to talk about.
Love it.
They might, however, wait for Raven to get his axe, which won't come until about 18, 19 minutes. He is obviously 3k away from that. But I reckon they could go. They've got Blink, they've obviously got Forev's Yule stepped up. Boombill is playing so aggressively here that I feel like this is the free kill you can take.
Boombill, this is going to be spotted out by Jabs. Just back off out of range of the Fire Blast. Just playing around with Jabs.
Don't go back in, you madman. Well, I feel like that's the Motivate shtick. That they all just play like absolute insane animals sometimes. They're just like, yeah, you know what? We'll fight here. I don't care.
It's the way to do it.
And it works.
Forev.
Look at this fight.
Yeah, they're just going to jump in on the tankiest target, Forev, who Yules up through the Inkswell. He just finds to turn back around. Q getting caught with his pants down, and he does die. That was a very interesting sort of initiation to go for. Perhaps just not realizing the Yules was there. And I believe Moon's looking for more.
Yeah, Moon isn't going to find anyone, did use the blink. But you see what I mean? That's not a good fight, and they're going to take it anyway. They even had time to ponder, like, should we do this?
Jumps in, stun is there with the arrow follow-up, but do they have the damage? Boombill, he's just on the front lines, and that is one big flesh golem just rushing towards Jabs. We're all Jabs, just taking all this damage. Now, DJ going to join in, but there's the jewel out from the LC. With the met from DJ, it will not be enough, but here comes Raven. But the Soulbind holding him in with Moon. This is not looking great for Fnatic. They're trying to fight back. Boombill sticking around too long, does go down. Now Q back into this fight. Should be alright to back off. The rest of Fnatic will do the same.
Oh, these fights are getting really close. They're getting spicy.
They are.
It is still a win, obviously, for Motivate getting that dual damage. It's only 20, but it's something.
Jackie, I mean, he's still got the Battle Fury up, just farming up and going straight towards that Desolator pickup now. That's kind of what he's going to need here, just a bit more damage, a bit more minus armor for himself.
Yeah, and you can see here, they needed that tiny bit more damage on both sides because Masaros is running in the middle of the fight here. But you can see Moon and Raven are on half health. Boombill gets 3-shot though.
Yeah,
the poor man. His ultimate ran out, he just didn't have a health pool.
Well, it's a Sven, right? Like, you kind of expect that. If the Sven's red, you probably shouldn't be around the Sven.
If Sven's red, you're dead. I wish I could say I came up with that, buddy.
Oh, DJ. The Mirana. Looks like he's just rushing the Guardian Greaves. Forev going for a Crimson Guard now on the Timbersaw. So just really wanting to nullify any of the damage the PA is going to be throwing out. And it seems like a smart pickup because there's just so much physical damage.
Yeah, it's also nice for the duel. Like you said, so much physical damage. If you can keep a duel target alive and they get their spell kit off, even if they die afterwards, it's enough to turn that fight.
Smoke up. Fnatic going to rush towards Jackie down at that bot lane.
Do they know he's here, though?
Jackie's already
They
back
have the vision.
off Moon. No, he knows, and he goes straight onto that PA with the Dragon Tail, and now the arrow landing perfectly from DJ, but the PA is not dead yet. Jackie, press the attack, will keep him alive. Jab's trying to get in there for the Fire Blast, and the Ignite, but now the Jewel comes out. They are using everything to protect this PA, but at what cost? Masaros does go down, and Boombill, he's on the run, but he's going nowhere. Does get used up.
Not my boy Boombill.
Boombill, he's gone. And the PA, I mean, on the brighter side, Jackie does get out of there.
They actually got Raven in the mid lane. Fearless pretty much solo killed him.
Moon going to try and punish him for this. No arrow going to be there. Q currently occupying that Mirana. Fearless still in danger. Arrow is actually going to land just from the behind. And now Q, he was around trying to help out Fearless. He's also going to pay for this.
Fearless should have had a bit more fear.
Yeah.
Should have. He had spells. Like, he had the Simulate up, he had the Pulse up, he had the Astral Step up. He decides to try to bait them all out. He just gets caught by an arrow. Oh, the poor kid.
Unfortunate. That gives Fnatic a 6k net worth lead now, going into this game number 3. And 15-10 with a 6k net worth lead, they're looking great. I mean, it's that point. We talked about it. They're going to run at them over and over again. And this is that point where you start asking, what does Jackie do?
Yeah, not much. So he gets that BKB, which is what, 600, 700 gold away?
He's not bursting anyone.
On the other side, though, you've obviously, I don't know if you've noticed, but Raven's 200 gold away from his axe.
Beautiful.
And Crimson is about 500 gold away as well.
Fearless. Go in onto Jabs, and that'll be another nice dual victory. Once that Ags is up on the Sven, I mean, that's it. That's the green light to go.
Yeah, well, we're like the golden orb, really. This is every time. I still don't understand why they gave him such a ridiculous axe. Like, I don't think he needed it.
It is a funny axe, the Superman axe, but I don't know. He's always had this problem of just getting kited around consistently, the Sven, throughout all of history. So I suppose the idea was, let's just give him something to close the gap.
I understand that, but they gave it an auto attack as well. It's like when you hit the targets, it auto attacks all of them. It's just like, oh, you've got cleave, plus we'll give you more cleave because you hit them all. It just
maybe
it
a bit
seems
unnecessary.
Like a lot.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much. There's that BKB for Jackie, by the way. But Moonlight Shadow out from Fnatic. Boombill run straight into them, so they'll just accept the free kill. He does actually have help coming in, but Motivate getting used up. That's going to be Masaros in the air now with the 8th runner not really latching on apart from DJ. Just continuing to chase Masaros, but Masaros is just melting. Now though, they jump in. They want to take this team fight. Jackie with the BKB, getting one in the form of Jabs, and now also gets Forev. He'll chase down Moon on the DK, but he's a much tankier target, and Raven is also around. There's another Jewel out, but it's not going to be enough to kill off Moon. Masaros, he is very, very low, and there's the Superman flying out from Raven. But now, Jackie just going to turn back around. He doesn't care. He wants to go after Raven, and it looks like Raven's accepted the fact that he's probably just dead. He's got nowhere to go.
Massive fight. They obviously Masros did buy back for that fight, but definitely worth the dieback of the Legion Commander. You've sacked your game basically to enable everyone else on your team. And Jackie's BKB coming in pretty clutch there before the Crimson Guard was ready for him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
With that, they'll go after the mid-tier 1 tower now. It'll be a very easy tower to take, and Fnatic. You kind of ask yourself, where did they go wrong in that last team fight? Like, Jackie just kind of blinked in and suddenly people were just dying.
I think not registering the fact that BKB was ready.
Right.
So as soon as they commit all their spells, Jackie comes in with the BKB, and we're going to see a replay here.
So they get Boom Bell very, very easy. Then they go after Masaros, and yeah, there's the point where Jackie just kind of jumps in, starts shredding people apart. Jabs and Forev both go down, and they tried to fight back, Raven.
I think they got lucky here. I think Moon could have died if Jackie jumped on him.
He doesn't, though. With that Fnatic, they're not done, though. They're going to smoke up again. They're going to try a second time, see if this time it'll be any different.
They might find Jackie on the front line, though, because they're smoking as well. And obviously, when you have the blur, you do front line quite often. So it'd be interesting to see who blinks on who first. And Motivate, they're going top. They might just dodge out the smoke gank entirely.
They've smoked themselves here.
They're also close to 20. This is one of those games where I actually question if you go evasion or armor corruption. Like, usually evasion is the better talent, but the armor corruption, they don't really have that much damage if they don't get the burst down. I'm curious to see what he'll do. I'm going to need a 10k player to tell me what to do here.
All right. He's got the Deso up. Just one he already had that.
No, he had the Blightstone and then went back for BKB.
Right. All right. So the whole time he was fighting without Deso anyway. Double damage is there. Fearless just going to jump in and protect that DD rune as Jackie is making his way to it.
This is probably a Roshan now.
Straight for the Roche. Jabs, of course, has buyback available, but even if you were to commit that buyback, can you fight into a DDPA with a brand new Deso up?
You have to burst. Like, you saw that they were throwing the arrow there for both scouting vision and to see if they could get Jackie. But the problem is, if you don't get Masaros as well, he presses the attack and resets the fight, and all of a sudden you have an attack speed machine on the PA. And you can't deal with it. The BKB just pretty much negates all of Fnatic's damage right now because Sven just doesn't have that much damage yet.
By the way, you were right. He does... No, you weren't right. In fact, he does go for the evasion talent.
Okay, I'm quite happy with this. Yeah. Evasion is the normal go. I was just curious. Obviously, evasion's going to be great against Sven. Very good against DK. It's something against Mirana.
Yeah.
But so I don't know. This armor corruption talent, it feels like it's been left on the wayside, and I'm kind of curious what it needs to get that little oomph back into the meta.
Maybe just a higher number.
It used to be 7 or something.
Yeah,
nerfing it.
It was ridiculous. It was quite a talent to have. They're going to go after that top tier 2 tower. Fnatic going to just focus down the bottom towers. Just both teams comfortable with the trade.
Forev though in the mid lane.
Getting used up. Fearless going to have the Aether to lock him in, and they'll have the duel from Masaros if they want to commit, but no, Yules is out now from the Timber. Forev still trying to survive, does actually survive, but the Undying is still there, and there's the duel coming out now. A double, and with that they want to chase for more. They've already got 2 down. DJ on the run with Moon. They'll go after the Mirana with the Inkswell on Fearless. And with that silence, DJ cannot leap out of there.
This is looking really awkward for Fnatic. This is legitimately a window where you could lose your axes here. You've got no buyback on the Timber, no buyback on Mirana. They're both in the grave for quite some time, so DJ and Forev, they're going to be watching from the sideline as Jackie just rips apart their buildings.
Here we go, tier 3 under siege, 26 minutes in. They've also got a siege creep to help out, which is always nice.
Yeah, they've got a siege creep, and obviously Masaros is just standing behind him, removing the breathe fire. It's the little things in life.
It is the little things. Jackie just, mid-racks. There's no defense coming out yet. They're waiting for the respawns of these supports.
Oh my god, Jabs needs to be careful.
That's a lot of damage coming out from Jackie.
Does Jabs have buyout? He
Forever.
does. Okay.
They want to defend that melee barracks, and they do, but the Dragon Tail is there from Moon to get started.
They got to be careful though, because another item's coming in. I believe it was a Basher. Yes, there's a Basher on Jackie mid. They will see it, so they need to be careful this fight. But
back in, Fearless, Forever, just going up to them, throwing out that whirling death. Forever just keeps going. Boombell, he's about to die, but he gets a soul rip off. And now the Dragon Tail is there, but the soul bind is out from Q. Raven pops the God Strength, wants to go after Masaros. No, he might turn around onto the Void Spirit, but Fearless
Raven?
is out of there.
Raven?
Meanwhile, Jackie just going back in on top of this Sven, and Raven is very, very low, but he does get Fearless. Still, he may lose his own life. Raven's so darn low, but Jackie, he needs one more hit and he can't get it. He cannot get it. Jackie will go after DJ. He'll lose the Aegis.
that was close to the game right there. I think if they actually take down the Sven, if Raven dies there, he had no buyout. That's definitely a Rax, and they committed everything. Like, that was a BKB purchase as well for him. Oh, that was close.
3 buybacks on Motivate.Trust.
I think if they don't buy back, Jackie dies twice, though. It's like, that was the mentality. Like, do we save our PA, who is everything right now?
Rev, pretty low, gets used up midway through the chain. Boombell just going to get on top of that Timber.
Boombell with an item I haven't seen much at all. He built a Holy Locker.
Oh. I mean, you can use the charges on your teammates.
Yeah, it's effectively, he's got 2 Soul Rips right now, because he can use the wand, the Holy Locket charges, I should say. What is it called? Energy charge?
Energy charge.
I've never read that in my life.
Very original.
Oh, yeah. Since the release of this item, it's been completely lackluster. So I'm curious to see if they can make it work.
I mean, you've got the Soul Rip plus the Holy Locket now, so it is a lot of burst heal. Not to mention, it does amp up the heal of the Soul Rip.
35%, which is pretty solid.
I'd say so.
Like, I just have literally no opinion on it, because I have no idea. I've never seen it in a pro game.
I think that's with everyone, though.
Like outside of IO. IO doesn't really count.
Of course.
Cheat code.
Yeah. Well, they're just going to stick together, both teams. Obviously, we're at that stage of the game now where every team fight should be just about a 5v5. Neither side really wanting to give any free kills away, especially considering we are low on buybacks at the moment.
Yeah, oh, let's see. Oh yeah, we are very low on buybacks. Only one player has them, and that's the Legion Commander. Oh boy.
Boombell. Rev in the Moonlight Shadow. They know where Motivate.Trust are.
It'd be curious to see what happens at level 25 as well for Jackie, because if he starts to get these extra crits, he could chunk down these tanky heroes. I'm not sure if you want to wait for that, and clearly they don't, because they're smoking up to find something. Oh, and a nice little item for him, Titan Sliver as well.
One of the better ones. Jackie, say thank you very much for that.
I mean, it's only really second to Paladin Sword when it comes to a core that has lifesteal naturally and just wants to tank up in these fights. Paladin Sword, Titan Sliver, and then obviously if you get the Illusionist Cape on some heroes.
Yeah, well.
I will never not harp on that goddamn item.
Raven and Forever going to push out the bot tier 2, and the top tier 2, of course, going to be removed by Motivate.Trust. Just an even trade between the two, and are we waiting for the next Roshan now? Like,
oh, they're actually going to find Forever. That's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, Forever getting caught out by the Aether Remnant. Jewel not actually being there from Masaros yet, but well, he is really darn fast with that 4-star.
Masaros.
Couldn't quite get the Jewel off in time. He's still making the chase, but Forever is just fine. And the rest of Fnatic. Did they smoke up?
I believe Fnatic 3 smoked. They're going to look towards the top lane, but I don't know what they're going to find here. Clearly, they saw Motivate TP'd almost everyone, so they might find Fearless here, I guess.
Fearless.
Fearless,
massive pick off to Simulate. Going to be out in time with the Astral Step. Just fine, but Forever goes in and does get Boombell with the Yule. Still Boombell happy to fight back. He already has the Tombstone down.
With a gem too now. I don't know if Boombell is the one to hold it. He has died 8 times. Yeah, okay, he gives it away to Fearless.
Oh my.
I just saw him have that. I'm like, oh bear, that's definitely going to Fnatic.
Still, 21 to 19. 3K net worth lead. Another very, very even game between these two. Motivate.Trust. I mean, you can see how aggressive they want to get. They just want to make the jump on somebody. Jackie can't quite find a target.
Satanic coming too. He's definitely going to buy it. I can see he's curious, just sitting on the secret shop waiting for this Satanic gold. I think that's go time for them. I'll look for the tier 2 bot. With the Satanic, you'll have, what, 2,600, 2,700 health? And obviously the Sliver as well, with the status resist. It's going to be quite hard to take down Jackie.
I imagine it will be. Jackie does just go ahead, takes down the bot tier 2, and you can see Fnatic up towards that top lane, trying to establish that top tier 2 tower themselves. Left the B for now, they just let the creep wave take care of it. And that Satanic you brought up on the PA is also up and running now.
Oh, and it's a long Roche. I think that's actually bad for Motivate. They quite easily control the map right now. So they... Oh.
Jump in, Jackie going after DJ. No lucky crits for Rev. Gonna get the Yules off. Arrow. Ooh, not gonna connect.
I don't know if you want to fight that though, because Masaros obviously just presses the attack and he turns around and tries to kill you again.
That is true.
Oh. This game is on its knife edge right now. I'm hesitant to say who wins it from here.
Oh, you can't. It's just too close.
This is what we want, though. We wanted close games. One team has shown up, or one series has shown up, rather.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad it was the second one.
Yeah, absolutely. There is an MKB, by the way, flying out on Raven.
Ooh, okay.
Just trying to have a way to actually hit Jackie. He should have it up very, very soon, I believe, on that Sven.
He still needs to be careful, though, because he can get jumped on quite
Jackie has started. Makes the jump onto Moon, but he's just way too tanky. So instead, Forev just tries to go in on the PA, but Jabs is already gone, and Jackie just keeps going on that Sven.
Raven,
he's got nowhere to go. Raven getting jeweled up. That is a lot of cleave damage, but it is not enough. Now Moon going to jump back in with Forev. They're trying to clean up the side of Motivate.Trust, but it is no good. Forev also going to go down. They only really got Boombill on the Undying. Moon, this BKB, it is going to wear off, and Jackie able to get another kill, and there are no buybacks.
Yep, I was just about to say, the only one with buyback is still alive.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. I actually can't believe Sven almost turned around and killed the entire enemy team off a duel. I'd be livid if that happened to me. But Jackie, he has faith in the boys. Boombill, once again, in the grave, watching his team push.
Tier 4's under siege. Jackie wants to just get this game over and done with.
It is quite hard, though, with the Bloodlust. Like we mentioned in the first series, Bloodlust is still broken. It gives double the attack speed on towers. Don't ask me why. I have no idea.
Just keep going. Instead of going after those tier 4s, they'll just secure another Rax. This time the bot lane does go down. It's just a question of whether you want to try and risk going, oh, they got Forev with the Yules, and now the jewel is there with the follow-up from Jackie. And Forev is actually not dead yet, but does eventually go down to Q. And that might just mean Megas.
Fnatic are actually about to get upset. And not only is it like, oh, it's an upset during the middle of the middle of the group stage. They were testing something. No, this is round one, game one for them. You're meant to come in with a bang with your new carry. And you're on the back foot quite heavily now. Roshan is up as well. And without Forev, I don't know how you fight this Roshan pit.
You're going to have to try. With the Aegis going the way of Motivate.Trust, it's like, how do you defend your high ground after that?
They got to be careful, though. So the Abyssal got purchased up by Jackie, and they haven't seen it yet. So if they come in and try to take a fight, he could actually just one-shot or two-shot one of these carries.
Look at these crits coming out from Jackie. Just casual 1.8k crit.
Jackie, with the level 25, hasn't leveled yet. Oh, he goes to triple dagger.
It's still a great talent, I guess. It's just, you know, you'd love to see the extra critical...
Well, it makes sense, right? Because if you have the triple dagger and you get lucky on 2 crits, all of a sudden you can't play jabs. You can't play DJ. They've lost half their health pool in the backline to a stray dagger. And obviously with the cleave in these fights, it can actually just cleave from all 3 daggers.
Jackie. Yeah, Jackie. But he just jumps to press the attack, but Jabs had a Ghost Scepter, and in fact, they're going back in onto this PA.
He doesn't have a BKB, but I don't think it matters because he has 40% status resistance.
Yeah.
And Masaros just removing everything. And that's Megas.
That is Mega Creeps.
Oh boy, here we go. This is going to be spicy. Can Raven buy another Rapier is the question.
Well, I mean, at this point, you might want to. It's I was about to bring that up actually, going for the MKB rather than the straight Divine. Surprised me just a little bit considering how Game 2 went, but I guess at that point where he got the MKB up, he hadn't lost a Rax yet.
The game was still like, what, 4K net worth max?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Like, quite even. So the MKB made sense, but losing that team fight with no buyouts after the MKB purchase, and it really just doesn't look great from here. They lost everything, like you said, mega creeps, and now you can just drown them out, get the tier 4 items, and then fight again before they get theirs.
They're waiting. Just waiting for that right moment, someone to step off the high ground.
They have a Princess Knife, so they've still got 3 more OP.
They jump in. What they got there? It is going to be a duel out onto the DK Moon.
Buyout though.
Does have the buyback. He will have to commit. They are looking towards those tier 4 towers. Smoke broken. There goes Raven. There's the buyback. They'll go after Boom Build. They'll get the Undying. Now stun up onto the PA. Jackie is falling low, but he does manage to blink strike out of there. The chain forward with the stun. Jackie very, very low.
He's Satanic in the first life.
And the Satanic not really going to work out. The Aegis does expire, but the fight continues. They want to go after this PA one more time. Raven trying to hit away. Jackie will pop the BKB, and now with that lifesteal,
Raven,
he is just fighting back. Raven is in huge trouble, and it looks like he is about to fall, though. No, the Invis is keeping him alive, so they'll turn around onto somebody else, and it will be Jabs on the Ogre going down. Still the fight continues, however, Moon is not giving up yet. He still wants Jackie. However, Forever is going to fall on the Timber, and they've called it. GG is the call from Fnatic.
An upset game. Series 2, first day in. You can't ask for much more if you're a fan of Dota, honestly, because Motivate just said we're here to stay, and it's now a top 3 battle for Group A.
Fantastic showing here from Motivate.Trust Gaming. I wouldn't have expected it. I thought Fnatic would have been the favorites by a long mile, but that wasn't the case still. That is it for us tonight, Poglet, in terms of casting anyway.
Yeah.
We are going to head back to the panel later on, but...
Well, I'm going to need a break after that one. That was insane to watch from Motivate. They cleaned up 2 very convincing games. Game 1, we won't talk about much, but they did play very well there too.
They definitely did. With that, of course, I guess it's time to head off. We're going to have some highlights, and again, we are going to go back to the panel, but it's been an absolute pleasure, Poglet, and see you guys all again very, very soon.
Say what you want, show me your touch. I do the same. My brother in that, but I slowly caress. Feelings and
back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my plan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fair. the first time it's making sense. Thought I knew you. Turns out I never did.
Welcome back, everyone, here to ESL 1 Thailand for the last time of day one. The boys from Thailand were able to come up with a very beautiful upset here to start at ESL 1 Thailand, and I welcome you guys here to our Game Fuel post-match where we are able to break down our second series of today and our first upset of ESL 1 Thailand. I'm Fluke. I'm joined again by the boys on the desk, Danog as well as Kyo. It's so good to watch these teams come out from nowhere and just take it to these top-tier teams, right?
I don't want to say from nowhere. You know, they've always been there around. They just haven't quite got the opportunity. And what a stage to do it on. You know, it's ESL 1 Thailand, and they're a full Thai stack, and they're able to beat a team like Fnatic. How great must they be feeling right now?
Yeah, especially a Fnatic that has some really big names on it. You know, you've got Raven, you've got Forev playing on that stack as well. And these guys, it's not like they're playing at a disadvantage anyway. So it's like this is very stock standard C Dota, and being able to come out in a full best of 3 after losing the first game, coming out on top, pulling themselves back together and getting a 2-1 victory is also really good. Kyo, mate, what are you expecting here for the rest of Motivate.Trust, especially after that third game that looks so strong, and you even doubted the PA?
Yeah, I should just never doubt a PA. I think PA is just a godlike hero.
Yeah.
Now
it's a godlike hero.
Gotta admit it, you know.
It was a stupid hero in the draft, and now it's a godlike hero.
Nah, I'll give Jackie a compliment. I think Jackie played really well. And at the same time, like Raven, I was like Forever was like very farmed like in the early game, and then I thought like Timbersaw was enough to handle their aggression. So I was more expecting greedy item from Sven, but somehow it went into Echo Saber into Aghanim. That was a bit questionable for me, just because Aghanim's on Sven is only good when you're ahead. If not, I think we all prefer like getting early BKB or MKB, all these items first into Echo. I mean into Axe.
Yeah, you need something to enable the Axe.
Yeah.
Basically.
Otherwise, like it's not scary. You're just flying in. You're like repositioning yourself into really bad position just by flying in. If
Especially
you can't
against a PA,
damage.
right?
Yeah. So I thought like it would be just a lot better like, that he can get like build a lot of armor item plus MKB and then just like stay in front with like Timber together. So like DK can be just Dragon Knight can just stun people and then they can like shut down one by one. And another thing is like the level 15 talent. Like he got the dispel, the stun hammer dispel, but to be honest, there's like not really a good use of it beside like voice spirit, you know, Yules. Or like all the other stuns all the other things are not that.
Press the attack, that's about it.
Yeah, and Inkswell as well is the only one that comes to mind. But like at that point, it's like, you know, what does it really matter that you're getting rid of Inkswell?
Exactly.
Right?
And I've seen so many times where he got dueled. So like he's hitting LC that he can't evade it, but in the same time, if you can lifesteal, I think he could have survived like 2 or 3 tick more, which will turn the table because he was doing a lot of damage in one fights.
Yeah, it might have enabled, for example, your Dragon Knight to get in range, get the Breathe Fire off, reduce some of the damage that's coming out, and then with that lifesteal, not only within the duel, but you can actually turn it around and try and push them away with it. So, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of just did feel like there were points where Raven was able to get quite a lot of damage out in these fights. He was able to stick on people, but at the same time, he still had to worry about Jackie. Pretty much, the fact that Jackie was able to go for that evasion talent just screamed to us the fact that this Sven just had no idea to deal with this PA. Like, he didn't go for that early MKB that we were expecting. We were talking about in the green room that maybe, you know, Raven was going to go for something like a very early MKB to try and put a little bit of pressure back on the PA, but Jackie just felt like he had pretty much a free game that entire time. We saw that in time and time again in a lot of these team fights where he's blinking around, doing whatever he wants, chooses on whatever target he does, and then he's going to delete 1 or 2 heroes as soon as all those cooldowns start to wear out, right?
And it's not one of those, with the talent, it's not one of those like items where the bonus is multiplicative, it's additive. So you go straight from, 50% to 85? Yep. Ridiculous, to be able to avoid that much. And I just felt like, yeah, Sven just didn't quite have the read on the game that time around to be able to deal with it. And, even a team like Fnatic can be punished for a mistake like that.
How are we feeling about Forev coming into this roster, boys? Obviously, we're talking a little bit about Raven, him making, maybe a few mistakes here and there in Game 2 and Game 3, but how do we feel like Forev is starting to slot into this Fnatic roster? He looks pretty good on a lot of these heroes that he is playing, but a lot of those heroes are his comfort heroes, like his Beastmaster, his Timbersaw, heroes that he's played time and time again. Do you think that he's really starting to slot in a little bit more here, QO, or do you think there might be a little bit more growing pains for Fnatic for the rest of this tournament before they actually do get to a good spot where Forev is looking like his best?
Yeah, I think they have to first communicate what they want to do. Just seeing the third game and first game, especially when he played Beastmaster, I think those 2 games, you could actually have a chat to the team, and then let's see what we could have done better and stuff. But just because they're not boot camping or anything, they might feel a little bit difficult trying to communicate that part. Yeah, but the motivated trust, they just give me the motivation trust. So
exactly,
that's the thing that I like the most.
All those good feelings.
Yeah, they run in and they play as 5. We can see some mistakes, but it's all coverable just because they get so much out of it. We see sometimes Kino Pain blinking in for boars, a lot of some unreasonable moves, but it ends up baiting a thing because Dota can't be always strategic. It has to be instinct based sometimes. Yeah.
That was what yourself and your MVP teammates really based your strategies around, right? So many fake backs and baiting people in, and
most of the time
look at you're
it's
feeling
QO,
it.
it's QO jumping in a tier 4, and then everyone else in the team just go I guess we probably should follow him because we might get a few kills out of this and might be able to turn back around. But it is always good to see these teams like Motivate.Trust being able to come out. I think the biggest thing for me is just the resilience being able to come back. Not many teams that you see be able to pull out these reverse sweeps and these best of 3s. Especially after a game like that Game 1, it really did look like Fearless was starting to get a little bit uncomfortable, starting to get a little frustrated with himself. As we said, blinking in to kill some boars and stuff like that. So coming to a series like this up against Fnatic and pulling out a reverse sweep must give these guys so much motivation. I didn't want to use motivation.
Confidence.
Confidence for the rest of the tournament going into this because, Fnatic is one of those guys in their group that looks like it's going to be top 2, right?
Well, they did. Not sure anymore. But it has to be said again, Fnatic in the group stage is very different from Fnatic in playoffs. I feel like they just step it up to that other level when it's really do or die sort of situation. So it's only the first series that they have to play. They have to play, I believe, 4 other teams within their group. So there's still an opportunity for them to get one of those top 2 spots, secure their place in the upper bracket. But I think the worst that we're going to see from Fnatic is lower bracket. They should make their way through. It's just where exactly is it going to be?
Yeah, exactly. Well, boys and girls at home, we do have a very special treat for you guys here. We do have a winner's interview with Fearless from Motivate.Trust. Fearless, mate, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. First off,
hello.
I want to congratulate you guys on a big reverse sweep going up against Fnatic. What is the team comms like when you're going into a game like that where Jackie's basically winning all these team fights by himself, critting everybody to death? What's it like in the team comms for you guys, beating Fnatic like that?
We feel a lot of confidence, we train hard for this.
Yeah, well, it looks like you guys have put quite a lot of effort into this, and coming into
Yes,
ESL 1 Thailand, have you guys been putting a lot of emphasis on other teams? Are you guys really trying to, just focus on yourselves and just make sure you guys are playing your own kind of Dota?
We focus on ourselves, we have an idea of how to play the game. We like to snowball the enemy when we got a chance to do it.
Yeah, and QO was mentioning before that it might be a little bit difficult for teams like Fnatic who have players situated all across Southeast Asia. You can't exactly come together and group together in boot camp. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like you've got a few others playing behind you. Is the whole team there with you at the moment?
Yeah, everyone is there.
Ah, awesome. So there must have been lots of yelling and encouragement and good vibes going on, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
well,
cool.
QO, you were talking about Fearless. You were saying he was your boy at the start of this series. So
I'm going to ask a bit personal questions.
All right.
Go on.
Oh, Fearless, who was the best player and worst player today? You don't have to answer it. Oh, sorry.
I would say I'm the worst player. I made lots of mistake here. And everyone else is the best.
Oh.
You're so well mannered. Don't say that, please. Like you have to say you're the best mid laner. Come on, like you're the mid laner.
I just hit 10 km like 3 days ago, and I got lots of confidence. So I'm the best.
All right, congratulations.
Very good, very good. Faded. That's what we want to hear.
That's like the type of QO confidence that you want, going to every game being like, I'm the best. It doesn't matter about anybody else. I'm the best. I'm going to dive in tier 4 towers. I'm going to get stuff done. But, mate, it is super exciting for you guys to get this reverse sweep here. I'm just trying to figure out how you guys go after game 1, going into game 2. Who's your motivator that you guys have? Who's the guy that's going to be rallying the troops? Who's the guy that's going to be like, all right, doesn't matter, game 1 down, we can get this done, we can finish off this series 3-0?
It was me, I think.
Yeah, giving a lot of credit to yourself. I like it. I like it. You know, best player and best motivator.
Dude, Phyllis is my guy right now.
I hate myself now.
Very good. And, you know, I'm sure that's going to give you a ton of confidence moving forward. As you said yourself, you feel like you have some things to work on. And if you're able to get rid of Fnatic with a win like that, then it's going to be even better moving forward. So all the best to you guys. I really enjoyed watching you guys play. And especially for a tournament like ESL 1 Thailand, to be representing your country, it must feel amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Fearless, mate. That's all we've got for you today. But hopefully we do get to see you in another winner's interview. And again, congratulations on the reverse sweep up against Fnatic.
Thank you, man.
Congrats.
It's always wonderful getting those interviews with those guys. And Fearless seems like a super humble guy. And then unfortunately, QO baited him into calling himself the greatest.
He knows the true nature of mid laners. That's why.
He's like, yeah, you know, I was the worst player today. My team are all the best. These guys rock. And then QO's like, no, you have to say that you're the best. You are the best. You're the mid laner. You're the 10K player on your team. You're the one that's got to be taking all the credit. But, I mean, it's super good to see these Thai guys. And, you know, as you said, man, it looked like those guys are all playing together. That'd be super hype for those guys, especially taking a crazy series like that up against Fnatic.
I really want to look like on their Facebook or whatever, if there was any like reaction videos to their winning. Those are the ones that I really like seeing, you know. I remember watching ones back when like KP's qualifying for TI and he's basically destroying his desk when he's so happy. So yeah, we'll see. I'll be on the lookout for that. But what a day 1 it is of ESL 1 Thailand.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how Motivate.Trust go through the rest of this group. QO, we've had 2 good series today. We've had obviously TNC being able to show their dominance back here again, and then Motivate.Trust being able to come back on top as, I don't want to call them a dark horse, but a team that has really shown themselves to be a really strong contender in this Group A today. After having a look at how Group A did pan out, we were saying it was a little bit of the group of death today. Does this kind of change it up with the way that Motivate.Trust did play? Do you think it's more of a group of death now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Have to see, you know. I honestly felt like Fnatic still like less performed than like what I expected. Like obviously it's a group stage, it's similarities of like all these strong teams. They don't play, you know, 100% in the group stage, and so I just have to see how it goes with these guys.
Yeah, that combined together with the new players as well, they'll warm into things, I think.
I really want to see Group B.
Yeah, me too.
SAG.
Yeah, Sparking Arrow. God King, that's what I want to see.
Sparking Arrow Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, just somebody's name like God King. Like that is the type of confidence that I want to instill at everybody. Just pick a really good IGN, not like Poglet or anything like that, and just pick a really good IGN that really just motivates everyone. It's like, I'm the God King. I'm the guy who's coming in and carrying this game. But boys, before we do end the day here, I want to get a little bit of a spicy prediction from you guys moving forward. Are we going to be seeing some crazy, you know, Divine Rapier games? What's something you guys want to see for the rest of the tournament here? Something a little wild. Nothing stock standard and vanilla. Especially moving forward.
I just want to see some Tusk Ags. I want to see him kicking around Svens in team fights, making sure that these carries are having a horrible time, and it's the year of the supports. I'm calling it right now.
What about you, QO? Anything spicy you're looking forward to?
You know, Juggernaut position 4. That's the only thing that I want to see. I want to see people spinning in.
Spinning 250 damage a second.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's what I want to see.
Awesome.
All right, well, QO, if we do get a position 4 Juggernaut, I'll buy you dinner. I really feel like that's not going to happen. But let's have a look at the schedule for going forward here. It will be day 2. And luckily enough for you, Mr. QO, we do get to see a few more of these teams. We're going to have Boom going up against Team Trust. That's one I'm super excited for. And then Geek Fam going up against Question Mark as well. Another one of those teams that came in through the Thailand qualifiers. So another team that I'm going to have my eyes on to see how those guys do put forward. But going in towards tomorrow, boys, who are we looking forward for that one?
I agree with you. You know, I'm interested in seeing how Team Trust go as well as question mark, but Abed standing in for GigFam, that's the real thing that I want to see. We've seen the teams that have lost their series today have been the ones that have used stand-ins, you know, and have used new players to their roster. So are they going to suffer the same fate? We'll have to wait and see.
What about you, Kua? Who are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I gotta see Abed anti-mage right now. I felt like he was practicing on a Smurf like for anti-mage for like 30, 40 games.
Nice, nice.
I know. So
Did you just recognize his voice in game or something
no,
like that?
we all know.
Oh,
Like
okay.
even if you're Smurf, like you can
tell.
Like everyone just say, oh, it's him, it's who. Like so, just gotta see his anti-mage.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so it looks like Abed anti-mage and just a little bit of Abed coming in from Danog as well there for the GeekFam game. But everybody, we finally reached the end of the first day here for ESL 1 Thailand. We had 2 magical series come out here for ESL 1 Thailand, and we've got 17 more days of Dota ahead of us. Hopefully you guys will join us same place, same time for more Asian Dota, and we'll see you guys then.
No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh,
on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. I know. Let's take our time right now. It's just a vibe with you. I feel alive now. I'm feeling like earth to the fine. Will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind. Probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath ain't neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind. Probably we should start over.
is a polo, her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, I believe we should start.
Too hard.